for like 20 minutes. What happened? Well, listen, towel friends, I have a lot to say. I have a lot to explain. Things happened, okay? There was breaking story in Towel's other world. Hello, Towel friends. It's wonderful to see you. We have a lot to get caught up on. We are going to go on verdict watch in the P. Diddy trial. A note has just been sent in if you're just joining. But listen, Towel friends, I had to cover a very big story related to something that I've been covering for 3 years in my other world. That is the nature of compromised products on the adult and medical use market in Massachusetts due to the way in which testing manipulation is manipulated, in which testing for pathogens, in particular total yeast and mold, is manipulated by different types of testing that can be done on these products. Now, a very, very broad explanation of this situation involves the way in which colony-forming units, or CFUGs, are detected on products when you're testing for the presence of total yeast and mold. Now, there's 3 different ways that you can go about testing for the presence of contamination in these products, okay? Number 1, you can use something called plating, which is a traditional methodology used in the agricultural industry, the food industry, but it takes 72 hours, well, 60 to 72 hours for our purposes, in order to culture the samples, to properly run an assay in order to detect the total presence of total yeast and mold on the sample, okay? So it creates this situation in the industry where clients want a more rapid turnaround for their full panel testing for total yeast and mold than what can be provided in the context of traditional plating methodologies, although plating methodologies are the industry standard for good reason. That's not to say they can't be subject to end user manipulation, but that's not really relevant for our purposes, because we're talking about the control. What is the best possible methodology under ideal conditions? So there are 2 other types of methodologies that can be deployed. One is called PCR testing. Now, that had its own issues for a number of reasons, mostly because people were running something called the Grim Reefer, which killed all of the live and dead DNA on samples prior to submitting them for total yeast and mold testing, okay? And so, but there's another type of testing, which is this black box microarray PCR method. Now, we don't really need to get into the nature of hybridization between qualitative PCR and PCR testing methodologies. What you have to understand is that this company, Pathogen DX, and anyone that uses this, I think there's a few companies that use it, but they were definitely the first to roll out this microarray hybridization methodology for testing samples for the presence of contaminants. So anyway, Pathogen DX has this black box methodology whereby you kind of like buy their equipment for your testing lab, and then you run the tests, and then you send the data to Pathogen DX. They run some tests in a black box, send it back to you after being interpreted, and you report your results. Now, the reason why this is a little weird is these various testing methodologies are accredited by something called the AOAC. Well, at least most of them are. Now, the AOAC accreditation for Pathogen DX, I really drilled in on it. I talked to some people very involved. And the way AOAC does its accreditation for these various methodologies, which becomes relevant because Pathogen DX faced questions in Nevada in 2022 about the lack of AOAC accreditation on its testing methodology. Now, you might say, what does this have to do with Assured Testing Lab being suspended by the Massachusetts CCC this morning, and what does this have to do with you being 20 minutes late? Well, over the past 3 years, I've been tracing how certain actors within the national testing arena related to adult medical use products have been weaponizing the deployment of certain novel testing methodologies in order to manipulate state regulators and put dangerous products on the market in order to increase profits for their clients, which are cultivators and manufacturers and retailers. And I felt that this situation was being enabled specifically because of the scientific complexity related to the way in which pathogen detection occurs in the context of total yeast and mold. Now, you might be saying, Towel, what are you, Towel? Have you just been hiding as a true crime reporter, and are you actually some kind of like Superman? I'm not a Superman. I'm a Towel. Yes, it's actually called the Grim Reefer, and it's a very specialized technology deployed in the context of PCR testing for total yeast and mold on adult and medical use products. Now, if you're using a PCR methodology to detect total yeast and mold, it can work, okay, a little bit quicker than plating. However, if you're using it on a sample that has no live or dead DNA, then of course it's going to return a negative for total yeast and mold. Everything's dead on the sample. So that's why it's called the Grim Reefer. And we've rooted that out. I rooted that out. Thank you very much. I know how that got removed from the market or from the implementation of that testing methodology. I'm a towel. Anyway, so I just kind of monitor regulated markets and try to make sure that there's no undue obfuscation of the implementation of the regulatory codification that I spent so long helping to create, such as to endanger the public safety or welfare. And today, after 3 years, the CCC in Massachusetts finally acted on what I was screaming about for 72 months. Dear goodness. You don't understand how hard it is to yell into the void about regulatory minutia for 3 years that poses a direct and present threat to public health and safety. And people are just like, well, this is really complicated, Grant. Well, of course it's really complicated. That's how they pull it off. If it were easy to understand, they wouldn't be getting away with it. Oh, goodness, you don't understand. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I must show you the report I just wrote up. I know you're joining in. I know you want to see what the Diddy juror note said. I know I was 20 minutes late. I know I'm a towel. You don't understand. I worked really, really hard on this. I had to get it written up. The future of a very small percentage of the Massachusetts population depended on it, and I was not going to let some corporate news outlet go up there and be like, oh, this is what's happening. No. I'm what's happening. I figured this out. Not just me. I had a lot of help. You don't go up there and you don't go write this and you don't try to hide what was going on. I caught you nefarious actors. I caught you red-handed, and now the CCC was cornered and forced to catch you as well. I'm telling you, listen to me right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. I am. I told you I can listen to me. You want to see a preview of what's coming? I will spend years of my life. I will spend years. You don't understand. I told some of you, if you, not you all are wonderful. I told some of you, if you wanted to find out what Little Towel's been up to for the past few years, you just go right ahead and look at Towel's ability to get the government to, I will be relentless. I'll go to the federal government. I'll go to the state government. I will embarrass the state government until they do something. I will learn about qualitative and quantitative PCR methodologies, and I will learn about plating, and I will learn about microbacterial contamination, and I'll talk to people in every department of the government, and they will teach me science. You don't understand. You do not understand the lengths that I will go, and this was about just the issue of whether there was contaminated products on the regulated market in Massachusetts. You don't understand. I spent 72 months. I don't even know if that's right. Let's go with 36. 72 is a lot. I spent 36 months of my life on a contaminated product issue because you threaten the integrity of my regulatory codification structure. How dare you? You don't understand. I got very, very compulsive, especially when you threaten the integrity of democracy. And by God, I was vindicated. There's a lot more to come, and I'm almost certain this is only happening because there's some kind of federal investigation related to the CCC. Not that I would know anything about that, but I was right. Oh, God help us all. As if the Watergate thing from the Nixon Foundation wasn't wonderful enough. As if me solving the JFK situation wasn't enough. Now we have this. Oh, as I was going live, it was like a message from the world. Towel, you are doing the right thing. Continue pushing the government to hold accountable subversive actors in their orbit. Don't give up. You are a towel. Okay, message received. I am a towel. I understand now what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm going to keep doing exactly that, even if it takes 3 years to get anything done. I'm a proud towel. I'm going to get some lunch. We're going to watch the Diddy verdict. We're going to talk about how I solved the JFK situation and how I solved Watergate. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm a little bit befuddled by my own capacities. I think, I don't know what we should do with Towel. I think we should put Towel in office somewhere and just let me go. Just see what happens. I can fix the government. Every part of it, just send me in there, then just let me go. You'll never hear from me again really publicly, but just send me into the government. Well, maybe if I'm elected, I can tell you certain things. Okay, we elect me to the government, I tell you certain things, and I don't tell you other things, and you just send me into the government and unleash me. Oh, it would be glorious. You don't understand. Oh, goodness. Yes, what a way to start July. Listen, we need our cosmic readers in here. I think there's some kind of waning gibbons or whatever that's called in the sky. I don't know much about the moon. Apparently, I know a lot about microbial testing. I don't know a lot about the moon, and I will be the first person to admit that. However, I think, well, not just the moon. I don't know a lot about the planets. Astrology is not my thing. I'll leave that to Copernicus and Leonardo da Vinci and also astrologists. Anyway, my point is something's going on because that took 3 years of my life. 3 years! They finally did something. Oh, God, it's glorious. It is glorious, ladies and gentlemen. Everything about it. And I know most of you are not going to understand this, but I know some of you are tuning in specifically because this just broke. Well, let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Assured Testing Labs in Massachusetts has had its license suspended effective July 4, 2025 for abusing the Pathogen DX testing platform in order to intentionally hide adult and medical use products that were contaminated with total levels of yeast and mold above levels permitted by state regulations. That's how you write a sentence. And I published this exactly at 11:11. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the exact type of manipulation I have been reporting on for 36 months. I keep thinking 12 times 3 is 72. It is not. Ladies and gentlemen, for years, just years and years and years, I was telling them now it's not necessarily the biggest, it's very big in the specific context of whether you're insulting the integrity of my regulatory codification, but it's not necessarily like the biggest deal to America. But to me, you don't understand. It means so much. And it happened out of nowhere, right as we went live. Oh, goodness. Respondents' practice of misreporting total yeast and mold under 10,000 CFUG as zero or non-detect rather than the measured value falsely represents to the commission, patients and consumers that there's no presence of microbial contaminants and pose an immediate or serious threat to public health, safety, or welfare. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. They then shut them down. They shut the lab down. Individually, each of respondents' actions regarding the failure to report total yeast and mold contamination results pose an immediate or serious threat to public health, safety, or welfare. Taken together, respondents' conduct and practices poses an immediate or serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as an existential threat to the regulated industry. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. I worked so hard for so long to get them to say this. God bless the United States of America. Oh, I love America. My faith in the system. See, it's the little moments. You got to push. You got to fight through the money. You got to fight through the influence. You got to fight through this bureaucratic self-preservation. And then you get moments of glorious catharsis. Take that, CCC Communications team. How dare you? Towel was vindicated. You smeared Towel for the government smeared Towel. They said I was racist. The government said I was racist to try to deflect from my reporting. I was like, what the hell, government? And then people in the government were like, we were really mad that they said that about you. Well, no, of course. They are ridiculous. They were insulating the profits of large corporate actors. And they were engaging in the very kind of bureaucratic self-preservation that makes Towel incredulous. How dare you? How dare you, Assured Testing Lab? How dare so many of you nefarious corporate actors? Now, this is just a preview of the juridical hell that I'm going to rain down on some of you. You don't understand. This was a small, comparatively, niche issue. Just because I really care about the integrity of my regulatory codification. Okay? 3 years. I was relentless. I learned about science. I don't even understand science. You don't understand how hard it was for my brain to understand plating and PCR and qPCR and micro-hybridization. Oh, dear goodness, I almost lost it. But I became a government equivalent regulator. I learned as much as I could possibly learn. And this was a small niche issue you don't understand. Look, let me just show you what this says. All right, hold on. We're going back. Hold on. We got an update from the Diddy trial. Vicky Moore. Juror 25. Hold on. Hello, Steph. I'm sorry. Some reporting in Towel's other world has just absolutely become very important, and it's going to become a national story in like 10 minutes. Somebody tell Marijuana Moment. Thank you, HB. Somebody tell Tom Angel or Kyle Yeager. I bet they already saw it. Look at that. Pursuant to its authority under GLC. I love the government. Pursuant to its authority under GLC 94G, Section 4A, XI, and X and A 1.5, A half, XI, and 935 CMR 500 350, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the CCC, acting through its executive director, issues this summary suspension order requiring the immediate suspension of license number IL 281 360 held by Assured Testing Labs LLC, the respondent. The immediate suspension of all agent registrations associated with respondent and the cessation of all licensed operations, having determined that respondent established a pattern of failing to accurately report total yeast and mold test results to the commission, and in the seed to sale system of record metric, respondent's noncompliance poses an immediate and serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare of the Commonwealth and undermines the commission's confidence in respondent's ability to upload its regulatory obligations. God bless America. God bless it. The government worked. If you don't believe that even if it takes 3 years, and even if the government calls you racist with no reason, for no reason, during the course of the reporting, you can get the government to do things. Good things. There can be justice. Do not, even though this issue isn't necessarily related to the criminal justice system, the CCC is technically an Article 1 court under the Constitution. So the distinction between an Article 3 court and an Article 1 court is an Article 3 court is like a criminal court, okay, or a civil court that we would understand under our normal adjudicatory processes. However, an Article 1 court is administrative agencies, whether in the state or federal level, technically have dual functions, okay? One function is policy making, where they write rules. They're called regulatory codifications. You saw an example there, 935 CMR 500.030, whatever it was, which are interpretations of statutes, okay? However, there's another arm of a regulatory agency that has to do with juridical enforcement of agency promulgations, and that is technically an Article 1 court. Okay, so an Article 1 court is within an administrative agency, and it's, you might know them as administrative law judges, okay? And they are technically a court, okay? So technically, this relates to the courts. It's just not our traditional understanding of Article 3 courts. However, this shows that the government can work. If you've lost faith in the government recently, if you think that you can't make a governmental regulatory apparatus by way of pure petitioning activity pursuant to the First Amendment, act in the best interest of the polity, and eschew personal motivation, money, and the very well-funded interests of large corporate actors, then look no further than this story for your redemptive arc. Let it begin like an asymptote right now. Let you read these words and let them hearken forth as an example of, though delayed, justice will not be denied. Not to this little towel. I don't care what it takes. You don't understand. Little Towel's got definitely some people that are just kind of hovering over Little Towel, and they're like, you're going to make it, Little Towel. Just wake up today. It doesn't matter. Something will happen that will reaffirm your faith in the justice system. And there we go. Towel loves America. And nobody's ever going to convince me otherwise. I am a towel. All right. Are we all on the same page? My faith in government is restored. I love America. I'm a towel. Okay? Everybody on the same page? Now we can look at the Diddy verdict watch. All right. I'm really glad we all got on the same page there. Any questions, please refer them to the complaint department. I am the complaint department. I accept no complaints. You can complain, I just won't listen. You know why? Because I am a towel. I'm not a communist. I love America, and the government works. And you might be saying to yourself, Towel, this seems like an absurdly niche specific area for your faith in government to be reaffirmed. Well, you try working for 72 months on something like that, Little Towels. Do you know what it feels like when after, 12 times 3 is not 72. 12 times 3 is 36. You try working on something like that for 36 months. All right, Little Towels. And then the government comes through with this glorious regulatory, sub-regulatory order. Oh, it feels like this is the moment that I live for. I live for these moments, for DOJ OIG reports, for congressional committee inquiries, and for sub-regulatory enforcement actions that vindicate my faith in the representative form of government that holds on by a thread in this godforsaken republic. I believe in this country, and I need moments like this to keep doing the work I do. You don't understand. A lot of you are like, what the hell is going on right now? Yes, I did it, HB. Thank you. Towel is excited. Towel is excited. All right, now, Judge Submarinian. Okay, so hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to check in on the P. Diddy trial, all right? We're going to check in on the P. Diddy trial. I'm going to add it above my head. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an asymptotic towel. And there is no complaint department. Yeah, I would say I have wonderful customer service, just no complaints accepted. Yes, Taterbug. Somebody give listen, for the other stuff, somebody was like, we should give you a award, like the Pulitzer or something, one of my colleagues. And I was like, no, I don't care. First of all, it's more about the integrity of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jury than me. And second of all, it's more about the integrity of America's, and I couldn't even believe I said this to this person. It was a very high-ranking newsman. I said it's more about the integrity of the U.S. domestic missile system, domestic missile interception systems than it is about me. And he just kind of nodded and was like, all right. But the CCC stuff, nope. You want to nominate me for a Pulitzer for that? You go right ahead. I did that, not just me. It took a lot of work, but that was hundreds of thousands of words about a very complex subject. You want to give Tal the Pulitzer for that CCC reporting? You go right ahead. I will accept it. Oh my goodness. I'm so pleased. I'm so happy. I know there's a lot of other stuff going on, but for me personally, this is a very big moment for a number of reasons. One, I was losing faith in the government a little bit. Two, I worked so hard on this. I need to get a celebratory lunch. I'm so excited. Things are looking up, folks. If this is where things are going, if we're going to get a lot more stuff like this, oh, please bless us with more developments like this. Please continue to reaffirm Towel's faith in the government, Lord. That would make me so happy. Not even just happy, it would give me the energy to continue doing what I do, because my faith in our representative form of government would be reaffirmed. Oh, Towel loves America. Good job, CCC. We'll give you some kind of medal. Somebody give that agency a medal. They may be trying to ward off federal investigation. If that's okay, we can still give them a medal. You got to horse trade in politics a little bit. All right. Somebody elect Towel. Somebody elect Towel. Faith Chavez, I have wonderful news. Towel solved Watergate, and then also 36 months of my work has come to fruition, and the CCC in Massachusetts finally acted to protect the integrity of the regulated market from products that were dangerously contaminated because of manipulation of contaminant testing through a very convoluted process known as microhybridization array PCR method testing. I'm a Towel. Thank you for flying Air Towel. We're in a little bit of a celebratory Air Towel cruise today, so we're all just going to fly around like little towels. Everybody's going to have their faith in the justice system reaffirmed. Justice delayed is not justice denied. It does not wither like a raisin in the sun. It expands like one of those micro balls in water, and then all of a sudden it's like 4 feet big, and it becomes a lead ball, and then it can affect the atomic clock and change the trajectory of history. You don't understand. I think I'm trying to say that I am an atomic clock. I'm not really sure if that metaphor carried itself to its natural fruition. Anyway, I think we were going in the right way, ladies and gentlemen. Alley 90211, we must reaffirm our faith in the judicial system. Even it might take 36 months. It might involve Towel getting smeared by the government. But in the end, justice has won out. At least for that one specific thing. Oh my goodness. 36 months. And this isn't even one where this was, the reason why I feel so confident taking so much pride in this work is, yes, it was different people helping me understand what was going on, but it wasn't like there was one central person who was harmed by all of this and I was trying to help them. Those stories I don't like being the center of. That person should be the story. No, this 100% I put this together. I'm pretty sure I helped, although the government will never admit it, I'm pretty sure I helped the CCC understand this to the point where they could do an enforcement action. That's why multiple commissioners were like, you should be a commissioner. And I was like, no, thank you. I enjoy my independence. Good luck with that. It's a very liberal state, but Alley 90211, liberality, conservatism, the pernicious, insidious influence of regulatory capture, or the influence of money over the system, is nonpartisan. They don't care. Sometimes the money does things that we're going to like in a partisan way. Sometimes the money does stuff that we're not going to like. We can't let the fact that it's one side or the other doing the insidious behavior. So, for example, this was Democrats for sure in the CCC, eventually doing the right thing, but it was mostly Democrats who were covering this up. It doesn't matter that they were liberal. They could be Republican. I'd be saying the same thing. I don't know. I think that's why it's helpful for me that, although I think I was always very fiscally conservative. I believe in the safety net to the extent that we have to use it as a buttress against economic fluctuations because we can't really control the value of the dollar or the strength of the dollar. We can do a little bit of it with the petrodollar, which is good, but we can't really control the strength of the dollar, so you need a social safety net. But I'd say I've always been relatively fiscally conservative, so I don't believe, I believe in community reinvestment through forward funding tax credits or like or agricultural subsidies, like things that stimulate domestic economic production, but which don't necessarily like facilitate centralized control of the market or like facilitate foreign influence over the market. It's a very delicate balance because we don't really have a system of free trade. We have a very complex system of trade that's way more regulated, and so you have to pick and choose who you're giving the subsidies to in order to protect the integrity of the market. There is like a hidden hand to the market, and it is the interest of states. That's why Adam Smith's book was really good, Wealth of Nations, I believe it was. But what you want to read the section about wheat prices in particular to understand his vision of regulated market capitalism that ended up coming to fruition in the West. But what you really want to read is, I think, what's his name? Howard Landis. He was a great professor at Harvard. Wealth and Power of Nations, which is an interpolation of Adam Smith's economic theory in light of the geopolitical realities of the 20th and 21st century. And the reason why I bring this up is, so the influence of money on the domestic system, for me, I have a very fiscally conservative view of this. I believe that the reason why we should meter the influence of money domestically is not because I care about how much wealth people have. People should make all the money they want. That's wonderful. That's why this is America. But what I try to prevent is the influence of that money from centralizing markets. So I don't like when big companies say to like mom and pop shops in like Massachusetts, like, you don't deserve federal subsidies or state subsidies because you're not a big player. Well, no, that's why they deserve subsidies. They're a small player. You have a bigger market share. You can undercut them with cheaper prices. And then once they go out of business, just raise your prices. So like, that's why I have sort of like domestic protectionist views in the sense that I believe it's important to protect American jobs and American companies and state level jobs and local companies in particular. But the way I do it is, like, I don't say we should just like break up Standard Oil or abolish AT&T or whatever, or Chevron or Shell. Those aren't even American companies at this point. But I'll say something along the lines of, okay, so instead of giving them a lot of subsidies, let's find a way to give like 20% of the subsidies to like local farmers in Massachusetts who may be producing local sustainable agriculture, and then they can sell it for cheaper prices to consumers. It's the same subsidy that would have gone to that giant oil company to sell whatever product they're going to sell to you at a cheaper price. But instead it goes to a local company, and that's good government. But anyway, so I'm fiscally conservative to that extent. But I've always been kind of, I'd say, socially liberal to socially moderate. Everything about the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial made me way more socially moderate, perhaps even socially right. I wouldn't call myself a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a Democratic Republican in the style of Thomas Jefferson. But let me just tell you that, and I wouldn't even call myself a progressive. Like, I wouldn't even call myself an FDR-style progressive or like a Ida Tarbell-style progressive or a Teddy Roosevelt-style progressive. I'm not that either. People should not misunderstand. Like, I'm not some like partisan leader. I'm never going to be that. I'm sorry if that's what people want. I don't really care for factionalist party politics, and I don't really ascribe to any single factional viewpoint. Like, I wouldn't join a caucus. I wouldn't join a party. I'm not raising money for your party. I don't care. You either believe in my ideas or you don't. I don't care about party politics. And part of the reason why is if you read Madison's Federalist 10, it quite explicitly states that the bulwark against sort of like usurpation of the republic is a multi-party system and informed public discourse. So my whole blueprint for like this idea comes right from the founders, who were not very partisan. Maybe after the Hamiltonian Jeffersonian split in Washington's cabinet in 77, leading in 1797, leading up to the election of 1800, like, you could argue that like Adams became a little factionalist, and Jefferson and maybe Hamilton and Madison maybe like switched sides after 1804, and it became more partisan. But the original intent, especially George Washington's cabinet, was, and George Washington himself, of course, was nonpartisan, was for the country to have a plurality of parties and therein ward off usurpation of the republic. So I think it's healthy for there to be someone out there who is saying, like, first of all, like, I'm into politics and I understand all your different factional perspectives, and I I wouldn't say I borrow from them all, but I have ideas that overlap with them all, but I don't belong to any of you. And all of you may ascribe to some of my ideas, but I'm not going to become any one camp. And the reason for that is this whole situation with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, with the integrity of the justice system, it made me realize a few things. One, we need to be a lot tougher on crime. It's not because it cannot be enforced in a disproportionate way. I'm not talking about necessarily drug possession. That's just rife for abuse. We need to be very tough on certain types of crime. Public corruption, bureaucratic corruption, obstruction of justice, narcotics trafficking, things like that. We have to, spying, we have to be very, very hard on it. We're not, especially in liberal states, we're way too willing to turn an eye in the name of tolerance and whatever. It's not a good idea. It's opening this country up to a very dangerous state of affairs. So I'm very sympathetic towards the security state in that sense. I believe that our tolerance, especially among the Liberal and Democratic Party, well-intentioned or malintentioned, whatever, is opening the door to the same kind of stuff that was happening when the communists were infiltrating the United States under the guise of liberal social policy in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. It's the exact same thing. It's happening again. I think radical Islam is playing a bigger role this time rather than communism, but radical Islam has some communistic tenets because they don't believe in they don't believe in earning interest on money when you run banks. That's the biggest distinction between Islamic banking and Christian and Judeo banking. We allow for interest, but if you go to a country like Turkey, there is no interest allowed on bank loans or bank deposits or anything because it's haram in Islam. Now they get around it. I think the way they get around it is they lease things to people or something through a holding company, and then the lease that you pay is more than the value of the money or something. They have a creative way around it, but the point is their system is hostile to usury, to any type of even 1% interest on a deposit or a loan. No, not happening. You cannot do it. And so I think that's kind of why my viewpoint is hardening a little bit. I'm becoming a very, I'd call it what's the best word for it? I'd say it's it's a domestic form of economic protectionism that also recognizes the importance of international trade. And the way you see it made manifest is most people would say shutting down American companies because they might have done some regulatory violations is bad, you're hurting America. No. What hurts America is when our system becomes rotted and that type of behavior is accepted, because then we aren't really functioning in the public interest anymore, and it's becoming rotted. Just that company's pursuit of money should not justify ignoring their behavior. So, in turn, that's why I'd say to Ali 90211, don't lose faith in the system. Our system is very precariously perched because of the influence of all these different factions and the amount of money floating around. But the only thing that keeps it honest is, one, the people's ability to pay attention, and two, a willingness to let the system churn through its inner turmoil and come to a consensus. Now, this situation with the CCC, it took 36 months for them to do the right thing. I know they knew the right thing from the beginning. I know a lot more than I'm making public. I know they knew all this data. I knew not every part of the agency knew every part of the data, but the people in power knew what the data was, and they were withholding it from other people, and they were fighting certain requests, and they were being very hostile because it was a cover-up. And the market was growing rapidly. It was billions and billions of dollars. It's $7.1 billion worth of sales in 5 years. They were going to 50% of that market was compromised. They were going to screw the whole thing up. The tax revenue is hundreds of millions a year, 500 million, 250 to 500 million per year at this point for a state that needs it. That 500 million is what allows us to make the budget work. That injection of hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue a year after 2017 fundamentally shifted the Massachusetts budget. So I think it was this conflagration of interest that led to it being covered up. But that's the point. Okay, short term, yes, there is going to be an impact economically on the market. But you have long term, the market will be better off, the country will be better off, and the American people will be better off if the market has integrity. We'll still sell the same amount of product. Okay, the market will still generate just as much tax revenue for the state and for these companies, but there's going to be a little bit more end user expense for the testing labs who won't be able to cheat results, and companies who won't be able to cheat testing. Now you could say, Grant, isn't that going to increase end price for consumer? Okay. Well, if you could only sell product really cheaply because you were cheating the system, that's not good. Second of all, if you have to sell product a little bit at a bit higher rate to correct for the fact that you were cheating, so be it. Third of all, if you can't do that, okay, then you need to produce more product to sell it at a price to match the previous price that you were meeting when the market was corrupted. All right? So, no sympathy there. Anyway, I'm a market economist, I guess. Not really. I just know what I'm talking about. And in particular, I know how to solve, I know how to deal with what companies want, what the public, interest is, and then what the government thinks. I'm very good at kind of navigating that space. It all overlaps, and then that's sort of public policy. Anyway, that was just one thing I was working on. Yeah, I know it's probably hot there in the UK. It's 84 degrees here, about 30-something Celsius. Dewdrops here, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. And my name's Grant Smith Ellison. I never ordered my lunch. I got so excited about my faith in the justice system being restored. Hold on. There's a debate going on in the P. Diddy trial. Let's tune in over to Law and Crime and see what they're saying. It's just a bird chirping. Oh, sorry, I was muted. All right, hello. Yep, I'm muted. I'm back. Back. I'm back. Hi, Nanya. Sorry about the mic. All right, so what I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, is I was going over to get the Sean P. Diddy Combs feed, and when I put the audio on, I muted my mic. I'm back. And the reason I muted my mic was I wanted to see if they were actually covering what was being said on the stream, and you can hear it's just birds chirping. So I didn't want you to miss anything, and then I never unmuted my mic. What I was saying is, Inner City Press, okay, is covering this, and I'm taking a look right now to get you updates on what's going on. All right, so the most recent update was this morning. There was another question. Hold on. All right, 30 minutes ago. All right, hold on. At 11, here's what we got. 10:46, Sean Combs was brought out. At 10:54, AUA Emily Johnson. I'm going to bring this up on the screen for you. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. I haven't got my lunch yet, so I'm a little bit disorientated. All right, hold on. Here's what we got from Inner City Press, all right? So it's a little easier to read when Towel brings it up on the screen versus what they're doing over there. So hold on. Hold on. All right. So here's the 1044 update. This is Sean Combs gets brought out at 1046. 1054, AUA Emily Johnson goes back, hands a piece of paper over to Sean Combs' lawyer. AUSA Comey goes in 6 nets to Combs, Xavier Donaldson, and shows him something on her laptop. 1118, Judge, we've received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassandra Ventura as to the Intercontinental and Keynes incidents and the Daniel Phillip Essex Hotel incident. Daniel Phillip's testimony on that as well. AUSA Comey, we have a disagreement. Judge, first, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. AUSA Comey, we don't see a need. Combs Anglifolo, I've conferred with Mr. Combs and we don't see a need either. As to any future note, let me know. AUSA Johnson, we have a disagreement about the redirect, about the Keynes incident, and the events immediately following. The answer, hold on, sorry. We have the coverage of the Law and Crime Verdict Watch just in case anything comes up. Thanks again to Law and Crime for doing such a good job over there. Hold on one second. Let me just get this. Zoomed up. Hold on. AUSA Johnson, we have a disagreement about the redirect, about the Keynes incident, and the events immediately following. The answer was to what happened when Sean was angry. It referred to the freak-off that occurred upon landing NY. Judge, I would likely cut it off sooner. Combs Garagos, I have nothing to add. AUSA Johnson, we may need to speak with the court about the Intercontinental. Judge, let my deputy know when you're ready and I'll come back. Adjourned. All right, so it looks like we're going to be coming back. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Listen, there is a flurry of activity going on in the Combs case. Little Towel was vindicated as to his CCC reporting. Oh, and I figured out what happened with the JFK situation. Took me a little while to figure it out, but I found all the records. It's going to blow your mind. You ready to talk about it? And obviously, we're not actually listening into Law and Crime above my head. I'm eating Cheez-Its. And if Law and Crime breaks in with the verdict announcement, we will go right up to them, okay? Hello, Nanya. I am a towel. While we're covering the Sean Combs verdict, for those of you who are asking what were we covering right there, we don't have coverage of federal court, so we can't actually find out what was said in federal court. The next best option is to instead read what was said. However, I also want to talk about a story I covered over the weekend. 2 stories, actually. One, I solved Watergate. And the reason I know I solved Watergate is the Richard Nixon Foundation didn't tell me I was wrong. 2, I figured out the JFK situation. It was a little complicated, but I was able to figure it out because of, I cross-referenced certain, CIA and FBI declassified files, and I found out, what was withheld from certain files. And as a result, I figured out that, and this is really kind of freaky. So Fred Sturgis, who was involved with the Watergate break-in, he was a paramilitary guy, and he ran this operation in the 50s and 60s on behalf of Meyer Lansky and Sam Giancana and the CIA to kill Fidel Castro. And they wanted to get Castro because after Castro took over in Cuba in, I think it was 59, I want to say, Santo Traficante and Fred Sturgis stuck around in Cuba to try to negotiate on behalf of Meyer Lansky for the mob to stay around in Cuba under Castro and run the casinos. But they wouldn't do it. Castro threw them out. And when Castro threw out Traficante and Fred Sturgis, he pissed off, obviously, the CIA and the mob. Now, this is where it gets wild. For the next 3 years, the Mafia, Sam Giancana, and Fred Sturgis, they deploy a paramilitary operation because Fred Sturgis and a bunch of these guys were former Marines. They deploy a paramilitary operation to train CIA agents on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans for the purposes of invading Cuba. Now, you may see where this is going with the Bay of Pigs, but it gets way, way, way more intense than that. So these men that were training on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, they also were training in Miami, okay? Because the two primary ports the CIA used for invading Cuba were New Orleans and the Keys of Miami, specifically No Name Key, all right? Now, this gets a little freaky, but I'll explain it. In 1961, in Miami, simultaneously, Jack Ruby, okay, that Jack Ruby, whose real name was Jack Rubenstein, but who also went by Jack Rubin. Jack Rubin had been a communist, or Jack Rubenstein had been a communist until 1929. In 1929, Jack Rubin left the Communist Party because he was what's called a Lovesonite. Now, a Lovesonite was an anti-Stalin communist, all right? Now, when Stalin took over the USSR, it was a bifurcated fight. First with Trotsky, then with this other guy who was like a more right-wing communist. And when that guy lost in 29 to Stalin, that guy was purged. All of his followers, which were called Lovesonites in the United States, were purged from the Communist Party. So Rubenstein gets thrown out of the Communist Party. This is all in his CIA file. FBI file. Rubenstein gets thrown out of the Communist Party in 29. Then in New York in the 30s and 40s and 50s, he's working as not just a union guy, but a communist hunting union guy. And the reason why is that faction of the Communist Party, the Lovesonites, broke off from the Communist Party and actually started a bunch of trade unions, which were actually the CIA's thing, right-wing influence in trade unions. And so those people eventually disassociated with the Communist Party entirely. They hated the communists, and they made the decision before World War II. So they were considered not a threat to national security because they hated Stalin, and they eventually bailed on communism. They always had communist sympathies, but they hated the Soviets, all right? So that's an important thing to keep in mind. So Ruby, for 20 or 30 years, is up in New York as a trade union leader, but he's a source for the FBI, okay? He's and I found the file in his INS file confirming he was an undercover source for the FBI, starting all the way back in 53, but really it was back in the 40s. Now, what Ruby would do is he would provide information about members of the Communist Party who were in the youth wing in the 20s when he was in the party before he left. So he'd the CIA was using this, and the FBI were using this database of the Daily Worker newspaper compiled by this guy, Charles William Wiley, who was pretending to be a journalist, but actually a CIA asset. And it's actually Wiley who exposed that Watergate was a CIA operation, not Nixon, not a Nixon operation, but we'll get there in a little bit. It's all interconnected, strangely, which is why Nixon was talking so much about the Bay of Pigs and Kennedy. Nixon knew the guys that the CIA used on this op were stone cold killers. So anyway, Ruby is up as a communist, anti-communist union leader for 20 years. Interestingly, Ruby is running in a union election, and some other guy writes a false letter pretending that Ruby's a communist and then trying to influence the election. It doesn't work, but the guy Fletcher or something who wrote the letter, he gets popped on federal charges because of Ruby's cooperation with defrauding the mail and sending the fake letters and all that. Now, Ruby goes away in 53. We don't see anything about him in the FBI files from 53 until 61. It's thought that he was in Cuba at this time, but you'll find out that he may have actually not only been in Cuba. What he was doing was helping Traficante and Fred Sturgis. He was helping them negotiate with Castro, because at the time Castro was thinking about leaving the mob and the gambling operations around after he took over. But eventually in 61, all right, Ruby shows up as Jack Rubin in Miami, Florida. And this is really weird because Rubin shows up as a co-owner of a mob-backed contracting company attached to this guy named Max Edner. Now, Max Edner is Giancana's man in Miami, and Giancana is Lansky's man, Meyer Lansky, all right? So it's Meyer Lansky, Giancana, Max Edner, Jack Ruby, all right? That's the link there in Miami. And Ruby's staying at the Fontainebleau Hotel, and he's kind of like, it's like clearly it was card sharking, like they were doing some stuff. But what's weird is that simultaneously, and this is in the files, in 61 and 62, Sturgis and his men, they had like a paramilitary group that was going to invade Cuba. They were down in No Name Key and also training in Miami, all right? And they had a paratrooper base out somewhere in the Everglades that they were using to train. Now, here's the really wild part. All right? A couple things happen in very quick succession that we have to keep track of. One, the Cuban Missile Crisis, okay? I want to say that was that May of 61? Oh, somebody left a super chat. Hold on, I missed the super chat. Oh, it was a super chat in another stream. I was like, wait, no, I don't want to miss it. Hold on, I need to check when the Cuban Missile Crisis was. I think it was May of 61. But if it's May of 62, I have to be very precise, okay? I think it was May of 61. October 62. All right. So, a few things happen, and when was Bay of Pigs? Hold on. That's what it was. Okay. So in April 61, the Bay of Pigs happens, all right? And when the Bay of Pigs happens, this is a big problem because Kennedy doesn't agree to go along with the Bay of Pigs, all right? Kennedy just does not go along with the Bay of Pigs, and it upsets the CIA. But in 61 and 62, all right, they're down there in, these men are down there in South Florida training for the CIA operation to invade Cuba. But after the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy just refuses to go along with it. He's getting pressured directly by Fred Sturgis and other people in the CIA and other people in his cabinet to allow an assassination attempt on Castro. Now, the assassination attempt, it was in 3 phases. It involved Sam Giancana. They were going to try a gangland-style execution, but Giancana said that wouldn't work. They were going to try a bomb, but Giancana said that wouldn't work. So then Giancana had a girl who was connected to the prime minister's office in Cuba who was going to slip a pill in Castro's drink. They approved that, but the mission failed, all right? But anyway, the point is that because Kennedy would not authorize this assassination attempt, and Kennedy would not authorize the Bay of Pigs, all right? So in 61 and 62, while all this is going on, the CIA does the Bay of Pigs, and then they're still training these guys through Fred Sturgis's group down in Miami to run more operations into Cuba without Kennedy's permission. Then in October 62, the Cuban Missile Crisis happens. Now, this is important because conventional wisdom in history would tell you that what we did to solve the Cuban Missile Crisis is that Kennedy blockaded Cuba and then negotiated a stand down by pulling U.S. missiles out of Turkey. In response, the Soviets pulled U.S. missiles out of Cuba. But that's not what happened. That's wrong. What happened is Kennedy negotiated with the Soviets to stop anti-Soviet activity in the United States and in Cuba amongst the military intelligence establishment. However, the military intelligence establishment didn't really want to go along with this. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. In 1962, Fred Sturgis's unit is arrested for violating U.S. neutrality laws, preparing for an invasion of Cuba after Bay of Pigs, after the missile crisis. He gets arrested, right? He gets let off because they denaturalized Sturgis, actually. But he gets let off because he's got a connection to a senator, and they give him his citizenship back. Well, guess what Sturgis does in the fall of 63. And tell me this isn't way too coincidental. Sturgis goes back to Lake Pontchartrain in the fall of 63, where none other, and I'll show you these documents. Oh, you're a wonderfully fluffy towel, super towel alley. Thank you so much. And I have all these documents. I'm going to show them to you next. Just let me do it from memory first, because trust me, I'm going to have to talk about this more. This is the big one. The Watergate one was big. That's going to lead. I'm going to write a book about that. This one is even bigger, because I'm one of the few people, I think, since like the 80s who's really dove. Now, a lot of people dive into it, but this specific stuff people don't touch for good reason. But I think it's okay. We're past 2022, so all of it's declassified. But anyway, this is what President Trump is trying to probably decide right now whether to release, because here's where it gets wild. So, August of 63, all right, leading up to the hit in Dallas on JFK. Who shows up in New Orleans, right near north of Lake Pontchartrain, asking about, saying he's ex-U.S. Marine, he hates Castro, and he wants to know if he can join a paramilitary group in order to help Castro. Lee Harvey Oswald, ladies and gentlemen. I have the document. I'll show it to you. You're starting to see how this all fits together. It was Fred Sturgis's paramilitary unit operating with the permission of the CIA, but against the wishes of the president and the DOJ, who got caught trying to invade Cuba after the Bay of Pigs and after the missile crisis, and arrested as part of a deal between JFK and the Soviets to stop anti-Castro intelligence activity in Cuba and the United States. That was the real. There's a lot of reasons that Kennedy was upsetting the establishment, but the reason they took him out definitively is specifically because Meyer Lansky and Sam Giancana and the rest of that group, coupled with the CIA, both really wanted Kennedy to allow hits on Castro and then more paramilitary invasions. They had everything set up to do it, and he wouldn't let them do it as part of a stand down with the Soviet Union. Not only that, he was arresting them. It was not just he was scattering the CIA to a million pieces. He was actively arresting the units of the CIA that were prepping against Kennedy's wishes to continue doing secret operations to overthrow Castro. So you have, remember, the mob's interest in all of this is Castro wouldn't let the mob run the casinos in Cuba anymore. So Meyer Lansky and the CIA and Sam Giancana, by virtue of Meyer Lansky having an interest in this, all three of them, all three people, all three groups, the CIA, Sam Giancana, Meyer Lansky. They're three distinct entities. All of them, although Giancana worked for Meyer Lansky, all of them wanted President Kennedy dead. The way they effectuated the hit, and this is what it deserves to come out, the public deserves to know. They effectuated the hit like this. They had Fred Sturgis use his existing paramilitary group that was alienated at Kennedy because he had him arrested. He had them all arrested. So they probably believed Kennedy was not loyal. He really was trying to protect the peace of the earth. They had that group go to Lake Pontchartrain, which was a former CIA base in 59 and 60 that was used to train the Bay of Pigs invaders. They had Sturgis train Oswald there, along with a team that I think was, I'm pretty sure it was 5 or 6 guys. It seems like it was 5 or 6 guys. They deployed them all for the explicit purpose of killing President Kennedy to Dallas. That was explicit. It was a hit. And it was more than just Oswald. It was Sturgis and the other people in that unit. And they made sure the hit was completed, and then they were protected by the CIA, who ran interference so that only Oswald went down. When Oswald said he was a patsy, he meant he was a patsy for Sturgis and the CIA. That's why Sturgis went back to Giancana and Giancana went to Max Edner, who was working with Frank Rubenstein, Frank Ruby, Frank Rubin in Miami in 61 and 62, and said, with the permission of the federal government, because Ruby was a cooperating informant for decades, you have Jack Ruby go to Dallas and kill Oswald. And then they killed Ruby right after. It was clean. It was efficient. It was military. It's all there in black and white in the documents, and that's the answer. Now, yes, Jim Garrison, the LA DA, the New Orleans DA, he almost figured this out. But then you find in the CIA documents that two guys from Sturgis's unit infiltrated Garrison's investigation so that he wouldn't put this all together. And then you get some secret testimony in these declassified files in front of the Rockefeller Commission, which was kind of like it was like the private version of the, what was it? The Church Committee. It was like the private version of the Church Committee. The Church Committee publicly looked into U.S. intelligence, but the Rockefeller Committee was like very quiet. And you get CIA summaries of what Jim McCord told the Rockefeller Committee, or Jim Sturgis. And Sturgis told them basically that like the CIA authorized him to take out U.S. enemies domestically. But the one thing Sturgis wouldn't cop to was the Kennedy assassination. So like I'm telling you, it was Fred Sturgis, with the permission of the CIA, who killed President Kennedy. And although Meyer Lansky and Sam Giancana was involved, it was Fred Sturgis with the permission of the CIA. We have to talk about it. It's all there in the CIA's own and FBI's own documents. I think President Trump should release this information immediately. I've parsed through this. I have every primary source document. I have proven this. All of this stuff is public. We need to talk about it as a country. I'm not pleased that I'm the one that has to relay this, but I'm telling you right now, we're going to go through it. We're going to look at it right now over lunch. Like, this is a very serious problem. It's like and if you know what I'm talking about at all, then you're going to say, oh my God, he's right. Like, he's right. Because not only do I have all the names right, not only do I have all the dates right, I have the FBI and CIA internal files, all declassified, proving all of this. And so we got to talk about it. It's a big deal. It took me a long time to put this all together this morning. I spent probably, like 4 hours typing this up. Now, it's all solid. And I'm not going to promote it. I find that so vulgar and profane to promote a Twitter post. I think I've done it like 3 years ago when they gave me like an ad credit. And I was like, this is just gratuitous. But let me just read this all to you, okay? And I'm going to take you through every primary source document. This, yep, but listen, a lot of you have been wondering and asking, and I see it on Twitter all the time, or X and other mediums, when are they going to release the JFK files? What is President Trump thinking about? I know exactly what he's thinking about. Not because I've talked to him, but because I've looked at the documents. And I can... First of all, I put it all together by cross-referencing Charles Wiley's CIA file with Jim McCord's FBI CIA file, the full file, with Jim Sturgis's full CIA file, with Jack Ruby's FBI file. So I cross-referenced 70 years of documents across 4 investigative agencies related to 4 different sources. So I saw 4 different perspectives over 70 years on all these people. And then I could pick out what they were misleading each other about. What was the FBI hiding from the CIA? What was the CIA hiding from the FBI? What were both of them hiding from Congress? And by virtue of that, I put this all together. And I'm telling you, the one-sentence headline, and I'm not even willing, like, I'm scared to put, like, it's out there, but it's scary to say this. The one-sentence headline is that the CIA... probably with President Johnson's permission, but I can't prove it. I can at least prove it was CIA. The CIA, with the permission, the CIA, with the knowledge of Sam Giancana and Meyer Lansky, used Jim Sturgis and his paramilitary group that had been part of the Bay of Pigs and was also going to try to invade Cuba again. And they did try to invade Guatemala in '68, and they got caught in Belize, by the way. They killed President Kennedy. It was the CIA. It's not even a doubt. Like, if I were saying I'm speculating, I would say I'm not. I have the documents. There's a paper trail. The CIA killed JFK with the knowledge of Sam Giancana and Meyer Lansky, using Jim Sturgis and his paramilitary organization. That's what happened. Everything that happened after Ruby killing Lee Harvey Oswald, etc., was all part of the cover-up. But the main truth that I think the government should release, it's about time, and I can see why they're a little hesitant to, but, we need to reform. These agencies got reformed in the 70s anyway. Maybe we got to reform them again, but gently, respectfully. The CIA killed President Kennedy. Yes, the mob helped them, but it was the CIA's paramilitary operation through Jim Sturgis that killed President Kennedy. They knew about it. They approved it. They deployed the assets. They had the motive. Yeah, Sam Giancana and whatever helped, but they weren't the primary motivators. They were just ancillary players who wanted their casinos back in Cuba. This is terrible. But it's all there. I'm telling you, everything I just said is there. But let's do it. Let's go through it. And by the way, thanks to you all. Someone sent a donation for a few dollars yesterday, and I was able to get a Mary Farrell Foundation membership. And by virtue of that, I now have unlimited access to every declassified document ever released by any agency. It's incredible. I can search them all. I can download the PDFs. It is single-handedly the best $39, although that's a lot for me. It was like 3 lunches. That's how I think. And it's a year, so I get a year for $39. It is the greatest thing I have ever got. It allowed me to write what is hands down the best post. Now, a lot of people won't get it. It's more for my colleagues in the news. It's not a news story. It is an annotated bibliography, basically, of everything I just said to you. All right. Who's ready? All right. I'm ready. And we're still on verdict watch, by the way. Over 9 hours. But I think we're going to get a Diddy verdict today. So we'll hang out for at least a few hours. Although we won't see it, I expect it's going to be guilty on something. You can see they're narrowing in on the certain pieces of evidence and testimony. All right. Here we go. Good morning. Jack Ruby was a federal informant starting in 1951. Ruby was a Lobsonite who hated Stalin. All right, so you open up this document, right? I even have the page. Now, look what happens if we go down here. In view of subjects, now I want to point out that this is an FBI document from 1953, September 11th, 1953, all right? In view of subject's occupation as a textile designer, they're talking about someone who's the subject of an investigation that's not Jack Ruby. It is requested that appropriate informants in the textile industry in New York be interviewed concerning their knowledge of subject. In order to ascertain the identities and whereabouts of such informants, it is requested that you interview Mr. Jack Rubenstein, an official of the Textiles Worker Union, 99 Lafayette Street, New York, New York. Mr. Rubenstein was a leading official of the Young Communist League prior to 1930 and is known to have cooperated with this service in the past. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you. Hold on. I realize I'm zoomed in, but look at this. We can make this text even wider for you. Hold on. So that text that I just read, there you go. All right. Let me zoom out a little bit. There's that part. All right. Now take a look at this. All right. It's all declassified, by the way. With this service in the past. It is, in this connection, it is noted that the subject visited, this is someone who they're trying to figure out if they are communist, the United States in the years 1929 and 1930 while Mr. Rubenstein was still active in the Young Communist League. Therefore, it is possible that Mr. Rubenstein would have known subject in the Young Communist League, as well as being able to furnish leads to persons who may have known the subject as a member of an subversive organization during more recent years. And here's the money quote, literally the smoking gun. It is requested that Form C-169 informant record be submitted in the case of Mr. Rubenstein. There you go. Towel brings the receipts, ladies and gentlemen. Towel brings the receipts. And Towel also wants to get lunch. But if we're going to get lunch, I need something for us to watch over lunch. But let's keep reading. Number 2. Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald were connected to Sam Giancana via Frank Sturgis and Max Edner. All right? So that's how it all ties together. You click this document, and then take a look at this. What's that? Oh, what's this? It's a list of organized crime figures, and one of the names on the list connected to Sam Giancana is Max Edner. It's actually Max Edner, but that's a fake name. Well, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Sturgis ran a paramilitary force out of New Orleans and Miami that tried to invade Cuba in July of 1962, but was arrested after JFK and the Russians made a deal following the Cuban Missile Crisis for the U.S. to cease anti-Castro activities. It was actually after the Bay of Pigs. It was right before the Cuban Missile Crisis. And what do you see down here? In late July 1962, 6 men from Interpen were picked up for vagrancy in Miami by the sheriff's office. That's not what they were picked up for. Tanner wrote, the general clampdown on anti-Castro activities was well underway. More arrests were expected. Despite this minor harassment, Interpen IAB were more or less left alone by the Justice Department until about a month. No, it was after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Until about a month after the Cuban Missile Crisis in December of 62. I was right. Kennedy had made a deal with Khrushchev to stop anti-Castro activities in return for removing the missiles, and Sturgis' group was the first to suffer because of it. Hemming and Wilson, who were Sturgis's people on the squad, were arrested by federal agents at No Name Key, along with Lawrence Howard and William Seymour, who became important later on. Sturgis, who was also working for the CIA at the time, must have known about this raid before it happened and managed to avoid arrest. Sturgis was not one to be intimidated by the Justice Department. He only took orders from the CIA. The head of an organization called Los Pinos Nuevos told the FBI that Sturgis participated in an anti-Castro operation in March of 63. At a point off Key West, Florida, Jerry Buchanan was put aboard the Violin 3 from a small launch, which was also occupied by Frank Sturgis and Alexandra Rourke. Jerry Buchanan was the ex-convict brother of James Buchanan, a close friend of Sturgis and a possible CIA agent, as we will see later, may have worked with Howard Hunt. Hunt probably knew Rourke, an ex-Army intelligence agent who owned the Violin 3. Both men did anti-Castro propaganda work in America. Now, the agency allowed leaflets raids into Cuba, even though Kennedy explicitly did not allow it. Now, here's what's interesting, right? So you keep, it just gets worse. It just gets worse and worse and worse, because if you look at one of these denotations here, it says, it was actually in this security file on Frank Sturgis. It says, it's kind of trying to summarize. This is a CIA agent who wrote a book, I'm pretty sure, or a member of Congress who had intelligence access. But it says here that the 6 men were picked up for vagrancy. That's not right. That is not right. I will tell you right now that they were, I think we have to look up the word neutrality. Neutrality. Hold on. No, that's not right. Look at this. This is a CIA secret memorandum that's now declassified. Now, look at this. Hold on. Hold on. That's not the part about the 62 arrest. Let me see. Hold on. We're going to search neutrality again. Right here. Okay, this is it. All right, so look at this. Frank Anthony Sturgis, for the record, 8 November 1968. This is when, by the way, after Kennedy was dead, they tried to invade Cuba again under Johnson or Nixon. When was this? 8 November 68. They literally did it right around the 68 election. Frank Anthony Sturgis, so first of all, look who this is from. It's for the record, but it references CIA, FBI, and State Department cable traffic regarding the arrest of 13 Americans in British Honduras on 23rd October 1968 for illegal entry. Frank Anthony Sturgis, a.k.a. Frank Fiorini, is head of a Florida-based anti-Castro organization known as the International Anti-Communist Brigade, IACB. He planned to lead a group of 12 men to set up a base training camp for guerrillas in Guatemala, for which he expected the government of Guatemala to support an IACB invasion of Cuba. The group's boat reached Belize, where they were arrested for illegal entry. The flurry of cable traffic by CIA, FBI, and Department of State indicated the urgency of establishing the identities of the 13 and the background of their activities. CIA indicates all are negative. Office of Security indices are negative on all of the names except for Frank Sturgis. That turns out not to be true either. Sturgis, it's just that they didn't list this guy, one of the other guys who's in the group under his real name, Gerald Patrick Hemming. He was like an informant for the CIA that they never listed by his name, just an ID number, which is like 429952 or something. Sturgis was of interest in 1960. Listen to this. When he was head of another anti-Cuban organization known as the Intercontinental Penetration Force, Interpen. Members of Interpen were arrested in December 62 in Sombrero Key, Florida, on charges of violating U.S. neutrality laws by an attempt to form an expedition to invade a foreign country. Now look, even this member of Congress, okay, in his book, had no idea, ladies and gentlemen, no idea that the real reason that those folks, and this is a CIA cable, so this is real. Sarah K. Hall of the SRS wrote this. It's real. This guy who wrote this book had no idea that in December, see down here, they were arrested, all right? They had no idea why they were arrested. It doesn't say. It just says they were arrested. But if you look, this has the actual reason. It was December 62 in Sombrero Key. And you can see here, Kennedy had the CIA guys arrested, and he knew they were going to try to invade Cuba without his permission. He knew. And it was after the deal with Castro. So he arrested them. Kennedy wasn't just scattering the CIA to a million pieces. He was actively arresting CIA assets in the United States who he knew were ignoring his orders. And that's why they killed him. By 1961, Sturgis's group was calling itself Brigada Internazionale, with variations of International Anti-Communist Brigade and Anti-Communist International Brigade. One of the subunits of the brigade was a paratroop unit called International Penetration Force, or Interpen, led by another agency man, Gerald Patrick Hemming Jr., whose file number was 429229. Now, we go over here. All right, take a look at this. All right. Information in the file of Frank Anthony Sturgis, a.k.a. Frank Fiorino, number 353459, reflects that from circa May 1960 to at least January 1961, Sturgis was living in the Miami area training a group of Cuban and American volunteers for a military invasion of Cuba. By October 1960, the FBI had determined that Sturgis's only activities in anti-Castro matters were in connection with the activities of Pedro Diaz Lanz, who was one of the leaders of the anti-Castro group Liberation Alliance. Reportedly, Sturgis's invasion group in January of 61 was calling itself Brigada Internazionale, with variations of International Anti-Communist Brigade and Anti-Communist International Brigade. One of the subunits of the brigade was identified in the press in July 61 as being a paratroop unit called Intercontinental Penetration Force, or Interpen. The commander of Interpen was identified as Gerald Patrick Hemming Jr. The Office of Security file on Sturgis contains nothing further until October 68, when his arrest was announced in October 68, while still heading the International Communist Brigade, for his involvement in a group attempt to enter Guatemala to clean out anti-Guatemalan guerrillas. He was really trying to invade Cuba. At that time, Sturgis claimed the two men who were sponsoring his operation were Bob Howell, allegedly a friend of the Kennedy family, and General Biddle, member of the John Birch Society. Huh. Now, take a look at this. To return to the events of the early 60s, in July 62, an article appeared in the New Orleans States Item by Bill Stuckey concerning an anti-Castro training base established on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. This unit was identified as Interpen, headed by Gerald Patrick Hemming Jr. The article inferred that Interpen was still part of Frank Sturgis's International Anti-Communist Brigade. This particular unit received nationwide publicity in 67 when Garrison, the DA from New Orleans, alleged in the interview that Interpen was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy and that Interpen members were connected with CIA. Now, listen to this. The above-noted Bill Stickley, who wrote the July 62 press article about Interpen and Hemming, is identical with the William Stuckey who interviewed Lee Harvey Oswald during a public broadcast in New Orleans in August of 63. According to testimony in the Warren Commission hearings by William Stuckey and Carlos Bruinger, a Cuban student directorate delegate in New Orleans, in early August 63, Lee Harvey Oswald came to Brissinger's New Orleans clothing store announcing that he, Oswald, was a former Marine trained in guerrilla warfare who wanted to join an anti-Castro guerrilla group in New Orleans. Note, many of the Interpen group were ex-Marines, as was Frank Sturgis. Bruinger claims he stalled Oswald and several days later encountered Oswald on the street of New Orleans passing out Fair Play for Cuba leaflets. That was a CIA thing. The encounter led to a disturbance and Oswald and Bruinger were arrested. Bruinger subsequently alerted Stuckey to Oswald, which resulted in the broadcast interview. It is of note that Bruinger inferred he was knowledgeable of the anti-Castro guerrilla group training on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain and even collected funds for the travel of two of the members to Miami when the group was disbanded. Now, the most interested guy for Garrison was Skip Hall, Office of Security number 348627, who ostensibly arrived in Dallas in October of 63, remaining until after President Kennedy was shot. The DA of New Orleans alleged that Hall was involved with the Minutemen. The Hall file reflects that in August 63, Hall was in Southern California where he spoke before numerous meetings of the John Birch Society, attempting to raise funds for an anti-Castro planned invasion of Cuba scheduled for mid-September 1963. Now, Frank Sturgis, you can see here, was former chief of aerial security in Cuba. On 16th June, Philip Tyrod of Devose, top A2 SIC, former SDECE rep Washington, will give his opinion of the CIA on assassination attempts in the Kennedy affair. Since this strictly French TV production, expect no repercussions from Union regarding Devose. Now, there's one part in there where literally they talk about how they got interest. They literally got a person in Garrison's investigation. Hold on. Let me see what we got here. So there's one part in here. I'm going to see if this is it. There's one part in here where they literally talk about got people into the Garrison's investigation. Let me see if this is it. But the reason why it's so interesting is that piece of information in particular, that they may have actually compromised. The very unit that he was investigating may have compromised Garrison's investigation. And Garrison was the only person who looked into this unit, the only DA. Let's see, does it have it here? Ooh, now I really have to find that screenshot, because it may not seem like the biggest deal, and I'm paying very close attention to what I'm doing, because there is a part in here. Hold on. Garrison's investigation. Let's see if I can find this part. What? Oh, hold on. There's one specific part in that Sturgis document that is actually explosive. Let me see if this is it. Hold on, I have to get to the actual Sturgis document. Alright, hold on. Alright, so if I can find this, though, in particular, if I can find it right now, they literally say in there that they compromised this investigation, and then the CIA kind of says, oh, that's very convenient for us. So let me search one more time. Here we go. Got it. All right, check this out. I knew I could find it. It's on page 144. All right, so I was close. So look what happens if we jump up to page 144 here. It's 144 of 232. This is kind of the smoking gun that shows that the CIA did the assassination of President Kennedy. Okay, so the reason why this is kind of weird is that so you remember when they were like, Gerald Patrick Hemming has no connection to this agency that we can find? It literally said it in another document. Now it says, Gerald Patrick Hemming is well known to this agency, the Office of Security, and JM Wave. I don't even know what JM Wave is. On numerous occasions since at least the early 60s, Hemming has claimed agency affiliation when there has been none. Now what's weird is, like, the most recent incident wherein Hemming claims such affiliation was in May 75 when he volunteered his services to the DEA. He's a long-term cohort of Frank Anthony Sturgis, who is an informant, SF3F3459. Frank Fiorini, who's of Watergate notoriety. And notice they say Frank has a long-time record of falsely claiming agency affiliation when he does. I think what they mean is he has a long-time record of claiming agency affiliation without their permission. In the late 50s, Hemming and Sturgis, both former Marines, joined Fidel Castro in Cuba but returned shortly thereafter, claiming disillusionment with the Castro cause. Soon thereafter, Sturgis organized a group of mercenaries for Caribbean and Central American activities, which he named the International Anti-Communist Brigade. A reported subunit of this brigade, the backers of whom have never been fully established, was named the Intercontinental Penetration Force, headed by Gerald Patrick Hemming. For an appreciation of the possible ramifications of a Guatemalan government expose of this assassination plot involving Hemming, you are referred to the instant memorandum, to wit, a memorandum dated 10 June 75 in the name of Frank Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt, Jr., an extract from a book published in early 76 written by Michael Canefield and Alan J. Weberman. The book Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and Assassination of John F. Kennedy, is a diatribe against the agency and attempts to link the agency with the assassination of President Kennedy. One of the major links attempted by the authors is through Everett Howard Hunt, to Frank Sturgis, to Gerald Patrick Hemming, to Lorraine Eugene Hall. Lorraine Eugene Hall was a member of Hemming's Intercontinental Penetration Force. Lorraine Eugene Hall received nationwide publicity in '67 when Jim Garrison alleged that Hall in the Intercontinental Penetration Force was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy, and that members of this unit were connected with CIA. Garrison shortly thereafter dropped his interest in Hall, but it is interesting that he did so after Gerald Patrick Hemming and another cohort, Robert K. Brown, joined Garrison's investigation. Oh my God. And this was Jerry G. Brown, the deputy chief of the Security Analysis Group. I told you, this is how they did it. Garrison figured it out. He really did figure it out. And then the two guys that were on Interpen, the unit that killed Kennedy, got on to Garrison's investigation. You don't have to take my word for it. This is Jerry G. Brown, deputy chief of the CIA's Security Analysis Group, telling you right here, black and white, clear as day, 100%, that the CIA compromised Garrison's investigation. They compromised Jim Garrison's investigation. The only person who ever looked into this, the DA from New Orleans, they compromised it with two members of the unit who killed President Kennedy, and then they stopped looking at Hall. That guy was one of the primary assassins, Laurent Eugene Hall. Boom. Solved. Done. You're welcome, America. I take my bow. I have solved the Kennedy assassination. That's your smoking gun. I told you, I solved it. I solved it earlier today, but I wanted to talk it through with you because I wanted to show you everything I found. That is the smoking gun that proves that Jim Garrison's investigation was compromised by the CIA so that he wouldn't figure out that it was Frank Sturgis's unit working on behalf of the CIA and also with knowledge of Sam Giancana and Meyer Lansky that killed JFK. They trained in Lake Pontchartrain in 62 and 63. They were pissed because Kennedy kept arresting them after he made a deal with the Soviets in December of 62 and throughout 63. They killed him as a direct result of that deal because Kennedy stopped anti-Castro activities in America and Cuba, and it pissed the CIA off. And they killed him with this specific unit using these specific people at that specific training facility. Oh, don't worry, Risa. Yes, we did hear the Brian Kohberger news last night. This was just I wouldn't say it was a one segment that we're covering today, but this morning, right before I went live, I solved the Kennedy assassination. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, Grant, you cannot claim that on Sunday you solved Watergate, and then on Monday you solved the Kennedy assassination. And I realize I can't just say that. I have to show you. And yes, this is the smoking gun, and there's a lot more pieces to it. But to even get to this smoking gun was really hard. That is the smoking gun that proves not only did the CIA, through Frank Sturgis, kill President Kennedy, but that when Jim Garrison figured it out, they got members of that unit onto Jim Garrison's team and prevented Jim Garrison. And they're bragging about it here. And interestingly, okay, the CIA guys basically being like, okay, I figured it out. And bro, they kind of tell the CIA guy, if you look up at the first page of this memo, he's looking into like a plot to assassinate the president of Guatemala or something. And so he writes this letter and he's like, here's this file on Harviv Scheiberg. Contains a report, and this report consists of an interview, etc. And then at a certain point, he's like, I will do no further research without permission of the director. Let me see, where is it? Oh, by the way, you want to see what it's like when you talk to the CIA and you're a member of the press? They generate this report. Like Deborah Sharpley from Science Magazine, she asked about the ORD report on climate. Put her on the mailing list. Harry Bradshaw from the Washington Star, he asked for publication from our recent list. We'll send. Harriet Gerber, Paul Lieber from CBS, and Dave Binder from the New York Times, they asked about mercenary claim in Angola that agency recruited and financed and armed the mercenaries. John Cruden from the New York Times, he claimed that Frank Sturgis wasn't involved in an attempt on Castro. We again confirmed that Sturgis, not CIA. Yeah, I think we know Sturgis was CIA, so you lied to the New York Times. Phil Klass from Aviation Week, He said it's his hobby to debunk nutty stories about UFOs. He asked about when we moved into HQ building and whether we ever had offices at 5th and K Northwest. So anyway, this guy does this whole report, and just in the bottom of it, in this, he never should have looked into this. I think he realized he shouldn't have, because when you get to this last paragraph, he just stops. And he realizes, like, and I don't know if he was sending a message to the country. He knew this would go in the files. This guy solved the Kennedy assassination, Jerry G. Brown. He just stopped writing. I don't think he thought this was ever going to be public. And this has been out there for a while, but you wouldn't understand it unless you knew what you were looking at. But basically, Jim Garrison figured it out. And then they got these two guys, Gerald Patrick Hemming and Robert K. Brown, into the investigatory team and compromised it so they wouldn't find Laureen Eugene Hall and then Oswald and Sturgis and Hemming, who were the real killers. May as well just tell him now, President Trump, I guess. I mean, and we can go through the rest of this, by the way, so you can see how I proved it. And then also take a look at this. Furthermore, CIA paid Sturgis for years, but tried to hide it from the Congress in the 1970s. On 20 July 1976, CIA delivered certain materials to the Office of General Counsel relative to a request from the DOJ for original materials relating to the ITT, so that was a antitrust settlement, and the Chilean embassy. The Watergate burglars actually broke into the Chilean embassy and no one ever found out about it. It was between the first Watergate burglary and the second Watergate burglary, and it had to do something with like some antitrust settlement the government had just done. And so the Watergate burglars broke into the Chilean embassy in 1972 and no one ever found out. Among the materials given to the Office of the General Counsel was the pound sign attached, which was retrieved from a Watergate file captioned 7th floor material. At the time of delivery to the Office of the General Counsel and with the concurrence of the Director of Security, it was pointed out that the document is unclassified and contains a statement by the originator, James L. Schlesinger, former DCI, that in his discussion with William Colby stated that Sturgis has not been on the payroll for a number of years at CIA. It was pointed out to the Office of General Counsel that this statement is in direct conflict with prior agency public releases concerning Sturgis, to the effect that he has never been connected with the agency in any way. No! Now, you want to see something crazy? So this is, the CIA got a call from John Dean from the White House. It doesn't exactly say when. It seems to be February 9th, 1973. All right, so a few months after Watergate, before the investigation really heats up. This evening at 6:10, I received a telephone call from John Dean at the White House. Dean indicated that he wanted to discuss two topics. So this is John Dean called the CIA. First, he referred to a package of material that had been sent to the Department of Justice in connection with the Watergate investigation. He suggested that Justice be requested to return this package to the agency. The only item that would left at Justice would be a card in the files indicating that a package had been returned to the agency, since the material in the package was no longer needed for the purposes of the investigation. He indicated that the agency had originally provided these materials to the DOJ at the request of the Attorney General and Mr. Howard Peterson. The second subject that he raised was the pending investigation by the Senate of the ITT affair in relation to the Chilean problem. This was the CIA breaking into the Chilean embassy. He felt that this investigation could be rather explosive. He also indicated that there might be some sensitive cables at the agency that might be requested by the Senate investigators. I indicated him that while I had not seen any cables, I had been briefed on the subject and that the role of the government appeared to be cleared to be clear. He expressed his delight at hearing this assessment. I indicated that I would look into the cables further. In this connection, he mentioned that there is a news story being passed around in the press, primarily instigated by Seymour Hersh of the New York Times. The story suggests that Sturgis, who sometimes goes by the code name Fiorelli was the individual responsible for burglarizing of the Chilean embassy in Washington. He also indicated that he expects Senator Fulbright to request the Justice Department to produce Sturgis for the Senate hearings. I indicated that I would look further into the matter. He closed with some jovial remarks about being the sever of being the what? He closed with about being the blank of had clings, and I inquired what the good news might be. Further reference were made to pending appointments at the AEC, Atomic Energy Commission. Shortly thereafter, I discussed these matters with Bill Kobe, who indicated that Sturgis had not been on the payroll for a number of years. Now, whatever the allegations about the Chilean embassy, the agency has no connection at all. We also agreed that he would discuss the question of the package relating to the Watergate investigation with General Walters, and a decision would be made with regard to the appropriate action. So, basically, they hid this information from the Senate investigators who could have figured this out. Now, there's more coming up. Now, why was Sturgis working for Meyer Lansky and the CIA? Well, initially they were going to kill Castro via Sam Giancana because Meyer Lansky was upset about Fidel refusing to work with the mob in Cuba related to gaming. Fidel tried it for a few months via Sturgis and Santo Traficante, but then gave up and had both men and the mafia expelled. You might be saying that's not true, Grant. Yes, it is. Here's a CIA memo from 19 July 1976. According to generally available public information, Meyer Lansky was the organized crime boss of gambling interests in Cuba prior to the takeover of Cuba by Castro on 1 January 1959. One of Lansky's subordinates for Cuban gambling operations was Santo Traficante. The following information is from an article in the April 1970 edition of True magazine captioned "The Mafia vs. the CIA" by Andrew St. George. For the most part, the article deals with attempts by Lansky to reestablish a gambling empire in the Caribbean in the mid-60s, mostly in Haiti. In substance, the author relates that in Havana in 1959, after the Castro takeover, Max Intrator became a money mover to keep Meyer Lansky's money from Castro. Allegedly, Lansky ruled gambling in Cuba prior to Castro. In Miami, Lansky's money helped set up a far-flung outfit known as International Airport Hotel Systems. Meyer Lansky's longtime associates in Cuban gambling were Sid Jacobs, Dino Cellini, Joe Napolitano, Joseph Krekorian, and Mike McClaney. According to the article, Mike McClaney in the 50s managed Havana's foremost casino, the Nacional. Two of Lansky's longtime attorneys were Ed Livingston and Ben Singelbaum. According to the author, one Hank Messick is an author is a historian of syndicate operations. Now, it gets a little better. Lansky, Giancana, and the CIA were upset about that JFK made a deal with the Russians to have Sturgis's group arrested in No Name Key. So there you go. Oswald approached one of Sturgis's contacts in New Orleans in the fall of '63, asking if he could train with anti-Castro operatives. We saw that part. Jack Ruby, then going by Jack Rubenstein, was a communist in the 20s who got thrown out of the party for being anti-Stalin. And you can see they hide it really well, but there's this one document I found showing, right? Also present at this conference, it was like a Communist Party conference, were John J. Bullum, Willem Zofter, Bellem Gatoff, Jack Stockel, and Jack Rubenstein. Open paren. Jack Rubenstein was expelled from the Communist Party in 1929 for being a Lovestonite. He is now an official of the Textiles Worker Union, CIO, in New York. All right? Now, then Ruby went on to become a communist center within New York's trade unions between 32 and 51. So here you go. You can see it right here. Mr. Grobe had been very much incensed upon receiving the original complaint relative to the letters. Some guy pretended that Jack Rubenstein was a communist when he wasn't to try to get him out of his position. Vice President of the Textile Workers Union of America, CIO, whose name had been signed by the forged letters. Rubenstein was one of a three-man board appointed by Philip Murray, president of the CIO, to take such means as necessary to eliminate communists from the Union, and he regarded the aforementioned letter as a vicious method of influencing the election at the Jamestown Worsted Mills. All right, so then In fact, Ruby was so good at hunting communists that the actual communists planted fake letters accusing Ruby of being a communist. In turn, the DOJ prosecuted the communist in question for lying about Ruby being a communist. It's very convoluted, but here's a memo from the Office of the General Counsel at the Department of Justice, Mail Frauds Division. Dear Sir, I am enclosing a copy of a forged communication which was sent, yep. And this might actually be the letter from Sturgis's lawyer. That's actually from Sturgis's lawyer. But then you can find out that the DOJ takes it seriously. So hold on. Because you have a memo from the DOJ, they end up dropping this. But they indict the guy. And then, nope. Hold on. Where's the memo? You end up finding that Kleiner gets... he has this whole sort of history here with this false letter, right? And then they recommend that he get indicted. This is actually the investigation of the fake letter. And then you find out that they find out who printed it, and then they issue indictments as a result. And you can find out Ruby was the victim and cooperated to get this indictment. Now, all of this, it has a point here. It's leading up. Then, after providing information to the FBI and CIA for many years about communists in America, Ruby suddenly changes his name to Jack Rubin in 1945 and assumed a new cover identity. And in this context, he starts working on intelligence signal equipment. Of all things, ladies and gentlemen, intelligence signal equipment. Now, you might be saying, no, right? So, take a look at this. Here is a document that confirms, right? Look at the bottom of this document. I remember the part about Ruby. Where's the part about Jack Ruby? Where is it? All right, here we go. Informant ND stated that Paul Traugott, the subject, and Jack Rubin were ostensibly engaged in experimental work for the Electrophysical Laboratories, a subsidy of Electronics Corporation of America, with joint offices. The purpose of these experiments was to develop electro-medical equipment, some of which is reportedly used at the present time by the Signal Corps of the U.S. Army, St. Monmouth, Red Bank, New Jersey. Informant ND stated that Rubin appeared to be the only one who actually conducted the experiments in the lab, and that Traugott was the subject, and the subject remained in the office most of the day reviewing letters of praise and criticism published on their radio program of Electronic Corporation of America. So clearly Ruby was into like some shit, okay? That is some shit. And that's on, like, they never mention that. It comes up like once. He was like I think this was like 1945 or something. When was this filed? In like 45, Ruby, during the post-war years, was working on like Army signal intelligence stuff. Then, 9 years later in 61, Ruby Rubenstein shows up in Miami working for Max Eder, who went by Edner, who was Sam Giancana's man in Miami in a mob-backed construction company. You might be saying, there's no way, Grant, no way they gave him a fake identity. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, yeah. So Max Eder had a 50% interest in the National Plastering Company, right? Now look at the bottom here. With respect to the National Plastering Company, it should be noted that Jack Rubin, previously mentioned, had an interest in this concern. Now, look at this. What else was Max Eder involved with? A restaurant in Miami called Puccini's in 61 that was owned by Joe Frschetti, Max Eder, and Frank Sinatra. Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And during this time, Ruby's placed right in 1961, placed under investigation because of his connections. Oh, goodness. And let's pull up here a little bit. And what does it say? What does it say here? An FBI file. They don't even know their own man. I think this is because he was a deep cover informant on the mob. MMT6 on September 26, 61 advised that Jack Rubin is head of the National Plastering Concern, 1911 West Avenue, Miami Beach, and resided at the Fontainebleau Hotel, telephone number JE82253. He said he was also told that the National Plastering Company is one of the biggest concerns of its kind. that Jack Rubin is a top-notch plastering executive, that Rubin formerly operated Rubin Brothers Plastering Concern, which concern handles only sizable jobs. He described Rubin as white, male, age about 50, height 6 feet, weight 215, with thin black hair. Yeah, that fits right in with Rubin being born in 1911 and being in the Young Communists in 1929. All right? Now, you want to see something really interesting? Let's take a look at the this document. In 1948, Ruby who was apparently no longer a communist. Take a look at this. Is this a document from the Jewish members of the Jewish People's Fraternal Order of the International Workers' Order? Now, what do you see right? Where is it? Where's the name? Where is Rubin? He's on here. Hold on. There. No, not Finkelstein. Where's Jack Rubin? He shows up on this document because I saw it yesterday. It's kind of hidden. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. So they now down here they have it itemized, and there you go. Hold on. Where's the name? Where's the name? You know it's going to show up. There it is, Jack Rubin. It was hiding on that top form, but there you go, Jack Rubin. So in 48, he's an active communist using the same fake name that he's using, and the Bureau doesn't know about him. No way. He was a Bureau informant, and this donation was made on 8/25/48. Jack Rubin, $50, and I don't know how it got hidden on the handwritten form, but if you go up here, maybe they just didn't have every name on the handwritten form. If you go up here, there should be a $50 donation somewhere in there from a guy named Jack Rubin. Where is it? Sir, Roland, Price, Harris, Bickle, Massoud. It's got to be one of these names that is very blacked out. Because the reason why I know it's on there is they didn't just add this guy. This is the same exact form. It's just listed out. And there you go. Right there. Jack Rubin. Jack Rubin. That is clear as day. Jack Rubin. $50, 8/25/48. And this is in Ruby's FBI file. So this name, he was using this name back in 48. Now, the reason why this gets a little weird is, let's listen to this YouTube conversation with, while I order lunch. Now, you listen to J. Edgar Hoover and LBJ talk about this situation and pay keen attention to what J. Edgar Hoover says to LBJ about Jack Ruby and what they know about him in the days after the Kennedy assassination in 63. He lies. He straight up lies. He straight up lies, and I don't know if they're both, like, if they both know it's a lie, if they were in on the operation, but, like, he straight lies, and he tries...
shocking reasons why.
He straight up lies, and he tries to tell President Johnson that Ruby was some, like, rough and tumble nightclub, like, bouncer. No. Ruby was a deep cover agent who did a substantial amount of work for the United States. Substantial. So let's listen. This was from November 29, 1963, the same day the Warren Commission was created.
Yes.
J. Edgar Hoover on 2192.
Are you familiar with this proposed group that they're trying to put together on this study of your report and other things? Two from the House, two from the Senate, somebody in the court, a couple outsiders.
Well, I haven't heard of that. I've seen the
reports on the Senate investigating committee that they've been talking about. Yeah, well, we think if we don't have, I want to get by just with your filing your report. I think it would be very, very bad to have a rash of investigations. Well, the only way we can stop them is probably to appoint a high-level one to evaluate your report. Yeah. And put somebody that's pretty good on it from that I can select out of the government and tell the House and Senate not to go ahead with the investigation. Yes. Because we get up there and get a bunch of television going, and I thought it'd be bad. It'd be a three-ring circus. Yes. What do you think about Allen Dulles? I think he would be a good man. What do you think about John McCloy? I'm not as enthusiastic about McCloy. I knew him back in the Patterson, when Patterson's down here, secretary thing. He's a good man, but I'm not so certain as to the matter of the publicity that he might seek on it. What about General Northcutt? A good man. I guess Boggs has started in the House. I thought maybe we might try to get Boggs and Jerry Ford in the House, maybe try to get Dick Russell and maybe Cooper in the Senate. Yes, I think so. I don't know. You know anything, any reason? Just talking to me and you're going to talk like brothers. Yeah. No other reason. Any reason, any there? I thought Russell could kind of look after the general situation and see that the states and their relations. Russell would be an excellent man. And I thought Cooper might look after the liberal group. Would that be Cooper, Kentucky? Oh, yeah, Cooper. So they wouldn't think that he's a pretty judicious fellow, yeah, but he's a pretty liberal fellow. Yeah. I wouldn't want Javits or some of those fellows on it. Javits plays the front page. Cooper's kind of border state. Yes. It's not the south. It's not the north. That's right. Do you know Ford from Michigan? I know of him, but I don't know him. I saw him on TV the other night for the first time. He handled himself well on that. You know Boggs? Yes, I know Boggs. He's kind of off in the resolution. Yes, I know him. Now, Walter tells me, Walter Jenkins, that you've designated Deke to work with us like you did on the Hill. I have. I tell you, I sure appreciate that. I didn't ask for it because I knew you how to run your business better than anybody else. And I just want to tell you, though, we consider him as high class as you do, and it's a mighty gracious thing to do, and we'd be mighty happy. And we salute you for knowing how to pick good men. Well, that's mighty nice of you, Mr. President, indeed. We hope to have this thing wrapped up today, but we probably won't get it before the first of the week. This angle in Mexico is giving us a great deal of trouble because the stories there of this man, Oswald, getting $6,500 from the Cuban embassy. And then coming back to this country with it. We're not able to prove that fact. The information was that he was there on the 18th of September in Mexico City, and we are able to prove conclusively he was in New Orleans that day. Now then they changed the date. The story came in changing the date to the 28th of September, and he was in Mexico City on the 28th. Now the Mexican police have again arrested this woman, Duran, who's a member of the Cuban embassy, and we'll hold her for 2-3 more days. And we've got to confront her with the original informant who saw the money pass, so he says, and we're also going to put the lie detector test on it. Meantime, of course, Castro's hollering his head off. Can you pay attention to those lie detector tests? I would not pay 100% attention to them. All that they are is a psychological asset in an investigation. I wouldn't want to be a part to sending a man to the chair on a lie detector. For instance, we have found many cases where we've used them and in a bank where there's been embezzlement, and a person will confess before the lie detector test is finished, more or less fearful of the fact that the lie detector test will show them guilty. Psychologically, there's that advantage because it's a misnomer to call it a lie detector because what it really is, it's the evaluation of the chart that is made by this machine. And that evaluation is made by a human being. And any human being can be apt to make a wrong interpretation. So I would not myself go on that alone. If, on the other hand, if this fellow Oswald had lived and had taken the lie detector test and it had shown definitely that he had done these various things, together with the evidence that we very definitely have, it would have just added that much more strength to it. There's no question but that he is the man. Now, the fingerprints and things that we have. negative lie detector test, but his lawyer's got to be consulted first, and I doubt whether the lawyer will allow it. He's one of these criminal lawyers from the West Coast, and somewhat like a Edward Bennett Williams type, and almost as much of a shyster.
Have you got any relationship between the two here?
Between Rubenstein?
Yeah.
No, at the present time we have not. There was a story down there that...
Was he ever in his bar and stuff like that?
There was a story that this fellow had been in this nightclub.
It was more than just Jack Ruby had been in the nightclub. Oh, Johnson's asking Hoover, he's not saying is there any connection. He's like, can anyone prove a connection? Because he knows if you connect Ruby and Oswald, it's going to be through Sturgis. Oh, they killed President Kennedy. I hate my life. I hate my life.
Any relationship between the two here?
Between Rubenstein?
Yeah.
No, at the present time we have not. There was a story down there that...
Was he ever in his bar and stuff like that?
There was a story that this fellow had been in this nightclub, this strip-tease joint that he had, but that has not been able to be confirmed. Now, this fellow Rubenstein is a very shady character, has a bad record, street brawler, fighter, and that sort of thing. And in the place in Dallas, if a fellow came in there and couldn't pay his bill completely, Rubenstein would beat the very devil out of him and throw him out of the place. He was that kind of a fella. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, boasted about that. He's what I would put in the category one of these egomaniacs. He likes to be in the limelight.
No. He was working for Sam Giancana, and you know it. You know it, and Sturgis, and you.
He knew all the police in that white light district where the joints are in there, and he also let them come in, see the show, get food, and get liquor, and so forth. That's how I think he got into police headquarters, because...
No. You got him into police headquarters, and listen to what Hoover says next. He's like, a news crew asked the police to move Oswald during the light, in the light instead of the dark. No, you asked the police to move him in the light instead of the dark, so Ruby could shoot him, and Ruby was a hitter.
They accepted him as kind of a police character hanging around police headquarters, and for that reason raised no question. Of course, they never made any moves as the pictures show, even when they saw him approaching this fellow, and got up right to him and pressed his pistol against Oswald's stomach. Neither of the police officers on either side made any move to push him away or to grab him. It wasn't until after the gun was fired that they then moved. Now, of course, that is not the highest degree of efficiency, so to say. Secondly, the chief of police admits that he moved him in the morning as a convenience and at the request of the motion picture people who wanted to have daylight. He should have moved him at night, but he didn't. And
you wanted him moved in the daylight so your operative, or whoever he was working for, Ruby, whether he was working for Giancana or the CIA or you, could kill him.
I mean, those derelictions in that phase. But so far as tying Rubenstein and Oswald together, we haven't as yet done so. There have been a number of stories come in. We've tied Oswald into the Civil Liberties Union in New York, membership into that, and then, of course, into this this Cuban Fair Play Committee, which was pro-Castro and dominated by communism and financed to some extent by the Castro government.
I knew it. They lied. This Cuba thing. Oh, bro, this Cuba thing was CIA. It was not it was anti-Castro, not pro-Castro. Oh, they killed the president. Oh.
And Oswald together. We haven't as yet done so. There have been a number of stories come in. We've tied Oswald into the Civil Liberties Union in New York, membership into that, and then, of course, into this
He wasn't in a Civil Liberties Union. He was a right-winger who was working for Sturgis and the mob in Florida. Oh, and you knew it. You knew it, Hoover. This was a cover-up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't believe. First of all, it's one thing if you speculate. I have every I read documents. I just read 40 of them. Hoover is lying. They are both lying, knowing that they're creating a phone call to mislead. They're creating a fake record. Oh, God.
Cuban Fair Play Committee, which was pro-Castro and dominated by communism and financed to some extent by the Castro government.
How many shots were fired?
Three.
Any of them fired at me?
No, there was
All three at the president?
All three at the president, and we have them. Two of the shots fired at the president were splintered, but they had characteristics on them so that our ballistic expert was able to prove that they were fired by this gun. The third shot, which hit the president, he was hit by the first and the third. The second shot hit the governor. The third shot is a complete bullet. That wasn't shattered, and that rolled out of the president's head. It tore a large part of the president's head off. And in trying to massage his heart at the hospital, on the way to the hospital, they apparently loosened that, and it fell onto the stretcher, and we recovered that. And we have that, and we have the gun here also.
Were they aiming at the president?
They were aiming directly at the president. There's no question about that. This telescopic lens, which I've looked through, it brings a person as close to you as if they were sitting right beside you. And we also have tested the fact that you could fire, those three shots were fired within 3 seconds. There's been some stories going around in the papers and so forth that that must have been more than one man, because no one man could fire those shots from the time that they were fired. We've just proved that by the actual test that we've made.
How did it happen? They hit Connolly?
Connolly turned to the president when the first shot was fired, and I think in that turning it was where he got hit.
If he hadn't turned, he probably wouldn't have got hit.
I think that's very likely.
When the president got hit the second one?
No, the president wasn't hit with the second one.
I say if Connolly hadn't been in his way.
Oh yes. The president no doubt would have been hit.
He's been hit 3 times.
He's been hit 3 times. On the 5th floor of that building where we found the gun, and the wrapping paper in which the gun was wrapped, has been wrapped, and upon which we find the full fingerprints of this man Oswald. On that floor, we found the 3 empty shells that had been fired, and 1 shell that had not been fired. In other words, there were 4 shells apparently, and he had fired 3, but didn't fire the 4th one. He then threw the gun aside and came down, and at the entrance of the building, he was stopped by a police officer, and some manager in the building told the police officer, well, he's all right, he works, so you needn't hold him. So they let him go. That's how he got out. And then he got on a bus. The bus driver has identified him and went out to his home and got hold of a jacket that he bought it for some purpose and came back downtown, walking downtown, and the police officer who was killed stopped him, not knowing who he was and not knowing whether he was the man, but they were just on suspicion, and he fired, of course, and killed the police officer. Then he walked about...
You can prove that?
Oh, yes, we can prove that. Then he walked about another 2 blocks and went to the theater, and the woman at the theater window selling the tickets, she was so suspicious the way he was acting, and she said he was carrying a gun. He had a revolver at that time, with which he had killed the police officer. He went into the theater, and then she notified the police, and the police and our man down there went in there and located this particular man. We had quite a struggle with him. He fought like a regular lion, and he had to be subdued, of course, and was then brought out and, of course, taken to the police headquarters. But he apparently had come down the 5 flights of steps stairway from the 5th floor. So far as we found out, the elevator was not used, although he could have used it, but nobody remembers whether it was or whether it wasn't.
Well, your conclusion is maybe he's the one that did it. B, the man he's after was the president. C, he would have hit him 3 times except the government turned.
I think that's correct.
4, that there's no connection between he and Ruby that you can detect now. And 5, whether he was connected with the Cuban operation with money you were trying to...
That's what we're trying to nail down now. Because he was strongly pro-Castro, he was strongly anti-American, and he had been in correspondence, which we have, with the Soviet embassy here.
No, that's wrong. Oswald was strongly pro-American. He was a Marine who wanted to hurt Castro, and the reason I know that is we can look at this document right here. All right. 1 second. He was first of all, Ruby was a communist hunter. He hated communists. And Murder by Maestro, this is the smoking gun, by the way. This document right here. It's the one that talks about them infiltrating his investigation, infiltrating Garrison's investigation. But anyway, the whole thing with Ruby is just mind-blowing. That they were trying to say that they didn't know who Ruby was. Oh, here you go. Take a look, Murder by Maestro. It's this guy, Laurent Eugene Hall. And this guy, Gerald Patrick Hemming and Robert Brown, joined Garrison's investigation, the DA, and that's how they covered it up. And it was something called the International Anti-Communist Brigade, and the unit that killed Kennedy was called the Intercontinental Penetration Force. All right, and it was run by that guy Hemming. And then E. Howard Hunt was involved, as was Frank Sturgis. It was a CIA operation that benefited Meyer Lansky and Sam Giancana. So Sam Giancana gave some of his guys to the operation, but it was pure CIA, through and through. Now, what I was going back to is there's something that Hoover had just said. Oh, he was saying that Oswald was a communist. Oswald was not a communist, okay? First of all, Oswald hated communism, okay? So, look at this. There is evidence, all right, of Oswald approaching Sturgis's contacts. Look at what this says, folks. It's incredible. Oswald was not a communist. All right. Hold on. No, that's the Cuban government part. Hold on. Oh, God, that's going to bother me. All right, hold on. Let me get it. That's not the one I want. Hold on. I'm not going to give up that easy. I could have swore this was it, page 76. But it's not about Santo Trafficante. It's about, hold on. Oh, hold on. I hope I didn't link the wrong one. Hold on. I gotta search this. I'm gonna look for Oswald. Alright, hold on. Got it, page 201. Alright, so I don't know how I screwed that link up, but hold on. Let me just jump to page 201. Look at what this says. Alright? Clearly, this was very top secret, by the way. To return to the events of the early 1960s, in July 62, an article appeared in the New Orleans States Item by Bill Stuckey concerning an anti-Castro training base established on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. This unit was identified as Interpen, headed by Gerald Patrick Hemming, Jr. The article inferred that Interpen was still part of Frank Sturgis's International Anti-Communist Brigade. This particular unit received nationwide publicity in 67 when Garrison alleged that Interpen was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy and that Interpen members were connected with CIA. Maybe that's why they got those members on his investigation. The above noted Bill Stuckey, who wrote the July 62 press article about Interpen and Hemming, is identical with the William Stuckey who interviewed Lee Harvey Oswald during a public broadcast in New Orleans in August of 63. According to testimony in the Warren Commission hearing by William Stuckey and Carlos Bruinger, in early of 63, Lee Harvey Oswald came to Bruinger's New Orleans clothing store announcing that he, Oswald, was a former Marine trained in guerrilla warfare who wanted to join an anti-Castro guerrilla group in New Orleans. A lot of the members of Interpen were ex-Marines, as was Frank Sturgis. And then just a few days later, Oswald's found out on the streets passing out Fair Play for Cuba leaflets. Turns out that was a CIA-connected front, Okay, and the encounter led to a disturbance, and they started fighting because clearly Bruinger thought the guy was a communist, but Oswald couldn't say, "Oh, I'm working for the CIA, pretending to be a communist, even though I'm actually an anti-communist." And then Hoover used that to set Oswald up and say Oswald was a communist when he wasn't.
Well, your conclusion is A, he's the one that did it. B, the man he's after was the president. C, he would have hit him 3 times except the government turned.
I think that's correct.
4, that there's no connection between he and Ruby that you can detect now. And 5, whether he was connected with the Cuban operation with money you were trying to...
That's what we're trying to nail down now. Because he was strongly pro-Castro, he was strongly anti-American, and he had been in correspondence, which we have, with the Soviet embassy here in Washington, and with the American Civil Liberties Union, and with this committee for fair play to Cuba. We have copies of the correspondence. So that we've got him nailed down in his contact with them. None of those letters, however, dealt with any indication of violence or contemplated assassination. They were dealing with the matter of a visa for his wife to go back to Russia. Now, there's one angle of this thing that I'm hopeful to get some word on today. This woman, his wife, has been very hostile. She would not cooperate. She speaks Russian and Russian only. She did say to us yesterday down there that if we could give her assurance that she would be allowed to remain in this country, she might cooperate. I told our agents down there to give her that assurance, that she could stay in this country. And I sent a Russian-speaking agent into Dallas last night to interview her, so that we've got her now, and whether she knows anything or talks anything, I of course don't know and won't know.
Where did he work in the building? On the same floor?
He had access on all floors.
But where was his office?
Well, he didn't have any particular office. He would orders came in for certain books, and some books would be on the first floor, second floor, third floor, and so forth.
But he didn't have any particular place he was stationed?
No, he had no particular place that he was stationed at all. He was just a general packer of the requisitions that came in for school books from the Dallas schools there. And therefore he had access, perfectly proper access, to the 5th floor and to the 6th floor. Usually most of the employees were down on lower floors.
Did anybody see him on the 5th floor?
Yes, he was seen on the 5th floor by one of the workmen there before the assassination took place.
All right, now hold on. Let me just prove to you that they listen. I need to go to Congress. I need to fix this. I'll be very gentle and I won't threaten national security. But look at this. Murder by Maestro. Look at this. Take a look at this. The Rourke papers discuss the activity of General Walker and the alleged role of writer Norman Mailer in starting the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. In addition, Rourke made lengthy notes on the alleged activities of the Overseas Weekly, which he accused of communist connections. According to Rourke, the Overseas Weekly sister publication, Drum, backs up the CIA's International Federation of Free Trade Unions. Rourke states that the FTTU is controlled by Jay Lovestone, a pro-socialist. So Lovestone was a socialist who hated communism. The Rourke papers discuss the activities of General Walker, who they created the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Rourke states that the International Media Company owns the Gibraltar Trading Company, and then the latter controls the CIA-operated Radio Swan. All right, so this stuff is pretty wild. So listen to this. According to the Rourke notes, June Cobb forced in the fall of 1960 a cousin of Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge to have an abortion when Lodge's cousin was 6 months pregnant with Fidel Castro's child. The Rourke papers also mentioned Dominic Bartone, president of the International Trading Company, connected with James Hoffa of the Teamsters. On this point, the informant could not elaborate. The name of Bill Morgan, formerly of the 308 Battle Group, is mentioned as a double agent. That is, an agent for the CIA and an agent of the Castro government. Miss Rosalind Frame, 15 East Harris Street, Savannah, Georgia, noted for her right-wing political views, has in her possession a document which deals with the Bay of Pigs fiasco in a way that, if published, it would gravely damage the reputation of the U.S. government. There is a base located at Puerto Barras and supported by President Somoza. Allegedly, this base trains anti-Castro Cuban refugees for another invasion. According to rumors, the CIA has a hand in training of these refugees. In connection with this plan, the name of Loretana Batista is mentioned as one of the leaders of the invasion forces. Blank gave us his notes prepared for the Bork Papers. Wow. Bork deals at length with the fishy selection of Mamel Arteme as head of the Bay of Pigs invasion forces. Rourke also mentions former Marine Lieutenant Colonel Fiorini. That's Sturgis! That's Sturgis! That's Sturgis! Former Marine Colonel Frank Sturgis. It's not Fiorini, it was Frank Sturgis. Oh my God. And all I wanted to do was point out here that the Fair Play for Cuba Committee was not a anti-Castro operation. It was not a pro-Castro operation. It was an anti-Castro operation pretending to be a pro-Castro operation. Oh my dear God. Stated his friends told him about the existence of documents that have serious derogatory information concerning the Cuban prisoner exchange. According to these documents, many Castro agents among the prisoners returned to the U.S. have been planted by the Cuban government to commit espionage and sabotage in the U.S. This information is so vital to the interest of the U.S. government that he decided to put aside personal considerations and offer his cooperation to the CIA. And then this is the crazy part. On page 79 of this report, there is an extract from an October 1960 memorandum from J. Edgar Hoover to Richard Bissell, Deputy Director for Plans, which states as follows. During recent conversations with several friends, Sam Giancana stated that Fidel Castro was to be done away with very shortly. When doubt was expressed regarding this statement, Giancana reportedly assured those present that Castro's assassination would occur in November 1960. Moreover, he allegedly indicated that he had already met with the assassin-to-be on 3 occasions. Giancana claimed that everything had been perfected for the killing of Castro and that the assassination had arranged with a girl, not further described, to drop a pill in some drink or food of Castro's. The Senate Select Committee apparently included this extract in their report to suggest that the agency itself may have instituted a wiretap, Las Vegas wiretap Arthur J. Bellotti, to determine whether Giancana was leaking information about his involvement in the assassination attempt against Castro. Okay, so the date of the above-mentioned memorandum extract, coupled with a few specific items in the extract, would suggest that the FBI report on Giancana's conversation may not concern the relationship this agency, the CIA, developed through Robert Mayhew to Johnny Roselli to Sam Giancana to Santo Trafficante and finally the Juan Orta. This particular assassination attempt is referred to as Phase 1 in the Senate Select Committee report, and the term Phase 1 will be used hereafter. Arguments suggesting that Giancana's statements reported to the FBI are not related to Phase 1 as follows. They think it's too young, but then But this is weird. According to the FBI memorandum, Giancana stated that the assassination would occur in November and would be accomplished by dropping a pill in some drink or food. While Phase 1 did provide for the use of poison pills, these pills were not given to Roselli until circa... The CIA gave poison pills to Roselli circa February 1961. In this regard, it should also be noted that according to the Inspector General's report on plots to assassinate Fidel Castro, dated 23 May 1967, the CIA first considered a gangland-style killing in which Castro would be gunned down. Giancana reportedly opposed the idea because it would be difficult to recruit someone for such a dangerous operation, and Giancana suggested instead the use of poison. According to the FBI memorandum, the poisoning of Castro was to be accomplished by a girl. However, the plan in Phase 1 was to be accomplished through John Orta, a male, the office of the chief or director of the office of the prime minister. And then it's interesting to note that John Orta had been in a position that allowed him to rake off gambling profits in Cuba. And he's John Cordo Orta, the Office of Security File 229662. They have an unexplained interest in Orta. And they were going to kidnap someone. If in fact Giancana's statements do refer to the Lorenz Sturgis matter, it can be logically concluded that Sturgis was acting at the behest of Giancana and organized crime elements in this assassination attempt. They're talking about Castro. All they did was flip it around and do it to Kennedy. This is direct contrast with Sturgis's allegations that he was acting on behalf of the agency. He was acting on behalf of the agency. It's just Giancana was the one who was issuing the order. Now, I got to show you one more thing here. I got to show you one more thing before we get ready for towel lunch, and then I'll play you. What do you want? What do we want to watch during towel lunch, ladies and gentlemen? We can watch Towel asking tough questions to Karen Reed. That's a good one. I think that's what we'll watch. We'll watch Towel running after Karen Reed asking tough questions. But there's one specific thing I want to show you here, all right? And it's from these CIA documents, all right? And if we take a look, there's CIA cables, all right, that were talking about testimony in front of the intelligence, the Rockefeller Committee, actually, by a guy named Jack Anderson. It was Jack Anderson, a CIA guy, telling the CIA about what happened when Frank Sturgis testified in front of the Senate Rockefeller Commission. Jack Anderson and Les Whitten report that convicted Watergate burglar Frank Sturgis revealed own involvement in CIA foreign assassination plots to Rockefeller Commission on CIA activities. Note, Sturgis denies implication in President Kennedy's 1963 assassination. Jack Anderson and Les Whitten holds, which means he did assassinate President Kennedy, and the CIA knew. Next note, Jack Anderson and Les Whitten hold Senate Intelligence Committee has heard secret testimony that CIA and FBI have plotted to murder alleged enemy agents within the U.S. Note, committee has evidence that assassination teams were trained at secret sites. Report that Watergate defendant Frank Sturgis has admitted in secret testimony that CIA asked him to murder alleged agent. Hold, CIA has denied involvement in plots. Huh. Well, that's interesting. So they murder people domestically, especially if you're an enemy of the United States. They would just straight murder you. I thought they would mince words and be like, we took care of it. Nope, they'll just be like, yep, we're going to murder you. Literally, that is what this says. If they want to take, not that you have to be an enemy of America, but if you are an enemy of America, they will just murder you. FBI, CIA, doesn't matter. They'll just depart. They have hit teams, and they will just murder you. Don't spy in America. They'll just take you out. It says that right there. If you spy in this country and we find you, apparently, and I don't make these decisions, someone does, but the CIA or the FBI will just murder you. Oh my God. Forget about deporting them. They just murder them. No trial, no due process. They just murder them. I mean, I love America, and it's war, bruh. So, I mean, okay. Listen, I'm cool with it. I'm not going to make those decisions. But you want to do that? We got traitors domestically. You got to do it. You got to do what you got to do. It's war. I do not hold it against them. I think it's wild that they just talk about it. Like, oh, yep, just got to murder them. What? All right. They have disgraced Murder by Maestro's name. Why did the thing just appear on your name? I don't know what that means. What it means, Murder by Maestro? Hold on. I don't know. It doesn't let me click it, bruh. It doesn't tell me why you have a little purple crown on your name. It doesn't let me click it, Murder by Maestro. It just says you're number one. I don't get it. Does it mean you like have hit some like feat on the channel or something? Hold on, we're going to have a little investigation here. What does this mean, Murder by Maestro? I don't understand. Did you buy something with your comment? Did you buy like a little like gift or something? I'm a little bit baffled. Like, what exactly does that mean? Like, I can't do anything with it. Like, does it mean you're my number one fan? I'm your number one fan. But no, we must figure this out. We are savvy internet people. What does this little thing mean? Murder by Maestro, I have no idea what's going on. I'm very baffled. Did you win some kind of award? You got experience points. I have no idea why you got. We're apparently leveling up. I don't know what getting experience points means on a YouTube chat, but okay. Good job, Murder by Maestro. Oh, you got one, Paula. I don't know what it means to get experience points. We're going to have to figure this out, but congratulations for getting your experience points. I guess the more you chat, you just get these like rewards and you get experience points. I love it. I have no idea either, Jew Drops. It's chaos. It's chaos all the way down. All right. Can you watch Law and Crime for like just 3 minutes while I go get my cheeseburger, and then I'll come back, okay? Hold on. I'm a get my cheeseburger. I'm a hungry towel. I haven't eaten all day. You don't understand. We can watch Law and Crime with captions, which means that we're actually learning how to speak English, okay? When we watch it with captions, we're commenting on it, okay, the Law and Crime feed, and we're learning how to speak English because there are captions, okay? It's actually an educational exercise. Thank you so much to Law and Crime for their service to America. I love America. We're all on the same page, I think, here. Everybody loves America. I'll be right back.
The defense, I just probably would have tried to be a little more aggressive on cross-examination. Hindsight's 20/20. We don't see what the jurors' facial expressions have been during this testimony, and it's easy for me sitting on the screen to say, "Well, I could have done differently," when you're not inside that courtroom, because trials there's a game time decision. There's a feel that you get. 99% of communication, they say, is nonverbal, so it's really no telling what the jury actually looked and felt that was guiding the defense's presentation of their case.
That's so true. I mean, we can Monday morning quarterback all day about all of this. But to your point, it is a game time decision. It's up to these attorneys who are in there. They can riff off with the witness on cross-exam or kind of take a look at the jury, which I know that Diddy's team had people taking a look at the jury, seeing how they're responding to any sort of questions and answers and things like that. So, I mean, it's really up to them how they're going to do it. Safa, on to you about the prosecution. Again, the same thing. We weren't there to see what it looked like as the prosecution was asking questions to all of the witnesses and all of that. But what do you think? Is there anything you would have done differently as a prosecutor?
Of what Tyler said, again, it is easier for us to say what we would have or could have done, and obviously we're not privy to all of the information that these attorneys or the government had. But if I was the prosecution, I would have certainly called KK to the stand. I think calling KK to the stand would really have solidified that conspiracy factor. It would have put this individual in front of the jury to say, this is the individual that Mr. Combs conspired with to commit these acts. Here she is in person, in the flesh, giving you her story, testifying about that. Right now, she's just like this fictitious person that's involved in this case. We may have seen some text messages, we've heard of her, but we have not seen her. And I think seeing her in that courtroom testifying on the witness stand would have been very powerful for the prosecution on that RICO charge.
All roads lead back to KK. All roads lead back to Christina Coram. I've been asking this question for so long. I mean, if you asked me months ago at this point, before we finally got into the trial. Who are you going to bet on the prosecution calling? I would say, oh, KK, of course, they're going to offer her immunity. She's going to flip. That'll be that. And yet we didn't. And so I think it goes to show that this trial, this case is full of surprises. Now, we do have another poll that we've put up. Thank you again to everyone who's been participating. Here's what the question was. Which part of the Diddy trial shocked you most? Did I just say it was shocking? I did. All right. His alleged control over Cassie, 29%. Money or the planning behind the freak off,
Hello, I'm
50%.
back.
Abuse claims, hair pulling, slapping, 20%.
Hello, I'm a towel. All right, so, oh my goodness, I love all these frowns. I am so perplexed. What is going on in the chat right now? It came out, listen, we chat here every day, so I would know if something new has happened. It's not like I turned on anything in the channel. I would know if I did that. You all are developing these frowns. I love it. What does it mean? Oh my goodness. Wait, what does it mean? Okay, is it some kind of like competition? All right, Murder by Maestro, have we figured out what exactly? There's going to be a competition. It's going to become totalitarianism. I am so confused. I don't actually know what this means. I don't see it on other channels. Do I have to like get some kind of, did I have to get some like permission to do this? I kind of remember they did give me an option to turn something on like a week ago, but it wasn't like this. Hold on. What if I click? The XP is primarily earned through sending chat messages, super chats, and super stickers. Leaderboard ranks viewers based on their accumulated XP, highlighting the most engaged. Oh, I love it. Oh, they must do. Oh my goodness, I have a top fan sticker now. Oh, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The top fans right now are Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I can actually keep track. The top fans right now are Drops, Allie90211, P. Rice, Beach Dance, Murder by Maestro, Annie Aline, and Eric Leiber. Oh, we're putting up a live leaderboard. Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. How do I put up a live leaderboard? I want to see it. Show me my top fans. This is amazing. Oh, it's a competition. Allie, they must be rolling it out slowly across different approved channels. You must have to have a really high chat activity rate. This is so cool. This is the coolest thing at Beach Dance. You're getting up there too, my dear friend. It's going to be, this is the coolest thing. All right, look at this. Ready? Here's our leaderboard. Here, I can't really do it on desktop yet, but I can try to do it on mobile. Here's our leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. There is the leader. Oh, it's not going to show on this screen. It doesn't like it. There you go, though. You can see your real-time leaderboard. I'll try to find a way to better display it on the screen. That is so freaking cool. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I am such an excitable towel. You don't understand. I can see the leaderboard. Murder by Maestro is going to now get engaged in some kind of like contest. He's going to use a bot. Right now, Drops is winning. It's not even close. Drops is the super towel. They've made commenting a competition. Oh no. I bet they reward the channels that go live the most. That's the only reason I can think they'd give it to me. I'm not exactly like the world's biggest channel. I misplaced my cheeseburger somehow. I don't even know how that's possible. What did I do with it? I'm so hungry. How is that? What did I do with it? It's a cheeseburger. You can't just lose a cheeseburger, Grant. I don't even know how that's possible. All right, I have to go look for my cheeseburger. We're going to have to go back to Law and Crime. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a competition in the chat. You all have fun watching Law and Crime. I must find my cheeseburger. Someone took it. Murder by Maestro, did you come to America and take my cheeseburger? I'm going to find out if you did. Where is my cheeseburger? I demand justice for my cheeseburger. Right. Are you going to start playing now? Hold on. Trying to get the Law and Crime feed to play for you while I go look for my cheeseburger. Come on now. You can do it.
To laugh a little when you were talking about the exhibits being brought back we have heard shocking things in this case, yes, but to have cocaine brought back while the jurors are deliberating, if it's evidence, I mean, yes, I agree. That is a bit problematic in a way. Now, we do have another super chat question. I'm going to throw this one to Tyler. This is from Gabrielle, who asks, I'm from Brazil. Thank you for watching. I love how international all of this is. I'm from Brazil and would like to know if he's found innocent or not guilty. Can the prosecution appeal to another judicial instance? I don't know how it is in the U.S., especially in big cases like Diddy or OJ. Tyler, you'll be good to talk about this. That would be double jeopardy, right?
It will be double jeopardy. So if Mr. Combs is found not guilty, he'll walk out of jail. They'll take his cuffs off and he's free to go. Of course, he has to get some of his materials that are still at the detention facility, but there's...
I have returned. I have my cheeseburger now. Hello. Hello. Okay, I know how to do it. Open a new window with your and click to pop out the chat. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. All right, ready for this? Hold on, Murder by Maestro. I'm going to do it. Actually, what if I just pop out... Hold on. Hold on. What if I just pop out this chat? How do I pop out chat? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm doing it. Okay, where was my cheeseburger? Oh, I left it in the kitchen because I was preparing a side of sauce with it, and I brought the sauce upstairs and forgot the cheeseburger. I don't make it, but I get homemade honey mustard from down the street, and because I use the homemade honey mustard, I have to pour it into a side container, and I was so focused on the side container and excited to eat honey mustard, I forgot the cheeseburger. All right, I'm popping out the chat. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, hold on. Can I do both? What do you mean I can't do both at the same time? That's outrageous. Okay. All right, so hold on. Now, I don't know if this actually updates live because I believe that... I don't think it updates live, but I think you all are going to change around, and I don't know if it actually is going to update. But I have a way now where I can go from top fans to chat. So hold on, I got to recenter. I got to change this to the pop-out chat. I love the pop-out chat function. This is great. All right, hold on. Is it this? No. Hold on. I literally have no idea how it pops this out. Is it this? Hold on. There's no guarantee this is going to work. Murba Maester, I figured out how to pop out the chat. I just now have to get the chat to display for me. So give me a second. I think I see how I want to do it, but it's going to require some finagling, and we're on Diddy Watch, and I also have to eat my lunch. So I want to get this new chat set up so I can look at the top fans. It has a new feature, and it's a battle, ladies and gentlemen. It is a battle atop the leaderboards. Now let's see if I can do this. So I go over here, and I select the one that says just Firefox, right? Yes, I got it. There you go, our pop-out chat, ladies and gentlemen. You'll love to see it. Now, I got to do a few things here to make this chat fit. One, we do this so our mods can have a little bit of time to do their moderating. All right, there we go. I love it. Now we switch this to live chat. Okay, hold on. Hi, Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side of the Moon, did you now see you can now compete to be the top towel fan? Oh, they're apparently rolling it out on special channels first, and I must go live a lot because I got one of the first. I had it deployed before a lot of the other channels. I'm very excited. So I have to set up my new commenting feed here, so hold on. All right, now let me set this commenting feed up for you. Now take a look at this. Ready? Then what we do is, so hold on. Okay. All right. Hold on. You're being uncooperative. Why are you being unquiet? First of all, I just want to go eat my cheeseburger, so. All right, hold on. So we do this, right? Okay, all right, there we go. Now, hold on, I think we can even do it this way. Hold on. All right, so I think I want to leave this part up a little bit because in case you do a super chat, then we can actually see the super chat. All right, so there we go. All right, now when we do this, I love it. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. We have our brand new Super Towel chat. It's I'm going to use pop-out chat from now on. I love it. It's my favorite way to do the chat. Pop-out chat, ladies and gentlemen. Pop-out chat for the win. Murder by Maestro for the win. And you might be saying, Grant, why do you like pop-out chat so much? Oh, I'll show you why, ladies and gentlemen. Wait till you see this. Because do you see those little crowns next to your name? We now have Towel fan rankings. And I just go over to this little button, right? I'm going to eat. Hold on. And then look at this. Ready? Hold on. Where's the top fans button? Where'd it go, Murder by Maestro? How do I get to the top fan button? It was just here. Now it's gone. I'm very sad. It was just here. All right. Anyway, there's a top fan button. And now if you click top fans, Jew Drops is just absolutely kicking butt and taking names. No, it's gone. Hold on. It must be resetting. But anyway, you can actually, I think what happens is it resets the rankings every now and again. And so the button comes back when the new rankings are up. This is great. I am having the time of my life. All right, now, I have to find something for us to watch if I'm going to eat Murder by Maestro. So what would you like to watch? We can watch Towel asking tough questions to Kara Reed. We can watch a documentary about something. Let's watch a documentary. Let's watch William F. Buckley on the Warren Commission. How about that? Click a crown. Hold on, I click a crown. Oh, no, it doesn't open right now for me, Murder by Maestro. No, it doesn't. Some people can click on it, but for me, it's going in and out. I think it's because I'm the channel owner, so it's refreshing it constantly. But it is a thing. It is real. It is. Hold on, let me click a crown on my. Oh, I see. So I have to click out of my YouTube mobile. Then I have to reload the app. Hold on. It's going to do it. Then I click the live stream. And then in the corner, it should then load up the top fans. And let me see if this is how it does it. Oh, that's fascinating. People want some Hank thing? All right. Well, I don't know what we can watch. We can't. Oh, the Hank documentary. All right, let me look for it. No promises I'm going to be able to find this. I'll look for it. No promises. All right, hold on. Whitey Bulger documentary full. And then I have to eat while we're watching this because I'm very hungry and my food arrived 10 minutes ago and it's going to get cold. All right, let me see. All right, so there is a version. But it's not the full one. So we can, unfortunately, the only way we're going to be able to watch it is in a WGBH compilation. I can't watch the documentary I want to watch because they don't have the full version, and you will get mad if I only play like 40 minutes and then it cut off. So I'm going to watch something else. And we're going to keep Verdict Watch and the Diddy trial up. All right, we're going to keep that on the screen. But I'm going to switch our main presentation while Towel eats lunch to a very interesting compilation about Whitey Bulger and his relation to Hank Brennan. Now, Hank Brennan is going to be involved in this, okay? Don't get me wrong. Hank Brennan was a big part of this WGBH production, but we can't watch the actual documentary because they haven't uploaded it in full, and if we just watch part of it, you will get frustrated. So we're going to wait for this to load up here. I did manage to find what I want to watch, which is pretty much an overview of the Whitey Bulger case, but I found it in a way that's a little bit better for us to watch, in my opinion, and we're going to watch it through... hold on one second. I think we're going to wait until it loads up, but we're going to watch it through WGBH. I'm going to have a bite of my cheeseburger. Stay right here. Hold on. Let me just say that this bag is unnecessarily large for one cheeseburger, okay? It was just one cheeseburger. It was an unnecessarily large bag. I kind of feel like that's not very environmentally sustainable. Anyway, so let me show you my cheeseburger. I get the same one every day because it's pretty cheap, and it's free delivery with Uber Eats. And I try not to leave the house when no one's home. So anyway, look at that delicious cheeseburger, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell that it was cooked well. It looks like it's about as big as my head. $10 out of 10. Very good. Then I got a French fry. Very good steak fry. I have a side of honey mustard. Homemade. Dip the French fry in the honey mustard. Can't beat it, friends. Can't beat it. I judge people based on how much they like honey mustard. You can call me a honey mustardist if you must. Okay, so I'm very excited. I got the Hank Brennan documentary. It's not the documentary, but it's the best I can do under the circumstances. All right. So let's watch it. Let me full screen it. Let's be little towels. Let's go about our business. And this is our lunchtime presentation as we wait for a Diddy verdict.
Good evening. It's been a long time coming. After 16 years on the lam and 2 years in custody, the criminal trial of James Whitey Bulger began today at the John J. Moakley Courthouse in South Boston, just blocks away from Whitey's former home turf. We'll talk about the opening statements and what the first witness had to say, but first we take you back to Whitey's heyday, what he's accused of doing, and how he came to partner with the FBI. Over the years, we've talked with many of his allies, aides, and enemies, including former FBI agent John Connolly. But we start at the beginning. Boston in the 1960s. It was all-out gang warfare. The battle was over turf, control and protection of local businesses, loan sharking, gambling, the growing drug market. But mostly it was retaliation, an eye for an eye, as gangsters flipped allegiances, turned informant, or simply ratted each other out. By the mid-1970s, law enforcement had had enough. Their target, La Cosa Nostra, led in Boston by Gennaro Angiulo and his 4 brothers. It took almost 10 years to bring them down.
Yesterday, a federal grand jury sitting at Boston returned a 20-count indictment charging 7 individuals, including Gennaro Angiulo, Victoria Nicolo Angiulo, consisting of multiple acts of murder, illegal gambling businesses, illegal loan sharking businesses. The defendants were arrested last
That was September 1983. Bill Weld was U.S. attorney, and his organized crime task force had struck gold. But it was a long time coming. And as we now know, nailing the Angiulos meant giving the Winter Hill Gang, namely James Whitey Bulger and Stephen the Rifleman Flemmi, a free ride. The 2 gangsters had become informants for the FBI, working with Agent John Connolly and his boss, John Morris, to wipe out Boston's Italian mafia.
Tell me what kinds of information Whitey Bulger and Stevie the Rifleman Flemmi were able to provide to you that was so valuable to the FBI that the FBI was willing to turn their heads on some of the crimes that they were doing?
Well, the FBI really didn't turn their heads. Flemmi filed an affidavit in which he said that he was allowed to do anything but murder.
Which meant gambling, drugs?
No, anything but murder means
well, I'm
cars,
trying to be specific.
Yes, gambling, drugs, bank robberies. That was far too broad. That was not the agreement.
Are you saying that's untrue?
I don't agree with Fleming's assertion that he had the right to do anything but murder. They had the right to conduct a gambling and a loan sharking business and collect rent from bookmakers with no violence. And that decision was made by Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan, the head of the strike force. It was, Larry Saha testified to that in court, that's the exact message that he was given.
What kinds of information were they able to bring to the FBI that was so valuable, as I said it before, that they were willing to allow them to continue a loan sharking operation? Like what did they bring in?
Well, these were two highly placed assets of the Bureau. And you have to remember why they became assets of the Bureau.
Which was that you wanted to bring down,
well, yes,
the Italian
we
mafia.
wanted to bring down the Italian mafia. I mean, the mafia was the #1 investigative priority of the FBI. And as such, Bulger and Fleming were not on our investigative radar screens. They were, however, at a sufficiently high level in their own organization to be able to laterally affect the mafia.
Were they so well plugged into the Angiulo family, the Patriarca family, that they were able to get information on those people and bring it to the FBI that eventually led to their indictments?
Well, absolutely. They were long-term sources of the FBI, and they were that. It's important to recognize why they became sources of the FBI. They were targeted for elimination by the mafia.
By the Italian mafia?
By the Italian mafia, and in the late 70s, mid-70s. And
did they come to you?
No. It appeared that there was going to be a gang war and that they were going to initiate it. And I felt strongly that I could stave off a gang war should I reach out for these people and convince them not to go to war with the mafia, because the mafia at that time had no intention of taking it, as they say, to the street with these people. And I was able to convince them that they ought to do the same thing to the mafia that the mafia were doing to them, and that is use their friends in law enforcement to whittle them down, and who was ever left they would murder. They did it with the Joe Barboza gang. And the mafia tipped their hand to these people. They had some intelligence from inside the mafia themselves. They were tipped off what Jerry Angiulo's and Larry Zannino's intentions were for them. And based on that, they then decided to play the same game. It was a high-stakes poker game is what it was.
Did anyone in the Italian mafia suspect that Bulger and Fleming were informants for the FBI?
I don't believe so.
In 1988, which is only 10 years ago, seems like ancient history, the Boston Globe first reported that Bulger and Fleming were FBI informants. And that has since been confirmed. It's now been reported that the head of the organized crime task force inside the FBI, John Morris, was one who tipped, that's been reported, I don't know for myself that that's true, I have to say that he was the one who leaked that to the Boston Globe. He did, he admitted it in court. Why would he do that? Why would he let that information out?
Well, it was an unconscionable act of treachery. There could be no other reason for leaking that to a news media, to Jerry O'Neill of the Globe, with whom he had a long relationship, by the way. I mean, he collaborated on a book with Jerry O'Neill. Jerry O'Neill and his partner Lear made money on John Morris.
Richard Lear from the Globe.
Yes. And in '88, it was to O'Neill that he gave Bulger's name as having a business relationship with the FBI.
And what was in it for John Morris at that point to out Whitey Bulger?
I believe the judge asked the right question. The judge asked him, "Did you believe that this could get him murdered?"
Him being
Jim Bulger murdered, and he said, "Yes, I thought it could." And he says, "And did you do it because of the money?" And he denied
so
it.
we'll back up, because it also came out in court that John Morris had accepted so-called loans.
A loan.
Yeah, a $7,000 loan, which I guess was never repaid.
It was a $5,000 loan.
And I thought it was $7,000. There was another $2,000 that came.
Well, he says that.
Well, all right. I can't nitpick the details here. A loan. He got a loan.
The details are important to me.
Okay. He got a loan that he didn't have to repay.
Yeah.
So here's the FBI getting a loan from the
That's
mafia.
Right. I mean, it was an act of corruption. He was a corrupt. I believe the guy was the most corrupt agent in the history of the FBI.
So now, why does he have immunity in all of this?
That's a very good question.
And what is the answer?
The answer is, here's somebody that put bombs under people's cars, took money from gangsters, lied under oath, flunked polygraph exams, tipped them off to investigations, and the prosecutors gave him immunity.
And not
they
you.
denied it to me.
They're saying that you are a rogue FBI agent.
I have never heard anyone say that.
Characterized as that. Well, there was a quote out of the paper.
Well, yeah.
From an unnamed source.
It was
a favorite
quote,
thing to.
Yeah, it's an unnamed source. The fact of the matter is, I never committed a corrupt act.
Why? I don't understand why all these people have immunity anyway. Stevie Fleming has immunity. John Morris has immunity.
I had an unblemished record in the FBI. I was commended by every director in the FBI's history from J. Edgar Hoover till the time I retired. I had an unblemished record. There's one reason why they don't want to give me immunity. They are afraid of the truth. The government is afraid of the truth. When Mr. Popio proffered to them what I was prepared to say...
And what was that?
That was that, for the most part, I agreed with their case. I had no trouble with the induction ceremony portion of that case. Those are all my sources. Mm-hmm. The Angiulo case had 9 sources, 5 of them are mine. The second in the trilogy of cases that brought the mob down was a Vanessa's case. There were 3 sources. All 3 were mine.
Okay, but we're confused about this. I mean, I understand the induction ceremony. There was an informant there, and the government, and the case now says if there was an informant at that induction ceremony, then they shouldn't have had the wiretap in there. I understand that, but what are you saying that they would be afraid of the truth? I don't follow
Well,
that.
they indicted these people for gambling and loan sharking. And they were allowed to do it. It was a policy devised by Jerry O'Sullivan from the Strike Force. It was communicated to them on several occasions by John Morris, and I communicated it to them. By the way, the important thing here is that I don't want immunity for any corrupt acts. I don't need it. I wouldn't take it.
I understand.
I only need it for the narrow issue of authorization.
You're saying that the government doesn't want to accept the fact that illegal activity was indeed condoned. That was the deal, and they're denying that.
Does anyone really believe that Mr. Bulger and Mr. Fleming would survive the FBI for 20 years unless we intended them?
I don't believe it right now. I think he's still
unless we intended for them to survive.
Well, that's what most people believe right now, and it would be hard for you or anyone to convince us of otherwise.
Well, I don't know. Right now, I do not believe they're protecting him.
The other thing is that one of the great curiosities in all of this, and I know you're from South Boston, we want to know what the relationship was, if any, with Billy Bulger, how closely connected he was with his brother, whether he knew that his brother was an FBI informant. Did he know that?
The simple answer is he knew nothing about it, and his brother wanted it that way. That was at his decision when we first had the relationship, the business relationship.
You don't think he ever told him?
I don't think he ever told him.
Were you close to the former Senate president at the time?
I've always been a friend of his and remain so to this day.
You were ever aware of a case where there was a murder committed by Whitey Bulger or Steve Fleming? Wasn't it your obligation as a law enforcement? It would be my obligation. Were you ever aware of any?
No, I never. I mean, these guys were sources of mine. They're not going to sit down and tell me. From the very beginning, it's understood.
Did you ever ask them if they killed anybody?
Well, why would I do that? He was a source. I mean, the top echelon criminal informant program, the reason that a lot of these, they're having difficulty with this right now is it's in conflict with the Attorney General guidelines. It doesn't make any sense.
What's the top echelon program?
And that's one thing that has emerged from these hearings. The top echelon criminal informant program was geared towards developing top echelon mobsters, primarily mafia members, who by definition have all killed at least once. The bottom line is our mission was to take out a mafia family, and we accomplished it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. Is he saying that every made member of the mafia has killed at least one person? So the initiation isn't just a finger prick. You got to do a hit to get into the mafia. Oh my God, that's how they have something on you for life.
We took out 42 members and associate members, all of whom I would guess have killed at least 5 people, directly or indirectly. So you're talking about people who have killed maybe 200 people, and we took them out.
No, Ruth, I actually do know the history. Italians immigrated directly from Boston, mostly to a small area of Newton first. The sister city of Newton is San Donato Val di Camino in Italy, which is actually partially where I'm from. And Boston's Italian population was direct from Italy to Boston, mostly in the 1890s, early 1900s. Yeah, this is wild. Steph, it's a big story. And if you click some of the links on my Patreon, Steph, I've been reporting on that for years and years and years.
Using a gang of 2.
That dude went down, the FBI agent went down for murder.
With FBI agent John Connolly's protection, Whitey Bulger and his associates enjoyed free reign over South Boston. In 1980, Bulger was looking for a new front for his criminal enterprise. That's when he forcibly took over a liquor store run by Julie and Stephen Rakes. And when they complained to the FBI, John Connolly told Whitey. 12 years ago, Julie told us the story. Their store, Stippo's, had only been open for a week. Julie, pregnant with their 3rd child, was alone at the store. Stephen was home with their 2 other young children when Whitey Bulger, Stephen Flemmi, and associate Kevin Weeks came knocking.
So these 3 guys knocked on your home door. They came in, and what did they say to Stephen Rakes?
They came into the kitchen and sat at the kitchen table and proposed a deal. The first deal was that he was going to be partners with us in the liquor store because apparently some people had come to Whitey to put together a contract to kill my husband because supposedly the liquor store was a bad thing. And so Whitey came with a proposal to say that he'll be partners instead of killing him. So when my husband called me and said, we're going to have a partner, and of course, I'm safe and sound at the store, not knowing what was going on, was diligent, and we have no partners. Saying, no, we're not partners with anyone, especially not him. Why would we be partners with him? And he says, I'll call you back.
When Stephen Rakes called Julie back that night, there was a new deal. Bulger, Flemmi, and Weeks were now the proprietors of Stippo's. Whitey handed Stephen Rakes $67,000 in cash. There was no negotiating.
And did Bulger and Flemmi leave any doubt in your mind and Stephen's mind that if you didn't go along with the deal, what would it mean for you?
When Whitey and Flemmi and Weeksy sat at my kitchen table, my youngest daughter was only 13 months at the time, teething, waddled, crawled over, and Whitey Bulger put her up on his lap and allowed my daughter to teeth on the barrel of a gun. And of course the conversation, whatever was going on, stopped and everyone observed that, and Whitey just went, it'd be too bad you won't see her grow up. So the picture was really clear that we would die, my children would die, there was going to be no mercy.
And no mercy there was. Bulger, Flemmi, and Weeks immediately moved into the store, changing its name to the South Boston Liquor Mart, running their illegal businesses from the back room.
So once this had happened, I mean, you're terrified, you're outraged at the same time. What did you do? Who did you tell?
We went to my uncle, who was a police detective, to see if there was anything that could be done. And my uncle ironically said, oh, I just happen to know an FBI agent who just moved back into South Boston. and I'll go and talk to him. And as it was, he went to John Conley, the FBI agent, and told him our story. And my uncle came back with a message from John Conley that said, unless we were willing to wear a wire, there's nothing he could do for us.
Wearing a wire was out of the question. 3 days later, Whitey Bulger summoned Stephen Rakes to the liquor store. Waving a pistol in his face, Bulger said, "Back off. We know you've gone to the FBI."
20 years ago, my life was changed. Now, I want people to know what happened, and I want justice. I want to be repaid for what was taken away from me. Not only was our lives threatened, but our livelihood was taken. Our whole being was threatened. We were lucky to survive it, and I think we should get back what was ours.
I came into a circle when I was 18 years old. I was working as a bouncer. And it wasn't like this happened overnight. It was a progression over the years that I became deeper and deeper involved in crime. And then when I was involved with the murder, double homicide with Brian Howell and Michael Donahue, I knew then my life was over and my life had changed for good.
But you continued.
At that point, you really had no choice. I mean, I had been involved in serious crime with them. I had been involved with murder with them. And then basically there was no walking away at that point.
You told Ed Bradley on 60 Minutes, and you say in your book that you were, an accomplice to murder. But did you ever murder? Were you right there? Did you pull triggers? Did you stab? Did you help pull teeth out? Did you?
No. I've been involved in fights where people got hurt, and a fellow tried to stab me one time, and I did shoot him. But as far as the murder is concerned, no.
Well, why should anybody believe that? That you didn't actually commit the murders?
Well, it's been proven. I mean, Steve Fleming pled out to the 10 murders, and he corroborated who actually did the killing and stuff.
But you knew exactly where the bodies were buried?
Correct.
Why did you know that?
I helped to bury them.
So you were there for the actual burials. Did you witness the murders?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How did you come to cooperate with the FBI, or the federal government, I should say, regarding John Connolly? Did they approach you? Did you say, I know more, I can say what his involvement was with this? How did that happen?
When I reached an agreement with the DEA and the state police on the investigation, the Justice Department came into it. And one fellow that had already been indicted had already talked about John Conley, and they came to me. And part of my plea agreement was to be truthful and honest about it, everything that I had done. And so John Conley's name came up, and I told him what I knew about John Conley.
Is John Connolly guilty of everything that he's been charged with?
Well, that remains to be seen. He's charged with
murder now.
Right.
Is he guilty of murder, in your opinion?
Well, I don't think, that remains to be seen by the courts,
What do you think?
Did John Conley tip off about this gentleman? Yes. According to Jim Bulger.
The Matarano?
No, about Callahan, the fellow that was murdered down in Florida. Was he guilty of the charges of tipping off the indictments? I mean, yes.
Do you think he was definitely guilty of tipping off Whitey Bulger before the indictment was going to come down in 1995? Well,
definitely. He told me.
Yeah.
And I told Jim Bulger.
Oh, so you were the one who actually relayed the message?
Correct.
You write in your book how you had such a normal upbringing. There was always food on the table. Your father and your mother had arthritis, but your father was a hard worker. You have 5 successful brothers and sisters, not younger. Some of them went to Harvard. How did you get into this track when the others went on another?
Well, my mother had arthritis, severe arthritis. My father had a heart attack, and I started working instead of going to school. my brother got me into Commonwealth prep the following year, and based on that, I would go to Harvard. You know, they're like legacies, and but it wasn't for me. I was just out of school too long. I really wasn't interested in, and so I started working bouncing, and that's how I came in the circle of these people, and you know, I got involved.
Whitey Bulger had long-term romances with two South Boston women, Teresa Stanley and Catherine Gregg, who went on the lam with him in 1995. But there were other women in Whitey's life, including Lindsay Sear. Lindsay met Whitey in the mid-1960s while she was working as a waitress, and he was working at a nearby construction job. They began dating, and soon after, Lindsay Sear gave birth to Whitey's only known child. How many years had you been dating by the time you had the child?
About a year and a half. And we, until our relationship became serious, and then he said to me, we really have to talk. And I said, okay, fine. He said, your choice is Pier 4 or Jimmy's Harborside. So I took Jimmy's Harborside, and we went to dinner, and he sat down and began to tell me the story of his life. And I was shocked. But
what did he tell you?
He told me that he had robbed banks years before, that he had spent a year on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, and that he'd done 9.5 years of a 20-year life bit, and that he'd been in Alcatraz, and that he never intended to go back to jail again.
Did he tell you he was clean at the time then?
I don't think that was part of the discussion, but he was still working.
Listening.
He was still working in construction, so I assumed he was. And I assumed when he said he'd never go back to jail that he wasn't doing anything that would put him there.
Now, all right, so how did he react when you told him you were pregnant?
I've always said Jimmy can do silent better than anyone in the world except my stepfather. He was totally silent, and he looked at me and he said, it's too dangerous. And I, at the time, was all of 21. He was 16 years older than I. And I said to him, I'm sure I'll be fine. And he said, no, you don't understand. He said, I've got to think about this. And I mean, to me, at the point where someone says you're pregnant, you're done. Yeah. There's not much to think about. But he said, I'll get back to you. And so he took me home, and he called me the next day, and he said, we have to seriously talk. He said, this is dangerous. It's dangerous for you, it's dangerous for the baby, and it's very dangerous for me. So he sat down and he explained to me that he was not working construction anymore. And because I was working every day, I had no idea what he did. He lived with his mother.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. And he said, this is too dangerous.
Because he feared that the child would be targeted in some way.
Exactly.
That
he said, you make me
be
vulnerable. There are 4 people I will turn up on a street corner for. You, that child, my mother, and Billy.
Yeah.
And that was too much danger.
Did he want you to have an abortion?
No, that was never anything he suggested. I told him I didn't believe it. I didn't believe in abortion. I believed it should be available, but I certainly
But so when he was
couldn't do
telling you it was too dangerous, what did he want you to do? Get out of Dodge?
No. I think it was such a shock to him that I think he was kind of dumbstruck, if you will. And he was trying to figure out, and I think it was the worst possible scenario for him.
Now, how was he around the baby?
He was wonderful.
Really?
Yeah, he really was. I had a really hard time and ended up in intensive care. And I woke up in the middle of the night and he was sitting next to me and he said, you will never do this again. And I looked at him and he said, you damn near died. Do you know how close you came? And I said, well, I'm still breathing now, right? Because I was a little, hazy. And he said, you're fine, but you will never do this again. I said, how's the baby? He said, he's gorgeous. And he's definitely a Bulger. And I said, really?
And how much time did he spend with him the baby was only 5.5, 6 when he died?
6.5.
6.5.
He became ill on Friday, and he was dead on Monday night. Jimmy was always in and out of the house, around the house. He was there at least 3 or 4 nights a week. We did things together. We went away on trips, the three of us. I worked. He'd turn up at the office, or I parked at his house in Southie because he lived with his mother, and took the subway to work. And we always went out on weekends. He was very much a part of our life.
And what happened to the baby? He got Reye's syndrome, which is still a phenomenon today, but did he get sick first and then you gave him aspirin? And
Yes, we did. He was the start of the 2nd grade, and they think that he had chickenpox internally. He'd been homesick all week, and it just so happened I wasn't working. I was on unemployment at the time, and I took him to the doctors and what have you, and on Wednesday he seemed better. Thursday I thought he was really good, and we were talking about whether or not he could go to school, because Douglas had perfect attendance all the way through the 1st grade, and he was very upset he'd lost perfect attendance. And I said to Jimmy Thursday night, I think he's going to go to school tomorrow, and Jimmy said something about it's Friday. Why bother? Send him Monday. And Friday he was sicker, so I took him to the doctors in the afternoon, and he was vomiting again, and he was just miserable. And the doctors gave me medication for the vomiting, which I gave him about 5 o'clock when we got home, and it didn't seem to make him better. So I gave him a bath to make him more comfortable. And Jim called, as he always did, and he said, "How's it going?" And I said, "He's sicker." And my pediatrician was actually out of town, so I had gone to the covering pediatrician. Bad things always happen when you're dealing with a stranger. And he told me to take him to the accident room if I was that concerned. And in the 60s, or 70s, that was something they said to you to make you stay home. And so I was talking to him on the phone, and I said, he just isn't right. I don't know why. And he said to me, "Well, you're the best mother I've ever seen in my life, so if you think there's something wrong, take him to the accident room." And I did. Well, I got up to get his bathrobe to go with, to put a bathrobe on him. And I grabbed a blanket, thankfully, off the bed in his room. As I walked back into my room, he looked up at me and he said, "I love you, Mommy." And he became violent. And I could not control him. So I threw the blanket over him and dived onto him, wrapped him, grabbed the car keys and the medication that the doctor had given me in case it was wrong, and headed for the hospital. And truthfully, I forgot to call Jimmy, so they finally I guess it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, they told me that I had to go home. And I had not filled the car with gas as I usually did on Friday, and I ran it out of gas and I walked home. And they called about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I had not given them permission to transport. So I said, "Well, I don't know how quickly I can get there." They said Mass General had agreed to take him. I said, "But put a witness on the phone, I'll give you verbal permission to transport." And I did that, and then I called my father to come and get me and take me, and we made it up to South Shore Hospital before they moved him. And he had 3 cardiac arrests by then. And the nightmare was on.
I can't even imagine.
That was Whitey's son, and he just randomly died.
In June of 2011, the FBI came up with a new tactic aimed at finding Bulger and his longtime girlfriend, Catherine Gregg. The FBI released this public service announcement focusing on Gregg and her habits.
This is an announcement by the FBI. Have you seen this woman? The FBI is offering $100,000 for tips leading to Catherine Gregg's whereabouts. These photos are from the early 1990s. Grieg has had plastic surgeries. She is wanted for harboring James Whitey Bulger, a fugitive on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. 60-year-old Grieg is the girlfriend of 81-year-old Bulger. He has a violent temper and is charged with 19 murders. Call the tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
The Boston FBI's special agent in charge, Richard Delorier, explained what led to the decision to focus on Catherine Gregg. And here from the FBI's Boston field office, our special agent in charge, Richard Delorier, and supervisory special agent, Richard Dean. Welcome to both of you. So I'm going to assume, Rick, that you now believe that they are still together, that there's no reason to think they've split up after all this time.
Well, thank you, Emily. Yes, there's no reason to believe that they have split up. There's no reason to believe that Mr. Bulger is deceased right now, so we're operating under the presumption that they are still together, and that is leading the presumption that is leading our PSA campaign.
One of the speculations has always been, Rich, that they're in Europe. So why target these PAs primarily to America and specifically American television shows?
Well, Emily, I think it's important that we start with the with domestic. It's our duty and our obligation to cover both the domestic and the international spectrum. We have covered Bulger in Europe and internationally before, but it's time to profile Catherine domestically. Look for leads. Look to those people that may be their neighbor or coworker. A person that can really provide us a really good tip.
I mean, I've done a lot of reading and research and pieces over the years about Whitey Bulger and Catherine Gregg, but I don't know that much about her. I mean, was she ever married? Did she have children? Does she have brothers and sisters? Where was she born? Who was her circle of friends?
She was born in the Boston area. She was married, but she was the girlfriend of James Bulger, and that's what we focus on. She does have some family in the area, but a very small circle.
And they contend they haven't heard from her at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that?
Trained investigators will take almost anything with a grain of salt, but we're pursuing every possible lead.
But going back all these years, when Whitey Bulger did, we now know, contact his brother at least once after he went on the lam, would it be sort of the norm not to, or would you think that eventually somebody would want to contact somebody from their past, either a family member or a friend?
That was Bulger's method of operation. Both pre-fugitive and after going on the run, is he would utilize third parties. It's our duty not only to conduct the fugitive hunt, it's our duty to look for those who harbor Bulger and or Gregg. That's part of our mission as well.
Is doubling the reward money really an incentive? Don't you think if people had known who she was or who he was, he's worth $2 million. Wouldn't they have turned him in a while ago?
Sure. Well, we think it's a step forward in emphasizing the importance that we are placing on locating both Catherine Gregg as well as James Whitey Bulger, and doubling that reward is a sign of our ongoing commitment to locate her as well as Mr. Bulger. And the $2 million reward that is being offered for Mr. Bulger right now is the largest reward the FBI has offered for a domestic-based fugitive.
You have only been in the Boston office for 11 months, and you came in Washington before that. I mean, had you studied the case? Did you know much about it?
I was generally familiar with it. I'm a New England native and had previously served in the Boston FBI office here back in late 1990s and early 2000s, so I was quite familiar with the case and some of the challenges associated with it, so it didn't take me long to get up to speed on it.
Richard, I was interested to hear you say today that you assume he's living kind of under the radar screen, but I presume you also mean in plain sight.
Yes.
You think they're living as a couple? And there was a credible sighting, as I recall, in Europe like 6 or 7 years ago.
The last known witness sighting of him is in London.
And you think it was him?
In 2002. As best as we can tell through thorough investigation, we believe.
Did you have photo evidence at the time?
It was a witness sighting of him at the time.
Was he with her?
Not at the time, no. He was sighted by himself, but. I think it's just important to highlight their relationship. He depended on her, that was clear, and we really do believe, based on his method of operation, pre-fugitive and after fleeing, that they would be together and that they would be operating very quietly in a community, low-key, and almost like a fatherly figure and a mother type, couple.
So someone asked, why doesn't the speaker drop their R's? Just because at home we might say ma or Harvard Yad, that doesn't mean that we're going to say it on TV with Emily Rooney, who I thought was Marjorie Egan for a while. That was my mistake. But yes, we have a formal speaking voice, even if we will say ma or down the pack or got to go down the Cape Ked. We still can speak regular English.
2 days later, James Whitey Bulger and Catherine Gregg were caught in Santa Monica, California. Anna Björnsdottir, living in Iceland, saw the public service announcement on CNN and called the FBI, saying her former neighbors, going by the names of Charles and Carol Gasco, looked a lot like the people she saw on TV.
At approximately 5:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, using a ruse, agents and other task force members lured Mr. Bulger out of his apartment. Agents determined that the individual was, in fact, Mr. Bulger. He was placed under arrest without incident. Agents then went back into the apartment and arrested Miss Grieg without incident.
The day after the arrest, one of Whitey Bulger's former henchmen joined us. John Red Shea was just 16 when he came under the mobster's influence. Red Shea, you actually knew the guy. You knew him well. You worked with him. You actually ended up doing 12 years in jail, too. Tell us your story. How'd you know him?
Well, I grew up in South Boston, and I met him when I was a young age of 16. And he told me the story about growing up with a family member of mine who we used to rob trucks with from the projects. And it was an aura, of him that he held, that you looked at him and it was, you respected, in some cases, kids like me, a young guy like me in the neighborhood respected and wanted to be like. And eventually, I was introduced through associates of his at a young age, and eventually I surpassed those associates and became a boss in the organization. And I ran the drug entity of that.
Were you ever involved in any of the murders?
I was not.
You can't say it if you were, can you?
Well, let's put it this way. I wasn't.
Okay. You were actually out in Santa Monica recently, and you were
correct.
mentioning what would have happened if you would run into him.
I have a producer friend in Los Angeles. He's a producer of the movie Usual Suspects. And yeah, exactly. And I actually was writing the screenplay for my book, Rat Bastards. And I was in the neighborhood. So I was out there quite frequently, 3 blocks away, where he got captured. Yeah, it's...
How would it have gone down if you had run into him?
Well, it probably wouldn't have been good. It probably wouldn't have been good.
What do you feel he did to you? I mean, I know you ended up doing time.
Well, I mean, he knew everything that was going on with me through his sources at the FBI, John Connolly. He knew that. He knew exactly what was going on, through, that the DEA was, they were the targets. They were called on that. They were called, the FBI was called by the DEA telling them, we are targeting these guys and for the narcotics distribution. And so he knew all that. He was well tipped, and he let you take the fall. He was tipped off saying, hey, be careful where you speak. This is why, that's why, this phone's tapped. And then he had to devise a plan to take some of that heat off of him. And who better than the young guy on his way up, who's in that business, who's trying to become somebody even, more bigger in that, climb up the ladder. Who better than the young guy, the youngest guy of all? And a young guy who was very, wanted to prove himself. There was no one better than that for him. It was a perfect opportunity.
So that was a very well done documentary. Now there's two things. I either want to watch a little bit of this Mob Facts documentary, or there's a really interesting documentary about Canada. And I know a lot about the Rougeaus. I forget the family names, but I know a little bit about this. And I want to see, Canada was actually home. It was the Quebec Biker War of 1994 to 2002. Now, a little bit about it. There was an original war in 77 through 84, but let's focus on that one. Let's focus on the 1994 to 2002 one. So let's learn a little bit about it. First, let's see if we can get any footage of Whitey being arrested, because this is another documentary. Oh, hold on, I clicked the wrong one. No. Maybe I clicked the right one. Hold on. We're going to see if I pulled it off. Oh, yes, Maurice Boucher. We're going to watch. If you'd like to learn about that, Vicky, we can. Maurice Boucher is the name. Would you like to learn about Maurice Boucher?
It reads like it came from Hollywood, but it is very real. There is one less entry on the FBI's 10 most wanted list today.
Good evening. He was the...
Oh, wait, this was the right one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. All right, I did actually get the one I wanted, so let me bring it up for you. But I also have a great documentary about Maurice Boucher that we can watch. I just want to see if we can get any footage of Whitey being taken into custody, because we spent so much time looking at that other one. So hold on. Give little towel a second. It's so funny. Thank you, number 2. This is the funniest ranking system I've ever seen in my entire life. I think it's hilarious and ridiculous at the same time. Nothing yet on the Diddy trial, by the way. We're monitoring, keeping an eye. Jurors still deliberating. All right, getting a little frustrated with this here thing now. Hold on, little towels. Yep, John Travolta. Murder by Maestro is John Travolta. I knew it. Ladies and gentlemen, I do it. Murder by Maestro is John Travolta. Now, you might be saying, Murder by Maestro is not John Travolta. Oh, yeah? Have you asked Murder by Maestro if they are John Travolta? I mean, I'll tell you, Murder by Maestro is John Travolta. Now, you might be saying, Grant, that's not true. Murder by Maestro is clearly a 23-year-old binumerical speaking towel. Well, I mean, yes. It's Allie, it's even better. It's like Sons of Anarchy on steroids. But hold on, I'm gonna jump forward to the to this to see if I can get footage of Whitey being arrested, and then we have a Quebec biker war documentary that we might be able to watch. So let me just load up this next one. Give me 1 second. Little towel computer has been pushed to his limit again. He says, Grant, stop pushing me to my limit. And I says, Towel computer, you can do it. You can do it. Towel likes ice cream too. I don't like ice cream like the politicians like ice cream where they weirdly eat it, but I like ice cream. Okay, let's watch this.
And the police photo we just received looking like your friendly neighbor next door.
Anyone who's ever been in Boston knows who Whitey Bulger is, a ruthless mobster accused of over a dozen murders, on the run for years, a fixture on the FBI's most wanted list.
Tonight, after more than a decade as a fugitive, Bulger is in custody.
The capture came as a direct result of a campaign aimed at locating Bulger's longtime companion, Catherine Grieg. He originally disappeared in 1995 after a retired FBI agent alerted him to an imminent indictment. Bulger was a leader of the Winter Hill Gang, a group of local criminals based in South Boston. He has been indicted in 19 murders. His story has long captivated the city of Boston and has been the subject of several books, as well as the 2006 Martin Scorsese film in which he was played by Jack Nicholson.
When I was
Oh, All right, sorry. I paused. I'm unmuted. I caught myself before. I caught myself. Look how quickly Little Towel caught himself there. You see what I'm saying? All right, so we're going to switch over. We're going to watch the Quebec Biker War documentary, and it's apparently very interesting. And then we're going to watch this and see if there's a Diddy verdict, and then we'll be on Verdict Watch until around 5 o'clock. It's the Hells Angels versus the Rock Machine, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to learn. This is for our Canadian towels. It is our documentary for Canada Day. Let's see if we can learn something. Let's see if we can be informative little towels. The rankings, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you the updated towel rankings. Jew Drops in first place, 850 XP. Alley 90211 in second place. Murder by Maestro in third place. Annie Nell coming up in fourth. Eric Leiber in fifth. Alley K 1978 in sixth. P. Rice in seventh. Dark Side of the Moon in 8th, Stephanie in 9th, Vicky Moore in 10th, Beach Dance in 11th, then Truth Over Bias coming in 12th. Who's going to take over, ladies and gentlemen? It is the competition of all competitions. All right, let's watch this documentary.
In the late 90s, the normally peaceful and prosperous region of Quebec, Canada, found itself rocked by the deadliest biker war in history. The upstart Rock Machine MC and their allies would clash with the dominant Hells Angels in a bloodbath that would claim the lives of over 160 people and lead to over 300 injuries as well as 84 bombings and 130 arsons. This carnage was the result of the insatiable ambition of one man named Maurice Boucher, who would stop at nothing to put the Hells Angels in sole control of the lucrative Quebec drug trade, no matter how many innocents or even children were harmed in achieving this goal. Standing in his way was an alliance of street gangs, outlaw bikers, and shady businessmen, all united in their opposition towards a Hells Angels monopoly. Extreme acts of violence followed by equally violent retaliations would become commonplace on the streets of Quebec, with the police powerless to stop the butchery, as corruption and double dealing would impede them at every turn. Only when 2 of their own were murdered, combined with the defection of a Hells Angels member, would police have any hope of stopping the bloodshed. The origins of the Quebec Biker War can be traced all the way back to 1953, when Maurice Boucher was born. Boucher's father worked in construction while his mother stayed at home to look after him as well as his 7 other siblings. Boucher was very close with his mother, who is described as the one source of love during his childhood. Meanwhile, his father was a violent alcoholic who would frequently beat him and the rest of the family. Boucher was exposed to the corruption plaguing Quebec society at an early age, as the union that his father belonged to was run by André Desjardins, an associate of the Montreal Mafia who ruled all of the construction workers' unions in Quebec with an iron fist. Desjardins frequently employed brutal methods to keep the union members in line, causing Boucher to grow up believing that it was acceptable to use violence to achieve your goals. Boucher was described by his teachers as a, quote, indifferent student who dropped out in grade 9 due to his heavy drug usage. Boucher was addicted to alcohol and cocaine, and he would also frequently smoke marijuana as well as use LSD. He followed in his father's footsteps and became a construction worker, but was fired after only a week due to his addiction issues. With no other options and desperate to support his drug habits, Boucher committed his first known crime at age 19 when he robbed a convenience store and stole $300 out of the cash register. He then committed 3 more break-ins before being arrested, for which he was sentenced to 6 months in prison. Not long after being arrested, Boucher again found himself in police custody after he tried to rob a grocery store. Boucher had broken into the business, and as he left with 23 cartons of cigarettes, he unluckily bumped right into a police officer who happened to be patrolling the area. While in jail, Boucher was interviewed by a police psychologist who described him as an ambitious man who wanted to get rich without working. During their interview, Boucher claimed that he had wanted to work construction like his father, but due to the economic recession caused by the 1973 oil crisis, work was hard to find. He also stated that he was no longer a drug addict due to his girlfriend being pregnant with their first child at the time. In her report, the psychologist wrote that Boucher was lacking in emotional empathy as a result of his abusive childhood, and said that he was a very cold-hearted individual who regarded violence as acceptable behavior. For the next several years, Boucher would find himself in and out of jail. He would serve 40 months in prison for an armed robbery in 1975, and not long after being released, he would be arrested again for a series of home invasions he had committed with one of his brothers. After being released from prison for this crime, Boucher found work at a plastics factory in Montreal, a job he held for 4 years, which would prove to be the longest time of legitimate employment in his life. While working at the factory, Boucher joined a small white supremacist biker gang called the SS, who were a gang of working-class men whose primary activities were drug dealing and beating up non-white immigrants. Boucher would eventually find himself in a leadership position in the gang alongside a man named Salvatore Cazzetta, and the two would become close friends. During this time, Boucher also met a man who would go on to become one of his most hated enemies, future police commander Andre Bouchard, who described Boucher at this time by saying, quote, "He was muscle. He was a crazy fucker. They'd sent him out to beat up some guy. He was stoned half the time." Bouchard also noted that even though at this point Boucher was just a minor criminal, he still loved publicity, saying, quote, "He'd do it on purpose, come out of the funeral parlor, stand with 10 or 12 of his guys, look right into the cameras and smile and wave. But he never talked, because I'll tell you honestly, he can't put 2 words together. But he is very intelligent in the way he runs people. He's got very high leadership qualities. If he were legitimate, he'd be a great manager for any business. He rules by fear. People respect him because they fear him, not because he is respectable." Around this time, the California-based Hells Angels had recently expanded their operations into Canada, and due to their ruthless reputations, both Boucher and Cazzetta were being considered as potential members. But before he could decide on whether or not to join, Boucher was arrested and sentenced to 40 months in prison for the rape of a 16-year-old girl. During Boucher's time in prison, the Hells Angels were locked in a brutal gang war for control of Quebec with the Outlaws Motorcycle Club, during which a series of serendipitous events would occur that would quickly launch Boucher from not even being a member to being the most powerful Hells Angel in Quebec. For a more in-depth look at these events, please click on the video link in the description. But the short version is that during the war with the Outlaws, the Hells Angels chapter in Montreal had been split in 2 to better project power in the region. One of the chapters was based in Laval, a suburb north of Montreal. The Laval chapter quickly became infamous amongst the criminal underworld nationwide for their violent and sadistic actions. Members of the chapter would also regularly embezzle gang funds, flagrantly ignore club rules, and be frequently arrested by police for minor offenses. They were also all drug addicts, and would regularly use the drugs that they were meant to sell on the streets themselves. Yves Apache Trudeau, the Angels' ace assassin who had killed 18 members of the Outlaws during the war, was a founding member of the Laval chapter, and he had recently ripped off $98,000 from the Halifax chapter by refusing to pay them the drug money he owed. In addition to the Laval chapter bringing the Angels a significant amount of avoidable police attention, many of the Angels' criminal allies, including the powerful Montreal Mafia, had been pressuring the Angels to bring their unruly chapter under control. Eventually, the problems that the Laval chapter were creating could no longer be ignored, and so Hells Angels leaders from across Canada secretly met and decided to purge the chapter. On March 24th, 1985, the members of the Laval chapter were invited to a party at the gang's Sherbrooke clubhouse, where they were ambushed by a group of over 40 Angels and herded into a small room where they were all shot and killed. This event became known as the Lennoxville Massacre, and it gave the Quebec Hells Angels a notorious reputation. Salvatore Cazzetta was disgusted by the Angels' actions, as he considered it an unforgivable betrayal of the outlaw code, and so instead of joining the Angels like he had been planning to, he formed his own gang with his brother, which they named the Rock Machine. Boucher had the opposite reaction, as he was very impressed by how ruthless the Hells Angels were and believed that they would be a good fit for him. And so after being released from prison, he accepted their offer and officially joined the Angels in 1986. Boucher's only complaint with the Angels' actions during the Lennoxville massacre was that 3 members of the Laval chapter had been spared and not killed alongside the rest of the group. Boucher's concerns would ultimately be proven correct, as one of the men who had survived the massacre, Apache Trudeau, would become a police informant and government witness whose testimony would send 39 Angels to prison. Amongst those indicted by the government were Réjean Lessard, the head of the Montreal chapter, and Michel Langlois, the national president of Hells Angels Canada, who fled to Morocco to avoid arrest. With the Hells Angels leadership in tatters, the ruthless and charming Boucher was able to quickly rise through the ranks. In 1986, Boucher became a full-patch member of the Angels after he assassinated the leader of a rival gang who had been drinking in a crowded bar. Boucher marched into the bar and then shot the man 3 times before calmly walking out. Boucher had not bothered to conceal his identity, but despite there being many witnesses, no one was willing to testify against him in court. Just 1 year later, the new national president of the Hells Angels in Canada, a man named Walter Stadnick, named Boucher his top lieutenant in Quebec and also made him the new president of the Montreal chapter. During this time, Boucher earned the nickname Mom from his men, as when assigning them tasks, he would frequently pepper them with questions and concerns to make sure that they had thought of everything, which reminded his men of a loving, overbearing mother. Boucher was revered by his subordinates, as at a later trial, a Hells Angels member would testify, quote, "Boucher was considered like a god. When I'd see other Hells Angels around him, they were always full of admiration." As the new leader of the Hells Angels in Quebec, Boucher began working on his main goal of monopolizing the province's drug trade, and so his first order of business was to eliminate the now diminished Outlaws MC. He ordered the Outlaws clubhouse in the city of Danville firebombed. The next day, Darcy Leblanc, the president of the Outlaws Danville chapter, met with Boucher and asked to defect. Boucher declined the offer as he didn't believe he could trust a full-patch Outlaws member turned traitor, but instead told him to remain in his position and act as a double agent. Boucher then used the insider information he was receiving from Leblanc to inflict massive losses on the Outlaws, including having the president of their Montreal chapter assassinated in a drive-by shooting. At the funeral, Leblanc was nearly lynched by other Outlaws members who suspected that he was secretly working for the Angels. Boucher's campaign of violence would reduce the Outlaws to just 10 members in Quebec, who would eventually pull out of the province altogether and retreat back to their stronghold in Ontario. With the Outlaws gone, Boucher no longer needed Leblanc, and just a couple of days later, his bullet-ridden body was discovered just 100 feet away from the Angels clubhouse in Sorel. The Angels were now the dominant drug-dealing organization in the province, and were also the primary partners of the Montreal Mafia led by the powerful Risotto family. The deal between the two was that the mob would use their connections to import large quantities of narcotics from the Colombian drug cartels into the city. They would then distribute these drugs to the Angels, who would sell them on the streets. The deal was mutually beneficial, as despite the Mafia controlling many important industries such as construction and having a great deal of judges, politicians, and police on their payroll, their ability to project power was limited due to the fact that only full-blooded Italians were considered for membership. Meanwhile, the predominantly French-Canadian Hells Angels had a much larger recruitment pool, but they did not have the mob's international connections or powerful allies. Through this symbiotic relationship, Boucher became one of the most powerful men in Quebec, and his gang made millions of dollars every month through drug trafficking. But this was not enough for Boucher, whose ultimate goal was for the Angels to establish a Quebec-wide monopoly on all street-level drug deals. The primary opponent standing in Boucher's way was the Rock Machine, who controlled many restaurants and nightclubs throughout Montreal that they used as fronts to conduct their drug deals. Boucher was initially hesitant to make a move against them, as their leader, his old friend Salvatore Cazzetta, was closely related to a senior member of the Montreal mob, and thus Boucher was concerned that they might intervene on behalf of the Rock Machine in the event of a war. In 1994, Cazzetta was arrested for trying to import over 440 pounds of cocaine and was sentenced to prison. With the Rock Machine now leaderless, Boucher made his move. he began sending his men to Rock Machine-controlled businesses with a simple proposal. Either they only sell drugs on behalf of the Angels, or their business would be burned to the ground. Many businesses accepted these terms and began working for the Angels, but a few resisted and thus had their establishments firebombed. While this was going on, the Hells Angels issued an official ultimatum to the entire Quebec criminal underworld. You either buy your drugs from the Angels or you'll be considered an enemy of the club. The Rock Machine refused to accept this, but they also knew that they were heavily outnumbered and outgunned by the Hells Angels, who were an international organization that had thousands of members all over the world, and so they organized a secret meeting with other like-minded groups who were opposed to a Hells Angels monopoly. At the meeting were many small street gangs and independent dealers, but the two main groups invited by the Rock Machine were the Pelletier clan, a large street gang based in Montreal, and the Dark Circle, who were a group of shadowy Montreal businessmen who were secretly involved in the drug trade. All of the groups involved at the meeting agreed to band together and officially form the Alliance to fight the Angels. The plan was that the Rock Machine and Pelletier clan would provide the bulk of the group's muscle, while the Dark Circle would provide the money. The Quebec Biker War officially started on July 13, 1994, when 3 Rock Machine members entered a motorcycle repair shop and assassinated the Hells Angels member who owned it. This sent a clear message to everyone in the Quebec criminal underworld. The Rock Machine and their allies were ready, willing, and able to defend their territory. The next day, the Rock Machine shot another Hells Angel, but this time the Angel managed to survive after he was immediately rushed to the hospital. Later that same day, the Quebec Provincial Police arrested 5 Rock Machine members after they foiled their plot to bomb a Hells Angels clubhouse in South Shore. The Angels were initially caught off guard by the ferocity of the Rock Machine's surprise attack, and so they organized an emergency meeting at their Sherbrooke clubhouse. There, the presidents of every chapter in Quebec voted unanimously in favor of going to war, and retaliated against the Rock Machine by gunning down one of their members in a drive-by shooting in downtown Montreal. Many bombings and targeted killings would take place in the subsequent months, with both sides violently retaliating against the other. On October 28th, the Angels managed to kill Sylvain Pelletier, the leader of the Pelletier gang and one of the main leaders in the Alliance to fight the Angels. His brother Harold then took over, and his first move as leader was to try to take out Boucher. The next month, Pelletier had a truck filled with dynamite and parked it outside Boucher's favorite restaurant. The plan was to detonate the truck when Boucher went inside, killing him and everyone else who was in the restaurant. Before Boucher arrived, however, Montreal parking control officer noticed that the truck was illegally parked and had it towed, thus unintentionally foiling the plot. By the end of 1994, over 20 people had been killed and police proved powerless to stop the violence. Because of how outlaw motorcycle gangs are structured, it's nearly impossible for police to get an informant inside a gang. Both the Hells Angels and the Rock Machine are hierarchical organizations, and any prospective member must start at the bottom in a position known as a hangaround, where they are given menial tasks to perform and are basically servants to full members. A hangaround might be tasked with being a chauffeur or paying for a full member's bill at a restaurant. If they are liked enough by the gang, they then become a prospect, where they still have to perform the duties of a hangaround, but also might be given more serious tasks such as smuggling drugs or committing murder. If they continue to perform well, then they then become a full patch member. Such a process can easily last a decade or more, and many police agencies lack the resources for such a long investigation. Undercover informants are also prohibited from committing illegal acts such as murder, which would make the process that much more difficult. Police received a lucky break in 1995 when they were contacted by Danny Kane, who is a member of an Angels-allied biker gang called the Rockers. Kane was a career criminal who had long dreamed of becoming a full-patch member of the Hells Angels. For years, Kane had been doing work that he considered slave labor for high-ranking Hells Angels members Walter Stadnick and David Carroll. And despite that, he wasn't even considered a hang-around yet. Kane thought his luck had finally changed when he was tasked by Stadnick to lead an expansion force into Ontario. While Boucher was leading the Hells Angels war effort in Quebec, Stadnik was focused on quietly expanding the Hells Angels into the rest of Canada. But he had hit a major roadblock as the two largest gangs in Ontario and Manitoba had formed an alliance with the sole purpose of ensuring that the Angels weren't able to expand into their territory. Also, due to the ongoing gang war in Quebec, the police were keeping a close eye on the Angels. To get around this, Stadnik came up with a plan where Kane would be put in charge of a new gang called the Demon Keepers, who would set up operations in Ontario and supply drugs to local dealers at far cheaper prices than their competitors could. The deeper part of Stadnik's plan would only be revealed to Kane months later. But for now, he was thrilled and felt that if he did well in this assignment, then it wouldn't be long before the Angels made him a full patch member. The plan turned out to be a disaster, as like Kane, the Demon Keepers were composed of low-level, French-speaking Hells Angels associates, who Kane would later refer to as, quote, no-talent imbeciles. The fact that everyone in the Demon Keepers were French Canadians made it near impossible for them to sell drugs and make criminal connections in English-speaking Ontario. Kane also began noticing that Stadnik wasn't offering them as much support as he initially claimed he would. A group of French-speaking, known Hells Angels associates trying to sell drugs in Ontario quickly caught the attention of the Canadian Federal Police, the RCMP, who feared that this was a full-scale Hells Angels expansion force, and so they deployed significant resources to break them up. It didn't take long before Kane and most of the Demon Keepers were arrested and the entire gang was disbanded. While in custody, Stadnik assured Kane that he didn't blame him for the Demon Keeper's failure and said that he was always welcome back in Montreal, but he didn't make him a full patch member, meaning Kane now had to serve a prison sentence and was going to gain nothing for it. Kane gradually began to realize that he had been nothing but a pawn in Stadnik's overall grand plan. In reality, Stadnik had always known that the Demon Keepers would fail, but by using them, he had hoped to achieve two goals. First, he hoped that their presence in Ontario would put pressure on the local gangs to patch over and join the Angels, which some groups did end up doing. Second, he hoped that the Demon Keepers would attract enough attention that the RCMP would be distracted while he focused on expanding the Angels' operations into Alberta and British Columbia. Kane was furious and felt that he had been used and decided he would get his revenge on both Stadnik and the Hells Angels by becoming an undercover police informant. Kane then met with the RCMP, where he provided them with unprecedented insight on how the inner echelon of the Hells Angels functioned. He also detailed their business connections with the Montreal Mafia and told police of Boucher's plan to form a secret, elite group called the Nomads, who would answer to Boucher alone and act as his personal hit squad. But the most disturbing information Kane told the RCMP was that most of the Quebec Provincial Police, as well as the Montreal Police, were on Boucher's payroll, and that he would pay more than double an officer's yearly salary for information. Boucher would also often brag that he had a high-ranking detective working for him, and because of that, he knew everything the police knew. Not all of Kane's info was accurate, however, and some of it was self-serving, like when he told the police that another Angel was responsible for a murder that he had in fact committed. Most of his information, though, was highly reliable, and for his work he was paid $2,000 in cash every week. After being released from prison, Kane rejoined the Angels in Montreal and went back to work for them, while also covertly continuing to provide the police with information. The war between the Angels and the Rock Machine and their allies was heating up. Boucher would reportedly pay $100,000 to anyone who killed a full-patch member of the Rock Machine. In 1995, Kane told police of a conversation he had overheard between Boucher and his right-hand man, Scott Steinert. He claimed that the two were discussing a plan to win over public opinion by killing one of their own in an especially brutal way, hoping that the public would blame the Rock Machine. On August 9th, 1995, the most infamous incident of the Quebec Biker War took place when a Hells Angels affiliated drug dealer named Marc Dubé was killed by a remotely detonated bomb that had been placed in his Jeep. An 11-year-old boy named Daniel DeRosier was playing in a park nearby and was hit with a piece of shrapnel from the bomb, and he tragically died 4 days later. Ultimately, no one would ever be charged with placing the bomb, but Kane described in his reports that in the days following the bombing, Steinert was acting very worried and repeatedly expressed fears that he would go to prison. Kane also reported, quote, "Since that day, Steinert no longer talked about the bombs he had ordered and never spoke again about using bombs." Steinert once asked some of his crew what they thought of the bombing. When they told him that they thought the bomber should be killed, Steinert didn't respond and became very pensive. Police Commander Andre Bouchard would later say, quote, "I'm convinced that the person who pressed the button to have the bomb explode saw children across the street. There was no way he could not see the children across the street." The public was outraged over the bombing and demanded that police take action. But the Montreal police, who long had a reputation as the most corrupt police force in Canada, were initially slow to react. Kane told his RCMP handlers how most of the Montreal police were taking bribes from Boucher, and how honest cops would repeatedly receive death threats and have their vehicles torched by arsonists. They would also be harassed by their fellow officers and pressured into accepting the bribes. But it wasn't just the police who were corrupt, as one undercover officer would later claim that it was impossible for them to get charges to stick on Hells Angels, as the judges, prosecutors, and juries would all be bribed beforehand. The public pressure was too much to ignore, however, and on October 5th, 1995, the government announced that a joint task force had been formed that was composed of officers from the RCMP, Quebec Provincial Police, and Montreal Police, with the goal of ending the biker war and taking down Boucher. Named Operation Wolverine, it turned out to be a disaster, as in addition to the police force's corruption, politics also got in the way. In 1995, Quebec was ruled by the Parti Québécois, who are a separatist party that advocates for Quebec's independence from Canada. Throughout the biker war, the Quebec government blamed Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and claimed that the current laws were too weak for them to deal with the bikers and that they needed a tough, anti-gang law modeled after the American RICO laws. Chrétien claimed that the current laws were sufficient and that the only reason why the biker war was getting so out of control was because of the corrupt police force and an incompetent provincial government. Both sides pointed fingers at the other, which affected the relationship between the Quebec Provincial Police and RCMP officers on the case, who spent most of their time feuding with one another. Instead of putting an honest effort into investigating the bikers, both police forces were more concerned with ensuring that when the investigation inevitably fell apart, that the other side would be blamed for it. The Montreal police stayed out of the feud and instead mainly concerned themselves with continuing to collect their bribes. The investigation began to take a turn when Andre Bouchard joined. Bouchard was an old-school cop who didn't take bribes, and when he was younger, he had preferred to beat up criminals instead of arresting them. He would later say in an interview, quote, "Don't forget, this was before the Charter of Rights. You saw a guy walking up the street in his gang clothes, you kicked the shit out of him, and that was it." As a young officer, Bouchard had frequently brawled with the Popeyes, who were the predecessors to the Hells Angels in Quebec, and had developed a seething hatred towards all outlaw bikers as a result. Now he was the head of the major crimes unit in the Montreal police, and he ordered numerous raids on businesses that were known to be controlled by outlaw bikers, which led to over 100 arrests. Bouchard was also disgusted by the corruption in the Quebec Provincial Police, describing a time when several officers took him to a restaurant in Quebec City by saying, quote, "I walk in and they got a party going on in there. This was a sit-down supper. You know, booze and wine at $50 a bottle. Only nobody's paying. And you're starting to think, what the fuck is going on in here? Is this a protected bar? Ah, okay. So that's why they never take down a Hells Angel or a rock machine or someone who's in the bar. They left him alone." Bouchard and Boucher had first met in the 70s, with Bouchard investigating several of Boucher's early crimes. Coincidentally, they had also both been raised in the same working-class neighborhood. Through his police informants, Boucher became aware that his old nemesis was leading the investigation, and to annoy him, he began hanging around at Bouchard's favorite cafe. Boucher would hold his meetings with his lawyer accompanied by an entourage of Hells Angels all dressed in full gang colors. Bouchard was infuriated that Boucher would come into his favorite cafe and would essentially be planning crimes right in front of him, and there was nothing he could do about it, saying in an interview, quote, "I'll tell you something, he wouldn't have done that 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we would have kicked the shit out of him right there in front of everybody. We would have grabbed him. We would have ripped his fucking jacket off of him, put him on the floor. We would have thumped the son of a bitch. Because you do not intimidate a cop. You've got to show them. I'm not afraid of you, you prick. Bouchard's superiors ordered him not to touch Boucher, as it could impact the investigation. And so instead, Bouchard and his table of police officers would have regular stare-downs with Boucher and his table of angels to see who would blink first. Bouchard eventually left Operation Wolverine, as he felt he could do more impactful work by not working with the corrupt provincial police. As Operation Wolverine began to collapse, a corrupt police officer told Boucher that there was an undercover agent working for the RCMP in the Angels. Boucher became obsessed with finding out who the mole was, and ordered his nomads to make it their #1 priority. Meanwhile, Kane was ordered to kill Donald Magnuson, who was a full-patch member of the Angels and was also Steinert's bodyguard. Magnuson had been marked for death because he had beaten up the son of Montreal Mafia boss Vito Risotto in a bar fight, and so the mob asked the Angels to take him out. This put Kane in an unfortunate position, as since he was still not a full member of the Angels, it would be a violation of the gang's rules for him to kill a full member. Such breaking of club rules could easily result in Kane's death, but he also couldn't refuse the order, as doing so would cast major suspicion on him as the secret police informant. With no other options, Kane asked the police to warn Magnuson that the Angels had marked him for death, but he dismissed this warning as nothing but police lies. To make Kane's problems even worse, David Carroll had begun to suspect that Steinert was the mole. Steinert was an American who had recently beat a strong deportation case, which led Carroll to believe that he must be working with the police. To divert suspicion, Steinert had begun spreading rumors that Kane was in fact the mole, hoping to use the unimportant Kane as a scapegoat, not knowing that he was in fact the mole. Desperate to avoid detection and knowing that Steinert's word meant more than his, Kane came up with a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Aware of Carroll's suspicions, Kane did everything in his power to encourage Carroll in his way of thinking. Kane soon learned that Steinert had sent a massive drug shipment to Northern Ontario, and so he tipped off the RCMP, who quickly intercepted the goods and arrested several Angels. Kane then accused Steinert and Magnuson of tipping off the cops. Steinert and Magnuson were last seen alive on November 4th, 1997, when they left the Montreal clubhouse to go to a meeting with Boucher. Their bodies were later found floating in the St. Lawrence River, with their hands tied behind their backs and their heads both beaten to a bloody mush with hammers. While suspicion was now off Kane, the whole situation had left Boucher incredibly paranoid, as he still believed that there were informants in his gang, and so he orchestrated a brazen plan to strike back against the police. Boucher came up with a kill list that included many prominent law enforcement officials, including police officers, prosecutors, and judges. Boucher believed that if his gang publicly murdered people who worked with the justice system, it would make the government very unlikely to cut deals with them. Boucher had seen how Yves Trudeau becoming a police informant had decimated the Hells Angels leadership before him, and he was determined to prevent this from happening again. The first to be targeted were prison guards, as Boucher's time in jail had given him a seething hatred for them. In late 1997, a prison guard waiting at a bus stop in downtown Montreal was gunned down by an unseen assailant. 1 month later, a van carrying prisoners for a court appearance was attacked by 2 Hells Angels, who fired into the front seat of the van, killing 1 prison guard and seriously wounding the other. Quebec was shocked at the brazen, daytime attacks on law enforcement officials, and in response, Commander Bouchard launched Operation Harm to find the killer. The operation began with a series of raids on bars, restaurants, and strip clubs owned by Hells Angels members, hoping they would find something that would lead them to the killers. During one of the raids, a police officer at a Hells Angels-owned strip club radioed Bouchard and asked for backup, which Bouchard himself answered. He arrived dressed in full uniform and was confronted by a Hells Angels member who wanted to fight. Bouchard responded by punching him in the face and knocking him out. He then shouted, "Anyone else want some?" While searching the premises, police found over 60 illegal guns, confiscated $2.5 million of cocaine, and made numerous arrests. One of the men they arrested was a Peruvian drug dealer who had helped the killers clean up the crime scene. The man made a deal with police and identified a Hells Angels associate named Stefan Gagne as one of the killers in order to avoid being deported. The police arrested Gagne not long after, and during his interrogation, Gagne broke down in tears and confessed. He also named the 2 other killers, one of whom fled to Mexico before he could be arrested, and the other was last seen alive heading to a meeting with Boucher, and not long after his body was found with 2 gunshots to the back of the head. Gagne also identified Boucher as the man who ordered him to kill the prison guards and agreed to testify against him in court. On December 18th, 1997, Boucher was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. But this did little to stop the violence, which was to reach its apex in the next year. Johnny Plesho, one of the founding members and leaders of the Rock Machine, was sitting at home watching TV one day when all of a sudden the power went out. As soon as he stood up from his chair to see what was the matter, someone outside opened fire with an automatic weapon, hitting him 16 times, killing him instantly. Not long after, disaster struck the Dark Circle. Because of their business ties, the identities of members of the Dark Circle were kept confidential, with even other members of the Alliance to fight the Angels not knowing who they were. This all changed when one member, a restaurant and bar owner named Salvatore, defected to the Angels and gave them a list of names and addresses of everyone in the Dark Circle. The Angels then struck fast, killing several members including many prominent local businessmen. To save their lives, many surviving members of the Dark Circle confessed their crimes and turned themselves in, preferring to serve lengthy prison sentences than to be murdered by the Angels. On November 2nd, 1998, Boucher's trial began. The judge overseeing it was named Jean-Guy Boulard, and he had a reputation as Quebec's most feared judge. He was also the same man who had overseen the trials for several of the Angels involved in the Lennoxville massacre. Despite expectations to the contrary, Judge Boulard acted heavily in favor of the defense and displayed a strong bias towards Boucher, agreeing with several of his lawyers' motions and ruling key pieces of evidence inadmissible in court. He also didn't object when several Angels sat in the front row of the courthouse wearing their full gang colors, which was a clear and blatant attempt to intimidate the jury, who ended up acquitting Boucher on all charges. The government appealed this verdict on the basis that the jury had been intimidated, but the wheels of justice moved slowly, and for now Boucher was once again a free man. Commander Bouchard was devastated at this news, and to take his mind off things, he decided to attend a boxing match at downtown Montreal's Molson Center and remembered of that night, quote, "We heard an uproar, and as I turned to my left, it was like Moses had parted the water. And who did we see coming through the crowd but none other than Mom Boucher in full colors, escorted by his henchmen. What broke my heart was seeing hundreds of people actually give him a standing ovation as if he was a rock star. Boucher's acquittal had made him a folk hero to the people of Montreal, and when he rode his motorcycle down the street, people would cheer. Polls done at the time also showed that Boucher was one of the most beloved and popular people in all of Quebec. Meanwhile, the stress of being an undercover police informant was getting to Kane, who was acting increasingly erratic. He would regularly phone his RCMP handlers and inform them that he had important information to give them. He would then tell them that the information was that he was currently having sex with a prostitute. He would then give the prostitute the phone and tell her to tell the police how good of a lover he was. With Boucher free from prison, the violence began to escalate yet again. In one of the most notorious events from the war, 3 Hells Angels hitmen walked into a car rental agency that was owned by a member of the Dark Circle named Serge. The Angels asked to see Serge, and when a worker said, "I am Serge," the Angels took out their pistols and shot him 4 times, killing him instantly, while the Serge they were looking for hid nearby under his desk. The next month, one of the leaders of the Rock Machine, a man named Tony Plesho, was gunned down in the parking lot of a McDonald's he had taken his family to for dinner. The Rock Machine struck back when a nomad named Normand Hamill, who was a close friend of Boucher, was killed in a parking lot as he and his wife were taking their young son to the doctor. Not long after, Boucher met with Andre Desjardins, the man who had run the construction union that Boucher's father was once a part of. A major corruption trial had forced him from this position, but now he was the most successful loan shark in Montreal. Boucher tried to convince Desjardins to forgive a $400,000 loan with 52% interest that a friend had taken out. Desjardins told Boucher to go fuck himself as he didn't take orders from the Angels. He also reminded Boucher that he had many powerful friends in the Montreal Mafia. Boucher tried to calm him down and suggested that they meet again for breakfast the next day, which Desjardins agreed to. Only Boucher didn't show up, and when Desjardins arrived, he was shot in the back of the head 11 times by an unknown gunman. Later that day, a group of men broke into Desjardins' condo and stole $5 million out of a safe. Commander Bouchard personally questioned Boucher about his involvement in the murder. With a noticeable lack of emotion, Boucher told him that it was a sad thing that his friend was murdered and that if he heard anything, he would call the police immediately. At a later trial, a Hells Angel who became a police informant testified that Boucher had Desjardins murdered because he resented the power the Mafia had and was planning to drive them out of Montreal, but was going to wait until he had won the Quebec Biker War before taking the mob on. In the meantime, Boucher was planning on murdering French criminals like Desjardins who worked with the Mafia in order to weaken them. The next day, Desjardins' business partner was found dead, and in the subsequent months, 11 criminals who had worked with both the Mafia and the Hells Angels were murdered. A journalist named Michel Auger, who worked for the Montreal Journal and was tasked with covering the biker war, wrote a series of articles about the Desjardins murder in which he claimed that Boucher was responsible. On September 13, 2000, Auger was opening the trunk of his car in the Montreal Journal parking lot when he was shot in the back of the head 5 times, which he somehow miraculously managed to survive with no long-term complications. In response, journalists from across Canada rallied in Montreal and demanded that the government pass an anti-gang law similar to the American RICO laws. Vito Risotto, the boss of the Montreal mob, was terrified at the prospect of such a law being passed, and so in a demonstration of the Mafia's power, he ordered a truce in the biker war be made and threatened to cut off both gangs from the drugs he brought in if they refused. And so Boucher and the leader of the Rock Machine met and exchanged a handshake and agreed to a truce. Boucher, however, secretly continued his campaign to weaken the Mafia. This was cut short when one day, as Boucher was leaving a restaurant, he was apprehended by Commander Bouchard, who informed him that a judge had agreed to retry Boucher's murder case in court, as it was found that the judge in the first trial was biased towards the defense and that the jury had been intimidated. Bouchard recalled that Boucher was surprised, but that surprise quickly turned to anger as he swore continuously at the police when he was taken in, as he never expected double jeopardy to be undone. Before Boucher's trial began, Danny Kane was found dead in his Montreal home. It was determined that he had died by suicide. In the days leading up to his death, Kane was in a major depression as he still had not achieved his dream of becoming a full-patch member of the Hells Angels and was still stuck doing menial work. Kane's lack of importance in the gang was emphasized when he was ordered to pay the $80,000 drug debt of a full member. Meanwhile, his boss, David Carroll, had racked up a $400,000 drug debt which was immediately forgiven. Before his death, Kane had stolen financial records from the Angels and handed them over to the RCMP. The record showed that over the course of an 8-month period, the Hells Angels had made a profit of over $100 million in Quebec alone. Kane also provided police with a list of every murder he had knowledge of. With this list, Commander Bouchard and his team were able to bring charges of first-degree murder and attempted murder against 42 Hells Angels. Thanks in part to the evidence Kane had gathered, Maurice Boucher was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. But the story doesn't end there. In 2002, Boucher was the victim of a brazen assassination attempt. In the provinces of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, the Hells Angels had been involved in many bloody battles with the First Nations gang called the Indian Posse. The Indian Posse decided to strike back against the Angels by killing their most famous member in Canada. And so members outside of the prison fired a bazooka at his cell, which he somehow survived with minor injuries. Just a year later, Boucher was attacked when another prisoner jumped on his back and repeatedly stabbed him with a knife, but he was saved when other prisoners pulled off his attacker and stabbed him to death with his own knife. Boucher would be the victim of a prison stabbing 2 more times over the years, both of which he would survive with minor injuries. In 2014, the Hells Angels officially kicked Boucher out of the gang for all the trouble he caused. The next year, Boucher and another inmate were convicted of attempted murder after they were caught repeatedly stabbing another inmate with homemade knives. For this, Boucher was given another 15 years in prison. In 2018, Boucher was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder for trying to orchestrate the death of a leading mafia figure in Montreal. Police would then release a video of Boucher and his daughter where it is believed they were communicating in coded language to talk about the murder.
Parce que moi, ça me laisse indifférent, ça. Je le connais bien, moi. Oui? Mais il est arrivé tellement d'affaires que ça me fait...
Boucher is now kept in Canada's only super maximum security prison, where he is kept in this cell 23 hours a day. Notable former cellmates of his include other infamous Canadian criminals such as Luca Magnotta and serial killers Alan Legier, Clifford Olson, and Carlo Homolka. Because of his crimes, it is likely that Boucher will never see the light of day as a free man again. And that was the video. If you enjoyed, please like and subscribe. Thank you, and I...
Yes, and I will leave a link to Crime True Stories, which we analyzed there. Great documentary. Is there not an interview with insiders on the BK situation we can watch? Yeah, so we can look for it. There's one other documentary I have in mind. Oh, God bless you. Without you, this knowledge and perception wouldn't result. God bless you, Peony and Rose. You are a super towel. God bless you, Peony and Rose. You are a super towel, and it is my honor to be able to help. Oh, God bless you, my dear friend. God bless you, Peony and Rose. You are a super towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we just have the most wonderful super towel friends on Towel Channel. It's true. It's true, ladies and gentlemen. We have just wonderful super towel friends. Hold on, let me make sure the super towel chat goes up where it needs to go. Hold on. All right. Oh, I see. Hold on, it should load up. It should load up any second now. Give it a second. Come on now, super towel chat. You can do it. We have faith in you. Super Towel Chat. So we had a request for a documentary or an interview with some of the insiders from the Brian Kohberger situation. I think I am able to find that. Give me 1 second. Now, I saw Ashley Banfield. Oh, Peony and Rose. Peony and Rose just jumped up, ladies and gentlemen. Peony and Rose is now number two. Number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We are having some active competition here, let me just tell you. Peony and Rose has jumped up to number 2 on the leaderboards. It's a very active situation. Hold on, I think I have to go back from top fans. Okay, now does it load up again? Then I click it again. Oh, there we go. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at the competition. The new rankings are Dewdrops number 1, Peony and Rose number 2, Annalie number 3, Allie 90211 number 4, Eric Leiber number 5, Dark Side of the Moon number 6, Stephanie number 7, Murder by Maestro, or Steph number 7, Murder by Maestro number 8, Vicky Moore at number 9, Allie K at 10, P at 11, Angela FW at 12, Def Otta at 13, Jack D65 at 14, Beach Dance at 15, and Truth Over Bias at 16. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we literally have a horse race. I didn't know we actually were going to be doing horse racing, and look at that. No, I'll do any research I can, Peony and Rose, especially if it means helping the wider world. And now the fact that I get to... Oh, I must take this call. So we're going to play. We have one documentary that we have to play. So hold on, and then I'm going to take this call.
Ladies and gentlemen, young men and young women, welcome to the Nixon Library for yet another Nixon Legacy Forum. Before we started, I'd like to cover a few things that are coming up that I hope you'd be interested in. One of them, of course, is our 20th anniversary reunion, which is July 16th, 17th, and 18th, marking 20 years since we opened the library and birthplace in 1990. We have a series of great events, public events throughout the week, and we hope you would go to nixonfoundation.org, that's nixonfoundation.org, and learn about what's available and how you can participate. I think you'll enjoy every minute of everything we're going to do during that exciting week. Also, I'd like to tell you that because of requests from parents and youngsters alike, we are repeating what was a very successful series last summer called Meet the Presidents, where we have morning programs every week during the summer to educate and give your kids a fun experience hearing from and learning about the presidents of the United States, from George Washington through Richard Nixon. Now, we don't do them all, of course, but we do 6 of them, and we include in that one on Pat Nixon as First Lady. Now, just so there's no misunderstanding, these are not the real presidents. No, they're not. However, with with President Nixon, it's Ed Nixon's younger brother, who is a look-alike, so it's pretty close to the real thing. On June 1 at 7 o'clock, we have Dick Morris returning for his 8th blockbuster bestseller, 2010 Take Back America. It'll be in our East Room, and if you'd like to come, if you would go online to nixonfoundation.org, tickets are still available. That's June 1. We decided, as part of our 20th anniversary, that the most important thing we could do is to go in depth to the Nixon legacy, the innovations, the initiatives that President Nixon did that shows there's a lot more than Watergate to his many years as president. And during that time, we have scheduled, and for the next almost 2 years, monthly programs that we call the Nixon Legacy Forum. We started it on January 8th in our East Room, and these are jointly sponsored by us as the Richard Nixon Foundation and the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, which is the National Archives part of this institution, and the foundation, which is private and supports the work in education and cultural activities that associate with Richard Nixon's many years in public service.
Okay, so folks, if you're wondering why are we watching this, what are we going into, I had to pause quickly because I'm doing some research. Murder by Maestro, I will send you a DM. I have some leads on some things. All right, Tal knows how to talk to people. Now, second thing, I'm looking for last night's episode of Ashley Banfield, which has an interview with some of the family members who are concerned about the Brian Kohberger plea, which is going to be entered in court tomorrow. So, I'm looking for that, so I'm not saying I can't find it, but the reason why we're watching what we're about to watch, you all over this stream on the past weekend, you heard my analysis of how Watergate was a CIA operation and President Nixon took the fall. This man, Jeffrey C. Shepard, 15 years ago, he couldn't prove it because the documents weren't public. He knew. So I just want to show you a little bit about this, and I appreciate it. You're hilarious, Murder by Maestro.
The first one was January 8th on domestic affairs. The second one was February 15th. It was entitled The Effective Use of the President's Time, and we brought together the several staff members who were the immediate assistants to President Nixon in managing his time, in scheduling his time, in moving him both here and throughout the world. And these people, who were very young at the time, came back for 2 hours of how it was done, because the Nixon Oval Office to this day is still considered a model of effective and efficient use of the president's time. The next one was April 22nd, which was Earth Day, and that dealt with a focus on the environment, and that too was here. That's followed by today, of course, on the mysteries of Watergate, and this will be followed on June 2nd in Washington at George Washington University, where they are jointly hosting with us a program called RN and the Origins of Welfare Reform. And that's at 1:30 at George Washington University. That will be followed by the peaceful desegregation of Southern schools on September 23rd here. These are great opportunities to hear and learn about the Nixon legacy. They're usually very well attended, and we've been fortunate in having C-SPAN cover many of them as they are today. I'd like to welcome the AP students from Brea High School. I want to hear from you. The kids from Brea, would you give me a welcome? As part of the 20th anniversary, we realized that probably the most important thing we could do would be to recognize that there's a conspicuous shift in public opinion and even among former critics about President Nixon's record, that they're realizing that indeed there's a lot more than Watergate, that his imaginative and creative policies are felt throughout our government and throughout the world today. So we have organized these monthly programs, and our new president, who I'm going to introduce in a moment, spent years with President Nixon in the White House, was later appointed director of the National Park Service, spent years with President Bush, President Reagan, and President Nixon in his later years after leaving the White House, and knows as well as anybody I can name the Nixon legacy. So we drafted him to come here and be president of the Nixon Foundation. That was done by our chairman, Chris Elfman, who I'd like to acknowledge. Where is Chris? Where is he? Chris Elfman, who headed the search. So it's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the president of the Nixon Foundation, my good friend, Ron Walker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the President Richard Nixon Presidential Foundation. I see a lot of new faces and I see a lot of old friends. Welcome. Get my glasses out of here. He's had an extraordinary career, and I'm going to share some of it with you, who is our presenter today. Jeff Shepard holds degrees from Whittier College and Harvard Law School, of which he attended both on scholarships. Upon graduation, he spent 5 years with President Nixon's White House staff. First, as a White House fellow. Secondly, as a member of the Domestic Council staff, which ultimately he became Associate Director of General Government Divisions. Jeff making his third appearance here at the library, the first being in 2008, when he came to discuss his recently published book on Watergate. The second, as Sandy just mentioned, was his moderating the panel in January of this year of the Nixon Legacy series on the founding of the Domestic Council, which was modeled after the National Security Council. A very interesting panel, and it was well attended, and I wish those that didn't have a chance to see it could have. Third is today. To launch his perspective, his Watergate panel will address the 5 Watergate conspiracies. I should add, for the last 3 decades, Jeff has arranged and hosted an annual event in Washington known as the White House Policy Group. It was the planning staff of both Richard Nixon and the President Ford's staff, and it's been a great event for us to get together once a year, and we thank Jeff for that. What you should know for today's presentation is that Jeff was the functionary of Fred Bazar, the principal deputy during Watergate defense effort. In that capacity, he transcribed the White House tapes, and I think some of us feel that he was really the expletive deleter, ran the document room housing all the sensitive files, and briefed members of the senior staff on going on development. Thus, he not only lived Watergate and its scandal from the inside for almost 40 years, he also spent 5 years at the National Archives researching his 1980 book about Watergate. It's here in the library. We have it in the bookstore, and Jeff will be available afterwards if anyone would like to purchase one. With that, please join me in our presenter today, Mr. Jeff Shepard.
Thank you, my friend.
Good afternoon and welcome to what I hope will be an interesting presentation. The focus is the mysteries of Watergate, and we're going to spend almost 2 hours talking about and reviewing why, after 37 years, there are still open questions about what happened in the greatest political scandal in our nation's history. Tim Naftali, who's director of the Nixon Library here, has said that conspiracy buffs connect dots that shouldn't necessarily be connected, and they ignore more substantial dots that should. Be that as it may, they call our attention to disturbing facts, inconsistencies in stories we've been told. Now, as Ron indicated, I'm a student of Watergate. I was on the White House staff for 5 years. I knew and worked with everybody that was involved. I was on John Ehrlichman's staff. My immediate superior was Bud Krogh, who was the head plumber. Gordon Liddy was on the domestic council with me. Chuck Colson's office was across the hall. John Dean's office was down the hall. My public policy responsibilities on the domestic council centered on the Department of Justice. So I knew all of the management, all of the leadership of the Department of Justice. These were my friends and my colleagues. Then, as Watergate grew and the scandal blew up, I became Fred Bazar's principal deputy, and I worked on the Watergate defense. It ended badly, as you may recall. I pondered why and how people I knew and worked with could have done the things they were accused of doing. In 2002, I decided to write my version of what I thought had happened. And I discovered at National Archives all of the records of the Special Prosecutor's Office had been maintained. They were government employees. Now, they weren't available for public review. You had to file Freedom of Information Act requests to get to them. And you had to ask for most stuff by name. They were classified and housed with the papers on the Kennedy assassination and the Ken Starr papers on the investigation and impeachment of President Clinton. So it was kind of like a closed stack system. You could look through the card catalog, but you couldn't wander amongst the files. And I spent 5 years pursuing and...
Do you understand now why it was such a big deal that I found that single entry in that classified file saying that Watergate, saying that the CIA intentionally lied to FBI Watergate investigators about Jim McCord's role in CIA, both domestic election interference activities in 1970, but then also more importantly, Jim McCord's role on June 28, 1972, Charles William Wiley's role on June 26, 1972 in misleading the FBI about CIA's role vis-a-vis Jim McCord in the Watergate burglary. All right, because it also touched on the Chilean embassy burglary, same team. It was national security. It was because the Cubans were funding the DNC. But do you see what he's saying? Back in, the 80s or 90s when he was doing his research, none of it was declassified. It didn't get declassified till 2022. So they would let him research, but he had to go in there and say, like, okay, I want this file from this person. And, to me, that's the most incredible part, that he was able to say, oh, yes, I'm going to be able to locate that file from this person. And he he managed to still write his book. But the reason he never found the document I gave to the Nixon archive a few days ago is because they had to do the search process prior to 2022, like throwing darts at a board without knowing what you're trying to hit.
Freeing up with FOIA requests hundreds of pages of documents that hadn't been public before. And I think a lot of what I found was in my book that I put out in 2008, but I've continued my research, and some of that we're going to talk about today. So the structure of today is the first segment reviewing what I call 5 Watergate conspiracies, and then we'll take some Q&A on those conspiracies. And then we'll spend the second segment focusing on John Dean, whom I think holds the key to understanding Watergate. First, we're going to start with...
why? Hold on. You know why he's saying that? And he's so right. I love this man. All right. The reason why he's saying that, okay, is there is a specific memoranda. All right? I'm going to bring it up on your screen. There is a specific memoranda, and I'm certain he found it, all right, because I found it. There is a specific memoranda from John Dean to the CIA on February 13th, 1973. Now, the reason why this is so relevant and why I get what Jeff Shepard is saying here is that John Dean knew, and I think John Dean and Richard Nixon both knew, that this was a CIA operation. All right, it was just straight CIA. The whole thing was CIA. It was CIA the entire time. Like, it was always CIA. And the reason why I say that is, hold on one second. There's a specific document I found while I was going through the files earlier, and I know what it is because it's very hard to read. Here it is. Pretty sure this is it. Isn't it? Yeah, let me just make sure. Hold on one second. I'm not positive this is it, but it might be it. Nope, that's not it. Hold on, little towels. There's a very specific document I need to find that showed me that this was exactly what I thought was going on. So hold on one second. It was a section of the document. Oh, I think this is it. I had never seen anything like this. I'm not 100% positive this is it, but let's see if this is it. All right, so hold on. It was in Jim McCord's file, all right? Yep, here it is. This is it. Look at this. This is incredible. And I don't know if he even knows, because this was very secret and classified. But if you take a look at this, right, and it didn't get released until a little bit after he wrote his book, and he might not have even found it. But you can tell, okay, so this evening, this was John Dean calling the CIA. This evening at 6:10, I received a call from John Dean at the White House. Dean indicated that he wanted to discuss 2 topics. First, he averred as to a package of material that had been sent to the Department of Justice in connection with the Watergate investigation. He suggested that justice be requested to return this package to the agency. The only item that would be left at justice would be a card in the files indicating that a package had been returned to the agency, CIA, since the material in the package was no longer needed for the purposes of the investigation. He indicated that the agency had originally provided these materials to the DOJ at the request of the Attorney General, Mr. Howard Peterson. The second subject that John Dean raised was the pending investigation by the Senate of the ITT affair in relation to the Chilean problem. What he means by that is that, and we can look at this document too, but in the context of the Watergate burglary, the same team also burglarized the Chilean embassy, and they burglarized the Chilean embassy, and the CIA confirmed it in their internal documents, and Seymour Hersh knew about it. They burglarized it, had something to do with this antitrust investigation into a company called ITT. Anyway, Dean felt this investigation could be rather explosive. He also indicated that there might be some sensitive cables at the CIA that might be requested by Senate investigators. I indicated to him that I had not seen any cables. I had been briefed on the subject and that the role of the government appeared to be clean. He expressed his delight at hearing this assessment. I indicated that I would look into the cables further. In this connection, Dean mentioned how there is a story being pressed in the press, primarily instigated by Seymour Hersh of the New York Times. The story suggests that Fred Sturgis, who sometimes goes by the codename Fiorini, was the individual responsible for the burglarization of the Chilean embassy in Washington. He also indicated that he expects Senator Fulbright to request the Justice Department to provide Sturgis for the Senate hearings. Now, the reason why this is so explosive is that and I'm sure what he's going to hint at here, Shepard, is that the real insight, about Watergate is that it wasn't just the CIA interfering in domestic elections to help the GOP because they thought the liberals were full of communists. It was also that the Plumbers team was being used as cover, like the White House was just cover. The Plumbers team was really involved in sensitive national security work for the CIA, and Nixon fell on his sword to protect all these investigations. That's the untold story of Watergate, and there's literally internal agency documents discussing about this. Oh, yes, if you like Watergate, Bossy Texas Chick, we're watching a great lecture from a guy named Jeff Shepard who a few years ago had basically figured this out. But there's one thing I want to look at, all right? And I'm going to bring it up right here, so give me a second. There's one thing I want to look at. There's a very, sorry about that. Hold on, little towels. There's a very specific file, that I want to bring up here. And we're still on verdict watch in the P. Diddy case. But hold on, little towels. There's a very specific file I want to bring up, and I might bring it up for you at the next break. But Bossy Texas Chick is here. Towel loves himself some good Watergate, and so we're going to look at this. We're going to bring up Richard McCord's security file. Okay, hold on. All right, security file of Frank. It's not Richard McCord, it's Frank Sturgis. And I'm going to bring it up because there's one specific part I have to search, okay? And it has to do with specifically the Chilean break-in, okay? So I have to check for the word Chile, okay? Chilean. Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. I got it. Hold on. All right, so here we go. Now, these are internal CIA cables, okay, and they were declassified recently, 2022, I think. Now, take a look at this internal CIA cable, all right? I'm going to zoom in on it for you. Make sure you can see it because I'm a little towel, all right? Hold on a second. It's going to be a little hard to see. All right, hold on. All right, so now, if you read this cable, okay, what it says is thus. Jack Anderson, who is a newspaper man, reports that Senate investigators suspect the same group who broke into the Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate may have broken into the Chilean embassy in Washington, D.C. several weeks earlier. Some suspects noted possible links between ITT, the antitrust settlement, Watergate break-in at Chilean embassy discussed. Jack Anderson reports James McCord testified to the federal grand jury that Watergate conspirators also broke into the Democratic Party's headquarters at the Watergate on Memorial Day weekend. McCord says eight men staged early break-in and described their functions, tells how he got rid of most of the incriminating electronic equipment after his arrest in June. Some names in his testimony listed. Now, Jack Anderson reveals information he had an associate Lee Whittington had concerning Watergate affair and government's ITT antitrust settlement. Says White House plumbers unit attempted to discredit him. Suspects that his telephone was tapped by President Nixon's origin. Says he learned from William Haddad of plans to tap telephones of Dem National Committee. Anderson and Children illustration. Robert Mandarin, E. Howard Hunt, Frank Sturgis, G. Gordon Liddy, and James McCord. Jack Anderson talked with 4 Cubans trained by CIA and arrested at break-in of Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office and Dem National Headquarters, finding their loyalty had been forgotten and their families are having trouble paying off debts while former White House officials still live in luxury. Indicates the Cubans felt like they were duped by the CIA. E. Howard Hunt led the Cubans to believe the break-in was in the interest of national security. Listen to this. Frank Sturgis expresses hope that Senator L.P. Whitaker, Jr., who visited them, would help. Reveals that William F. Buckley once worked for the CIA. Oh, goodness. Oh, listen to this. So you know that guy Frank Sturgis, who also ran the military op? Sturgis said he had a conviction for selling stolen cars. He said he was contacted in 1968 by Colonel Francisco Cadesa to help hijack Soviet freighter and hold it hostage for return of U.S. spy ship the Pueblo, captured by North Koreans in January of 1968. He says Sturgis' associate sold in Mexican cars they had leased. Sturgis refused to defend himself. So we tried to get the Pueblo back by stealing a container ship of Soviet freight and holding it hostage. Oh, yeah, and then this part's wild. Jack Anderson and Les Whitten report that Sturgis revealed own involvement of CIA foreign assassination plots to Rockefeller Committee on CIA Activities. Sturgis denies an implication in Kennedy's assassination. It turns out, by the way, that Frank Sturgis and one other guy killed President Kennedy at the behest of the CIA, who were working alongside Sam Giancana and one other mob figure, Meyer Lansky. Meyer Lansky and Giancana were mad that they got thrown out of Cuba by Castro, so they tried to stage like the Bay of Pigs and other invasions with the CIA's help. Kennedy, after the Bay of Pigs in '61, April of '61, and then the Cuban Missile Crisis, or the Cuban Missile Crisis in '61, and the Bay of Pigs, whatever order they happened in. I believe it was actually Bay of Pigs first, and then Cuban Missile Crisis. Literally the month after the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy had negotiated the secret part of the Cuban Missile Crisis no one knows about, was that Kennedy negotiated that we would stop anti-Castro activities domestically. And Kennedy then had Sturgis and all his men arrested in No Name Key in Florida in December of '62. And then that's why Kennedy was killed, because it's not only that Kennedy was not allowing the CIA to go launch their operations to invade Cuba and try to kill Castro, which they were trying to do with Giancana and Meyer Lansky. And by the way, Fred Sturgis was connected to Giancana through a guy directly, but also through a guy in Miami named Ed, he has a last name, I'll get it for you, and that guy was connected to Jack Ruby. But in any event, the whole insight there is that the situation with that unit gets even more perplexing when you realize that what JFK did was he didn't just stop the CIA from doing the Bay of Pigs and from trying to kill Castro. JFK was starting to have CIA agents arrested who were ignoring his orders, and that's why they killed him. And they killed him using this group that was trained under Frank Sturgis and a couple other guys. It was a specific guerrilla force of this international anti-communist Communist Brigade, and they trained at the north of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans at an abandoned CIA base in the summer of '63. And Lee Harvey Oswald shows up in August, and it's reported that he's saying he's anti-communist and anti-Castro, and is a former Marine, wants to join a militia. So then Lee Harvey Oswald joins Frank Sturgis and these other 4 or 5 guys who are part of this militia. They train at Lake Pontchartrain. They kill President Kennedy, and then Oswald doesn't stick to the script. He must have been the new guy in the group. So then Jack Ruby, who was an associate of Sam Giancana in Miami Beach in '61, and also a federal informant dating back to 1931, because Ruby used to be a communist, but he was what was called a Lovesonite, which means he was an anti-Stalin communist. So he got thrown out of the Communist Party in '29, became a federal informant from like 31 until 52. And while he was a federal informant, he was the head of the trade union in New York City. Jack Ruby's real name is Jack Rubenstein. His alternate names are Jack Rubin and Jack Ruby. So Jack Rubin shows up after working for 20 years as a trade union organizer hunting communists in New York. He disappears from 52 until 61, and then shows back up in Miami Beach under an assumed name of Jack Rubin, working with the mafia, and he gets investigated for racketeering under his assumed name. And then in '63, he's the guy sent by Giancana and Fred Sturgis to take out Lee Harvey Oswald, and then they end up closing the loop there because they get Jack Ruby as well. And then J. Edgar Hoover and Lyndon B. Johnson clearly create a fake historical record and lie to each other and say Ruby was just some random guy who was like a bouncer at a striptease joint in Dallas, when in reality he had been a federal informant for like 30 years, and for the past 10 years had been working in particular, for the past 3 years have been working in particular in the orbit of Sam Giancana's men in Miami. Max Eder, I believe, was the name of Sam Giancana's man at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami between 1961 and 1963. And so therefore, and what really ties this all together, this is going to absolutely blow your mind, bossy Texas chick. I know we started with Watergate, but I want to bring this in. I proved this morning that the people responsible for the JFK assassination, although I can't say I know it went high up the chain of command, but I can tell you the people directly responsible were Frank Sturgis, E. Howard Hunt, Sam Giancana, Meyer Lansky, the CIA, J. Edgar Hoover, President Johnson. And then the actual people who fired the guns were a unit run by Sturgis that trained at the north of Lake Pontchartrain, and I will give you all their names. And the wildest part, 2 of them, including the head of that unit, got on to D.A. Garrison's investigation in 1967 and prevented him from holding accountable their unit. It all fits together. I solved Watergate. I solved Watergate on Sunday, and then I solved the JFK assassination on Monday. It's all in a day's work. Now, I have to show you this file, okay? Because you will not believe me unless I show you the file that specifically points out that it was this unit, okay, this unit that infiltrated Garrison's investigation. And if you want to know the craziest part about it, folks, the craziest part about it is that when they infiltrated Garrison's investigation, all right? So look at this. Ready? Garrison's investigation. When they infiltrated it, okay? All right, so hold on. So I think this is right here. So, hold on, let me zoom out. Now let's see if this was the part where it said, all right, hold on. Hold on. So it's not that part. It's this name, Laurent Eugene Hall. So that's the name I have to search. Hold on. Laurent, and that's not going to come up very often. Laurent Eugene Hall. All right, so let's check this out, all right? All right, so this isn't it. Hold on. So I need one more search. I'll find it. Hold on. Oh, no, that's not it. Hold on. All right, here we go. This is it. I found it. So this is the smoking gun in the Kennedy investigation. So if you've been wondering, like, Grant, how is it possible? I think people probably figured this out, but if you're wondering how is it possible that the DA, Jack Garrison, that investigated this, that was the basis of the JFK movie, how did he not find it? Well, I'm going to show you right now, okay? So in this paragraph right here, right, and I'm going to get you the most zoomed in version that I can. In this paragraph, you are about to see language that basically confirms the identities of the people who killed Jack Kennedy. Now, they weren't doing it on their own. They were working for Meyer Lansky, Sam Giancana, but more importantly, they were working for the CIA, because Meyer Lansky and Sam Giancana were just working for the CIA. I mean, they were kind of their own thing, but they were basically working for the CIA. Now, I want you to take a look at the text on your screen. Okay. Now, this has a little bit to do with the fact that in '68, Sturgis and his men got arrested again in Belize for trying to go to Guatemala to use Guatemala as a base to run anti-Castro rebels into Cuba to try the Bay of Pigs again. But now that's the context. But let me read you this paragraph and you tell me if I solved the JFK assassination. For an appreciation of the possible ramifications of a Guatemalan government expose of this assassination plot involving Hemming, now Hemming was the commander of the unit, so listen to this. This is an official CIA cable, by the way, Jerry G. Brown, Deputy Chief, Security Analysis Group. For an appreciation of the possible ramifications of a Guatemalan government expose of this assassination plot involving Hemming, you are referred to attachments to the instant memorandum, to wit, a memorandum by the writer dated 10 June 75 in the name of Frank Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt, and an extract from a book published in early 76 written by Michael Canfield and Congressman Alan J. Lieberman. The book, Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of John F. Kennedy, is a diatribe against the CIA and attempts to link the agency with the assassination of President Kennedy. One of the major links attempted by the author is through E. Howard Hunt to Frank Sturgis, to Gerald Patrick Hemming, to Lorraine Eugene Hall. Lorraine Eugene Hall was a member of Hemming's Intercontinental Penetration Force. Now, the Intercontinental Penetration Force was a unit within Sturgis's larger anti-communist brigade. Lorraine Eugene Hall received nationwide publicity in '67 when New Orleans DA Jim Garrison alleged that Hall and the Intercontinental Penetration Force was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy, and that members of this unit were connected with CIA. Garrison shortly thereafter dropped his interest in Hall, but it is interesting that he did so after Gerald Patrick Hemming and another cohort, Robert K. Brown, joined Garrison's investigation. Garrison had him. Oh, we have a new jury note. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new jury note. We have a new jury note. My name is Towell, and we have a new jury note. Thank you to Super Towell, Colleen Henry. We have a jury note in the Diddy trial. I'm going to load it up for you right now. Let me see if I can bring that up on your screen. We have a new jury note in the Diddy trial. I'm not seeing it live on the screen yet. Sometimes it takes a second. Let's see if the jury note has indeed been read out, Little Towels. The jury note in. Sean Combs will not be brought into the courtroom from the holding cell. Oh, goodness. What's going on? All right, hold on. We're going to live coverage of the Diddy trial. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't know what's going on. A jury note has just come in the Diddy trial. Breaking news right now. Thank you to the Super Towel. I believe it's Colleen Henry. AUSA hands piece of paper to Combs and Glifo, who paused it on. Driscoll confers with Westmoreland. Sean Combs will not be brought into the courtroom. Will now. It could be now brought in. It says not, but it was a typo. I think it is now be brought in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we could have a potential update coming live in the Diddy trial. Stay with Little Towel. Little Towel reporting live, ladies and gentlemen. Little Towel reporting live, as we could have a major update here coming in the Diddy trial. This is what we stay live for. We see these type of things happen. We expose the assassination of JFK. We give you names. We give you dates. We give you places. We give you times. Oh, goodness, Little Towel. Little Towels. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I've even proven how Jim Garrison's investigation was compromised, and therefore the presentation of this whole thing in the movie JFK was wrong. Oliver Stone was wrong. It is not nameless. It is not faceless. It has a name. It has a face. It has a structure. It's just Oliver Stone didn't want to tell it. Lorraine Eugene Hall pulled the trigger. And I think Oswald may have pulled a trigger, but the actual trigger man, the killer, was Lorraine Eugene Hall. And then it was also Gerald Patrick Hemming, Robert K. Brown, and Frank Sturgis. And there might have been a few other guys involved in this, whatever it was called, Intercontinental Penetration Force. So let's take a look, all right? Let's take a look at this. During our task force meeting, okay, agency activity in New Orleans. During our task force meeting, there was some discussion of the question of any agency training activities having taken place on the vicinity of New Orleans. The attached debriefing of a former staff employee in regards to training and demolitions given to anti-Castro Cubans came across my desk recently. You will note that paragraph 3 contains a reference to agency training conducted near New Orleans circa 1960. I have also seen reference to some agency training having taken place at the blank, and this may be the site referred to in the attached debriefing. This agency training should not be confused with the infamous training activity which took place at Lake Pontchartrain circa 1962. The Lake Pontchartrain activity was run by Gerald Patrick Hemming as part of his Intercontinental Penetration Force. Frank Sturgis, a.k.a. Frank Fiorini of Watergate fame, was also connected with the activities of Interpen. There was no agency connection. Bull, this is cover. This is cover. This is 100% cover. That was an agency operation. Now take a look at this. Look at this. The CIA had to distance themselves. Frank Anthony Sturgis, a.k.a. Frank Fiorini, is the head of a Florida-based anti-Castro organization known as the International Anti-Communist Brigade. He planned to lead a group of 12 men to set up a base training camp for guerrillas in Guatemala, for which he expected the government of Guatemala to support an IACB invasion of Cuba. This was in 68, by the way. 23 October 68. The group's boat reached Belize when they were arrested for illegal entry. The flurry of cable traffic by CIA, FBA, and Department of State indicated the urgency of establishing the identities of the 13 and the background of their activities. OS, Office of Security, indices are negative on all the names except for Sturgis, which is wrong because they do have these guys in their files. It's just Hemming was never listed under his name. He was always listed under an informant number. Sturgis was of interest in 1960 when he was the head of another anti-Cuban organization known as the Intercontinental Penetration Force. Members of Interpen were arrested in December of 62 in Sombrero Key, Florida, on charges of violating U.S. neutrality laws by an attempt to form an expedition to an invaded and foreign country. Look at that was Sarah K. Hall, SRS, okay? So this is telling you that the people who killed Kennedy had some of them arrested in 62. They were all CIA. The names are Gerald Patrick Hemming, Lawrence J. Howard, Lorraine Eugene Hall were members of Interpen and figures in Garrison's investigation. I'm telling you, those are the people, along with Sturgis, that killed Jack Kennedy. Those men. And Lee Harvey Oswald was part of it. My word, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are monitoring for the Diddy. We're monitoring right now from the Diddy trial, ladies and gentlemen. Monitoring in real time as to the Diddy trial and updates. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am keeping an eye. I'm telling you about all sorts of interesting things. I'm keeping an eye on the Diddy trial. We're refreshing our chat leaderboards. Oh, goodness, little towels. We got a lot going on. No one ever said that being a towel monitor, no one ever said that being a towel news monitor was easy, ladies and gentlemen. No one ever said it was easy. All we said was that we're going to work hard. We're going to work hard. We're going to do our very, very best. That's all you can really ask for, isn't it, little towels? All right, here we go. Sean Cole. All right, I got updates from in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Combs is brought in. He stands with his hands in his pockets as Anglifio speaks to him. His other lawyers come in and huddle around him. He sits down. 4:25 p.m. Sean Combs is sitting surrounded by his 8 lawyers who are talking. He is looking down, hands in his pocket. He is looking down, his hands crossed on his lap. Sean Combs with rubbing his eyes, one with his thumb, the other with his index finger. His lawyers continue talking. Now Nicole Westmoreland to Xavier Donaldson. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we could have a verdict. Oh, little towels, I'm going to bring you up to Twitter live. We're going to refresh it live. Oh, do we have a verdict? Do we have a verdict, Little Towels? I don't know. There's developments occurring. The Little Towel is monitoring. I'm being a little towel. I'm doing everything I possibly can to keep you updated on these rapidly evolving developments. The best I can do is talk in my 1940s news announcer voice. Now, a reminder, 99.6% of cases that go to federal court result in some kind of conviction. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. All right, here we go. Here we go, Little Towels. Here we go. We got lots of things going on. We're monitoring. We're patrolling. Are these the moments? You don't know. We don't know if this is going to be the moment, but I'm monitoring right now. As soon as we get updates from inside the court, I will read it to you live. Ladies and gentlemen, Anglifio goes forward, then returns and hands Sean Combs the piece of paper. He stares at it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this. Are you ready? Can you handle this? Were you born for these moments? I was born for these moments, ladies and gentlemen. You've never heard news announcing like this. It's the 1940s all over again, and I am not a communist. All right, but I do love America. All right, Little Towels, I'm about to bring it up on your screen. Here we go. Oh, we could have a verdict. Do we have a verdict in the Sean Combs trial, ladies and gentlemen? If we do, you're going to see it here first. That's the benefit of watching on Towel Stream. Now we're monitoring. Here we go, Little Towels. Combs is staring. It's not a question. It could be a verdict. Do we have a verdict, Little Towels? Do we have a verdict? Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me, do we have a verdict, Little Towels? Do we have a verdict? Stay with me, here we go, we have live real-time updates up on the screen from in the courthouse. Now let me get this centered for you. Hold on, Little Towels, we're going to monitor this in real time. Are we about to see a verdict in the trial of Sean Puff Daddy Combs? Is he going to federal prison for the rest of his life? Oh, my word, Little Towels, here we go, the moments, the scenes. Sean Combs, he seems headed for prison. We'll be here to trace it. We'll be here to watch it live. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a 1940s news announcer. I'm also a towel. Thank you very much for being with us. Here we go, Little Towels. We're monitoring real time. What are the updates? What is the decision? Oh, these are the moments that make men's souls. They make towel souls. They make all of our souls. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this could be it. This could be it, or we can see it live together. There's no coverage from federal court. You can only read live tweets. Inner City Press is in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, are we about to see it? Is it about to happen in real time? Are you about to witness Sean Combs head to prison for the rest of his natural life? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning in. Do we have a verdict in the Sean Puff Daddy Combs trial? There seem to be tense moments in the courtroom. We're monitoring live. Oh, goodness, Little Towels, we are monitoring live. If it happens, you'll see it here. You'll see it updated right up on your screen, right there. You'll see it in real time. You'll see it live. You will see it on Towel Stream. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. As of right now, we do not have any further updates. We're monitoring. We are monitoring Little Towels. We're monitoring as actively as we can. This is the most recent update. Little Towels. Oh, goodness. Is the trial coming to a conclusion? This is the most recent update. I repeat, Little Towels, this is the most recent update. There's a lot of suspense and tension. Sean Combs, potential verdict incoming. We don't know, Little Towels. We don't know, but we'll certainly be here to see it. Oh, my word. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, if there's a verdict, we'll see it. Potential verdict incoming in the Diddy trial. Watch live and find out. Oh, goodness, Little Towels. I had to retweet that post, and now we wait. Has there been an update? Here we go. 24 seconds ago, after talking to Anglifio. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Little Towels, after talking to Anglifio, Sean Combs looks down. Again, resting his head in his right hand. Judge, we have received an order 405. It reads, we have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are unable to reach a verdict on count 1 as we have jurors on each side. How should we respond? Ladies and gentlemen, a verdict has been reached. Breaking news, a verdict has been reached on counts 2, 4, and 5. Ladies and gentlemen, of the Sean Combs trial, jurors do not know how to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news, it looks like he's guilty. Breaking news. A verdict has been reached on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Diddy Sean Combs trial. Jurors are unable to reach a verdict on count 1 and ask the judge how to proceed. Oh no, I stopped typing. Where did it go? Where did it go? Little towels. All right. Hold on. Jurors. Oh, it did keep typing. All right. Hold on, little towels. Jurors unable to reach a verdict on count and ask the judge how to proceed. Combs looks devastated per Inner City Press. Oh, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. This is devastating. Just absolutely devastating for Sean Combs. Oh, hold on. It looks like he might have deleted it. I hope he didn't delete it. That was the first report in. Hold on. No. All right. All right. So here we go. What's the next update? Here's the next update, Little Towels. Do we have one? AUSA Comey, we are proposing a modified Allen charge. Combsy and Glifo, we proposed you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the partial verdict. No modified Allen charge. With the defense request, I bring the jury out to say that. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Sorry, I got to bring your towel comments back up. I'm so sorry about that. Here we go. Will the judge accept a partial verdict? I should be announcing Knicks games, apparently, ladies and gentlemen. I'm like JR during the Attitude Era. Oh, this is the closest you'll get to coverage from live inside federal court. Refreshing tweets live. Oh, that's what it comes down to. Are they going to accept a partial verdict or are they going to send them back for an Allen charge? No, goodness gracious me. Watching live, monitoring live, here we go. What is the next update going to be? Oh, the update's just flying off the shelves, ladies and gentlemen, just flying off the shelves. The proverbial courthouse shelves. Combs and Glifo, after conferencing with Combs, yes, okay, email me your proposals, each side. Oh, wait, I could give a modified Allen charge, or at some point I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. Email me. I'll wait. Oh, there you go. What's going to happen? I think he's leaning towards accepting a partial verdict if they can't come to a verdict on count 1. Oh, no. What could this mean, ladies and gentlemen? What could it mean? They can come to it. I think count 1 was the racketeering charge. Goodness, that was a flurry of activity. Just a flurry of activity, Little Towels. Just back to back to back to back to back. And at some point in there, I think that our towel comments froze. So let me fix them for you. And also, now you know you're going to want to stick around because they can go past 5 p.m. in federal court. So let's see what Judge says. Hold on. So we're going to wait for Judge Submarinian, who is overseeing the Diddy trial. And what's the next update? Do we have a next update? Hold on. Break. We are on break, Little Towels. We are on break. Great coverage by Inner City Press. Great coverage. Excellent job there, ladies and gentlemen. Just a flurry of updates. You can tell Combs knows it's bad. Oh, whether it's partial or full, it seems Combs knows it's bad, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness gracious me. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and what a day. There you go. You can see it. There is a verdict. There is a verdict in the Diddy trial, but the jurors have one count to continue discussing. That is what we're going to look at. That is what we're going to wait for. We have our monitoring coverage. Are we going to get a verdict in the next 30 minutes? Is Judge going to tell them that he'll accept a partial verdict? Oh, who knows? Who knows, Little Towels? What I do want to do is get your comments working here, so give me a little second here, Little Towels. I'm going to stay with you. We're going to go back to our Watergate documentary. Also, I proved that I found out who did the JFK assassination. I found out how they manipulated Jim Garrison. I have their exact names. And I proved that Richard Nixon wasn't responsible for Watergate. You know, so in short, I'm a towel. I'm also a hot towel. It's hot. It's hot where I am. It's hot in America. I'm a towel. All right? I'm a towel. You can continue to be a towel. I am going to continue to be a towel. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, that was a flurry. Are we going to see a verdict? Is judge going to accept a partial verdict? How is this going to play out? They could be done today. If judge wants to get this done, judge will get it done, especially in federal court. Ladies and gentlemen, if judge wants to get it done, judge will get it done. I repeat, if judge wants to get it done, judge will get it done. All right, so let me bring up for you the mysteries of Watergate. All right, little towels, let me bring up for you the mysteries of Watergate. Let me get your towel comments back going. Thank you to Colleen Henry for being one of the first people on that, ladies and gentlemen. Without Colleen Henry, I don't know if we would have been the first in the world to notice that there was a verdict. There was indeed a verdict in the Diddy trial. The Diddler, as he is known affectionately worldwide. I don't know if it's actually affectionately, but he is known as the Diddler. All right? He's known as the Diddler. And it looks like he's heading to prison for life. Maybe 20 to 60 years. I don't know. 4 counts. Sounds like they found him guilty on 4 and hung on the 5th. And it sounds like the 5th was the most serious. I mean, racketeering. But the other ones are pretty serious, too. I doubt they acquitted him on all of the other ones. Oh, goodness, little towels. Oh, goodness. All right, let's get back to our Mysteries of Watergate documentary, and then let's monitor for a Diddy verdict, and let me try to fix your towel comments. I'm so sorry for the delay in the processing of your towel comments. I think you all are just competing so ferociously that you froze the towel comments. All right, hold on. They're loading. They're beeping. It's processing. It's saying, towel, I can do this. I can do this. I know you can do it, towel comments. I have faith in you, towel comments. We all believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. No. Hold on. I don't know about that. I may have misplaced my faith in the towel comments. Come on, towel comments. Hold on. We can just load it up again, I suppose. All right, so we'll load your towel comments up again because I have upset the towel comments, and now they're not loading. All right, hold on. I have a towel plan. I am a man with a plan. All right, so I'm going to close that, and then we're going to watch this Watergate documentary, and then we're going to get your towel comments loaded right back up. I'm sorry I missed so many of them. I was in the middle of announcing the Diddy verdict, and then your comments stopped loading because the flurry of activity was so rapid. Well, you all like to talk. What can I say? Can't do anything about that. Your towels. And I say that in a loving way. All right, take it away, Jeff Shepard. If you're just tuning in, we may get a Diddy verdict. There already is a verdict. Whether the judge will accept a partial verdict, make them keep deliberating, we don't know.
A review of what happened. Some people weren't alive when Watergate happened. You only know it from stories of others. Some of the slides, I warn you, are slightly complicated because it's a complicated story. So I apologize in advance as we go through it. I'm going to try to help us remind ourselves of the essence of the scandal and then go into the conspiracies. The word Watergate comes from the name of a hotel office complex that was prominent in Washington, D.C. And uniquely, the Democratic National Committee had rented space in the Watergate office building on the 6th floor. Similarly, across the street in what was then the Howard Johnson Hotel, there was a monitoring room set up to monitor what were supposed to be wiretaps put into telephones in the Democratic National Committee. The break-in that we all remember is dated June 17th, 37, almost 38 years ago, because that's when the arrests occurred. Now, it will develop there was a previous break-in, but they were arrested on June 17th. So we think of that as the beginning of...
Notice what he withheld. I bet he knew there was a break-in at the Chilean embassy as well. It was 2 previous break-ins, one at the Watergate, one at the Chilean embassy.
Watergate. It is generally conceded that President Nixon and Bob Haldeman and John Ehrlichman didn't have any idea about the break-in in advance, that it was a rogue operation. But what got them was the attempt to cover up the crime and the people that were involved and did know about the break-in in advance. And we have come up with one of these phrases that enters our vocabulary that you're not allowed to forget, It's not the crime, it's the cover-up. And the other is the question asked by Senator Howard Baker, the minority member of the Ervin Committee. And he kept asking during the Ervin hearings, isn't the real question, what did the president know? And when did he know it? Third, to remind ourselves for purposes of today, there are 6 principal figures we're going to be talking about. The bottom row are the folks who actually ran the operation. And we start with G. Gordon Liddy. Gordon Liddy engineered, designed, executed the Watergate break-in. John Dean, White House counsel, engineered, orchestrated the cover-up. He describes his role as being chief desk officer of the cover-up. Jeb Magruder had a role in both, so we have him in between. Real crimes, real criminals should have been punished, but not big fish. The big fish are up here on top. John Mitchell, Attorney General of the United States, the head of the committee to re-elect the president. Bob Haldeman, the president's chief of staff. John Ehrlichman, formerly counsel to the president, now assistant to the president for domestic affairs. Big fish. If we could get to them, we could get to President Nixon. And the question that remains today is whether the operating people down here, particularly in the cover-up, were under the direction and control of the big fish, or whether the big fish became scapegoats in a political attempt or a different conspiracy to destroy the Nixon presidency.
I wouldn't say it was to destroy it. It was more like Nixon was a beneficiary of the CIA's domestic election interference activities dating back to 70, 68, whatever, to help the GOP and undermine the Democrats who the CIA thought were riddled with communists. So I wouldn't say, you know, like he gets it and he's kind of being circumspect, but I think I really helped him put it together. It was that President Nixon was very noble and probably didn't even tell his own staff. He was very loyal to the country, that he was really falling on his sword to protect the CIA and the GOP when he resigned.
The answer in conventional wisdom is very clear. They were all convicted. But that doesn't stop the inquiry, and that doesn't stop these books from being written that raise these troublesome questions. So we're going to spend the rest of the day talking about the troublesome questions and why Watergate remains in the news. It's been 37 years since the break-in, but the scandal won't go away. If you Google Watergate, you get 4 million hits. 2 years ago, 2008, there were 5 new Watergate books published, one of which was mine. And the Frost-Nixon movie was released, which reminded everybody of the president's interviews with David Frost after he had resigned as president. Last year, there were 3 major events, at least. The New York Times had a front-page story on the accuracy of the White House tapes, the transcripts. They're very poor quality, so you tend to hear what you want to hear. But there bubbles today, a huge controversy over the accuracy of those transcripts. And this was a front-page article in February. In July, it became public that there was an effort to reconstruct Bob Haldeman's notes from what's known as the 18.5-minute gap. The presidential tape recording of that meeting is irretrievably lost. But Bob Haldeman took notes, and this particular theory says there's a page missing, because if you look at the page below it, there's indentations. And if you electronically review it, maybe you can recreate the supposed second page of notes that's missing, and we could learn something. That's an open question. That's ongoing. Third thing that happened is in September, shortly after Senator Ted Kennedy died, Chris Matthews, who's a rather prominent spokesperson, circulated an article on the internet that said it's little known, but Senator Kennedy is the one who orchestrated Nixon's demise. And that, of course, it kind of echoed my theory, so I like the article and I refer to it. But what we're
if he
not
only
going to
knew.
do is we're not going to try to undermine or disown the actual crimes of Watergate. We're going to talk about whether they were properly laid at the feet of the senior people. And we're going to do that by reviewing 5 Watergate conspiracies. The first one I titled Conventional Wisdom because they were convicted of a conspiracy to obstruct justice. So that's really the first conspiracy, but that's conventional wisdom. And then we have the blame game. There's a book out that says, no, it was the CIA that really enhanced the scandal to bring down the president. Another book a little bit later said, no, it was the conservatives in the military that didn't support what was going on and needed the president to come down. There's a rather obscure theory that says, no, it was the Rockefeller attempt to take over international finance, and that has an aspect of Watergate. And then there's what we call the Camelot conspiracy, which is the skillful exploitation of this scandal to line the way for Kennedy Democrats to take power in the 1976 election, to get back into power.
No. It was right-wing elements within the CIA. Not for not in a malicious way, just more because the operation went bad. If it never went bad, it never would have been exposed.
Let's go through these one at a time. First, conventional wisdom, and we're just reminding you of the dates. The break-in date is June 17th, 1972, but there was an earlier break-in in May 28th. Even today, the reason for the break-ins is hugely controversial among students of Watergate. The CRP officials and the Cubans, 5 were caught red-handed in the building, 2 more were arrested afterwards. They were indicted on September 15th. The feeling was they hadn't gotten everybody because it didn't go high enough. The convictions occurred on January 30th, 1973, and everybody had pled guilty or was convicted of all counts by that time. The Judge John Sirica, at the conclusion of the trial, said, "We haven't learned the truth. We really need help in further investigation." Amazingly, his request was answered within a week, and the Irvin Committee, the Senate Select Committee on the 1972 presidential election, was created. It didn't get geared up till the summer, but it's created in February of 1973. And then there are at least 4 hugely significant dates which kind of clock the demise of the Nixon presidency. The cover-up collapsed about 2 months after the convictions because the sentencing was due 2 months afterwards. And so the individuals who had been convicted were looking at substantial prison time. Now, there's a memo written on September 15th by the federal prosecutors that says, we aren't sure we got everybody, but what we're going to do is convict the folks we have and then see if they change their stories. So in a very real sense, the career prosecutors caused the cover-up to collapse. But it's also generally conceded it's the letter by James McCord, who had been convicted, letter to Judge Sirica that says there's been perjury, there's been a cover-up, you really don't know the truth. People who had been orchestrating the cover-up figured out rather early on that they were in real trouble. They sought deals with the career prosecutors. Watergate really blew up. There was turnover, and then there was a special prosecutor appointed in May 25th, 1973. The investigations and the leaks and the Irvin Committee effort destroyed the Nixon presidency. He resigned, as he should have resigned in August. He had lost the capacity to govern. Very, very clear he had been ruined. He might have fought on But the party officials came and said, if you stay, we're going to get wiped out in November. You may want to fight, but you have to go for the good of the party. We have to have turnover here. So the only resignation in United States history occurs on August 9th, but that didn't finish things. That top row of people were convicted in the cover-up trial on January 1st, 1975. So that for those of you who may have lived through it, that will remind you of kind of an 18-month period from the president's reelection until his resignation and the scandal reached maturity. Well, the first book came out in 1984. It was done by Jim Hogan, and it was entitled Secret Agenda, Watergate, Deep Throat, and the CIA, and I have Hogan's book right here. It said, in essence, it was the CIA that exploited this. And it is extraordinarily well researched. I read it again on the airplane on the way out. Almost every theory, every conspiracy theory can be traced back to Hogan's seminal work. And he was really keen off of the minority group of the Irvin Committee who couldn't seem to get traction during the hearings and had all these loose ends. But 10 years later, Hogan had access to more than they did. And he starts with this very inconvenient fact. There were no taps found on the Democratic National Committee telephones. They were swept the day before the June 17th break-in by the DNC. They were swept by the telephone company, Chesapeake and Pacific Telephone, afterwards, and swept twice by the FBI. There were no wiretaps. Now, they found 4 wiretaps in the burglars' briefcases, and for the longest time, the prosecution thought the break-in was an attempt to install the wiretaps in the first place, and they really thought that the effort was to gather derogatory information on Larry O'Brien, who headed the DNC, in order to blackmail him. That was the theory of the prosecution. It had nothing to do.
Breaking in, ladies and gentlemen, in 4:54 p.m. in the well of the courtroom, everyone but Donaldson is in their seat waiting. Sean Combs is leaning back, his legs crossed. He does not look happy. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news in the Sean Combs trial. Oh, this is bad. This is bad for the diddler. Ladies and gentlemen, it's bad for the diddler. It's bad for the diddler. He looks very upset per Inner City News. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Air Towel. We're staying with you late tonight. We're excited. Towel had one of the best days in his career to start the day. Breaking news to start the day. Towel's reporting for months and months and months was vindicated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, now I got updates for you from Inner City Press, reporting live from in the Sean Combs trial. And I can report to you that Sean Combs is leaning back, his legs crossed. He does not look happy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, Captain Towel here for you. We might experience either some turbulence or some wakes or some disruptions in the American aristocracy, some combination of the three. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I'm a 1940s news announcer, Towel. That's how I comment on the news. There's nothing you can do about it. I was born this way. I'm a Towel. All right, here we go. 4:54 p.m. in the well of the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Will we get an update? Let's refresh the page. Are we going to have another tweet? What is going on? Are we going to see some kind of update? We will see at least some kind of continued deliberation, but will we get the Allen charge? Will we get the fateful Allen charge? Nothing yet. No return of Sean Combs in the courtroom. It could be happening now. There's no cameras in federal court. You have to rely on people standing in the courtroom with their phones. Oh, goodness, little towels. Yes, so the way that hello, kitty cat, I'm a super towel. I don't know if we have a verdict on at least 4 of the 5 counts, ladies and gentlemen. So everything but the RICO count, there has been a verdict on, and we'll double check this right now. So there's been a verdict right now on everything except for counts 1. So counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, sex trafficking and transportation for prostitution, all decided. Divided on count 1, RICO. Ladies and gentlemen, they're definitely going to be told to keep deliberating on count 1 per Inner City Press. It's just a question of how they will be told, whether an Allen charge now or later. Allen charge is like the Tui Rodriguez charge in Massachusetts. This is an instruction a judge gives to a jury when they say they can't reach a verdict on one or more counts of an indictment. It says to go back and keep trying because no future jury would be in any position to make a decision. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the well of the courtroom. Everyone but Donaldson is in their seats. Sean Combs is leaning back, his legs crossed. He does not look happy. That was at 4:54 p.m. Oh, goodness. Hello, Kitty Cat again. We are learning about, I solved Watergate, Kitty Cat. I solved the JFK assassination. And now we're waiting to see if we get a verdict in the Diddy trial. The Diddler. Will he go down for these very serious offenses? He tried to blow up Kid Cudi's car, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're obviously going to see some type of instruction to the jurors, because you don't just accept a partial verdict right away, but the Combs must know it's bad. He must know it's bad. He must sense it's bad. He's finally going down, and you can see up on Law and Crime, they have the report that the jury has reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, here we go. This is like a newsreel, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuning in to see if we're going to get a verdict in the Diddler trial. Yes, Sean P. Diddler Combs is waiting for his fate. We are waiting to determine if the jury will be sent back for more deliberations. We know they're going to be sent back for more deliberations on the RICO charge. It's just a question of whether they'll get an Allen charge. Here we go, little towels. Here we go, little towels. A lot of people are saying, I expect a not guilty. Well, I don't know about that. Now, this case is in federal court, so none of us, as much as you want to call yourself a legal soothsayer, as much as you want to say you know how to predict things, no one in their right mind will ever stand up and tell you that they know how a federal court case is going to come out. They'll tell you based on the stats that most of the time federal prosecutors are going to get a conviction. But they will not ever, 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 unless they're in that courtroom, tell you how a federal case is going to come out. Nobody knows. You can be reading tweets from the courtroom. You can be reading the transcripts. But it's not like a state court trial. It is very different. It's really stacked against the defendant in federal court. But I've seen stranger things happen, and I'm telling you, federal courts are very unpredictable. Just exceptionally, not with the verdicts, but just exceptionally unpredictable. With you can get mixed verdicts with some not guilties and guilties. It's very unpredictable. This analysis isn't necessarily wrong. If they thought he was guilty, no, but that's not how federal RICO predicates work. What they might be hung on is how many of the predicates, or which of the predicates to apply. Because there's 9 RICO predicates, but only 4 other charges. So what I'm thinking is they're most likely hung on so this analysis is wrong, in my opinion. And I'm just talking about based on, because I've read the verdict forms. I think it's more likely that they're hung on some of the RICO charges that are not related to the other 4. But I can't tell. It's federal court. You're guessing completely blind. It's a very, very complex process. It's unlike federal court, state court. And the worst part is the verdict forms actually do make the RICO charge much more expansive than the other 3 charges. So it doesn't give you a lot of insight, the fact that they're hung on the RICO charge. All right, so here we go, little towels. All right, here we go. What do we got? Anything? Judge, 5:01 p.m. Judge, I've received each side's proposal. Mr. Anglifo, your proposal. There is not much there. Combs, Anglifo, we are not remotely at the place where the jury needs more to deliberate efficiently. They are remarkably efficient. They already have 4 verdicts because they have nothing else to provide. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That just happened just 2 minutes ago. It is happening now. The updates are happening in the Diddler trial. Jack D65, you're a super towel. That's me jumping up and down when I see that super towel emoji. You're a super towel, my friend. God bless you. Here we go. What do we got? Now a lot of people, I don't know if that's the right way to read it, because you could agree on 4 of the RICO predicates and be hung on the others. You don't have a guilty verdict unless you do, but it's not as obvious. You have to go through each RICO predicate, and there's 9 of them, and only 4 of them are related to the sex trafficking. In fact, one of the RICO predicates is drug distribution, which the jurors definitely already were deciding because you can do it even if the person wants the drug. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What's the next thing? Oh, just tell us the verdict. The whole world is watching. People are all over the map trying to interpret this. I'm serious. People are all over the map. No one knows how to read this at all. Judge, I wouldn't call the government's proposal an Allen charge. It reminds the jury of the instruction I previously gave on the duty to deliberate. I could simply recite from the jury charge. Again, your verdict must be unanimous, but you are not bound to surrender your honest convictions concerning the effect or weight of the evidence for the mere purpose of returning a verdict, or solely because of the opinion of other jurors. Each of you must make your own decision about the proper outcome of this case based on your consideration of the evidence and your discussions with your fellow jurors. No juror should surrender his or her conscientious beliefs for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. So, we're not at the Allen charge yet. What does this stuff mean? What does this stuff mean? The judge said the verdict was in. Oh, I feel so bad for some people sometimes. That's pretty much saying they aren't efficient and didn't read that part. And this person is saying popcorn. I'm going to like the popcorn emoji. I agree with you, Emily, Miss American Gov. All right, let's see. I don't know. Well, you can't really tell exactly what they're up to. Oh, hold on. They're followed by some people that I know. I can't see who they're followed by. Diddy? I can't tell. All right. So they look like they like America. But it says America first, the government. I don't necessarily know if I want to go against the government. But I don't know this person. I just like their popcorn emoji. Look at that popcorn emoji, ladies and gentlemen. That's hilarious. I don't have any popcorn. All I know right now is we're waiting to find out what's going on. This is very intense. I think a lot of people are reading this in every which way. Some people are like, he's definitely guilty. Some people are like, he's definitely not guilty. Oh my goodness, the analysis of this case is all over the map. Where are you? All right, Mitsubishi, where are you seeing not guilty? You're just saying that. I believe. What does this mean? What does this mean? What the fuck? What WTF do you mean? I'm not trying to laugh, but just no one understands. People are just so interested in this, but no one has any idea what's going on. All right, here we go. Combs and Glifo. We're not at that point yet. I'm not saying we wouldn't be at that point on Thursday or Monday. Let's wait and see. I'm putting stock in that they haven't reached verdicts on 4 counts. Judge, I'm going with that, but I'm putting stock in that they have reached verdicts on 4 counts. Judge, I'm going with that, but I may give more later. So Judge is going to bring them in and read what he already said. So he's going to have them brought in. Oh, it's a hippo. Oh, my goodness, it's a Super Tower hippo. That's about how fast I'm going right now, ladies and gentlemen. I go that fast on a daily basis. You know what I think I'm wondering, ladies and gentlemen? This is going to start to become quite an intense competition here. Hold on a second, because you know what happens when you do that kind of thing. First of all, that's a Super Towel hippo, and you're a Super Towel. But oh, goodness, Jack T65 is now in second place, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the competition is fierce. Dewdrop still has her crown. But ladies and gentlemen, the new order. Dewdrop's coming in at number 1. Jack D65 coming up hot on the trail at number 2. Forget Me Not, which is Peony and Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, number 3. Eric Leiber at number 4. Murder by Maestro at number 5. Vicky Moore at number 6. Allie 90211 at number 7. Dark Side of the Moon at 8. Steph at 9. Bossy Texas Chick at 10. Annaline at 11, Ange at 12. Ange is trying to be last, though, because she finds that humbling, and I agree. Def Otta at 13. Allie Kay at 14, P. Rice at 15, Nancy Kirkpatrick at 16, None Your Business coming in at 17, hot on the charts, a new entry, Beach Nance at 18, Truth Over Bias at 19, Christine at 20, Paula at 21, and Kitty's at 22. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the towel leaderboards are heating up. Oh my word, this is intense competition. You've never seen anything like it in the entire world. You deserve support, Jack D65, and I'm glad to give it to you. Especially because I'm stuck in 1940s towel news announcer mode. All right, what do we got next here? There we go. I should be hired as a time traveler to go to 1940 and tell the people of the world about what life is like in 2025. Judge, I could tell them now, I could tell them that they could return on July 3rd. We could arrange that. What do the parties think? AUSA Comey, we'd like to give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd. Combs and Glifo, 1 second, Your Honor. Judge, yes. Oh, goodness gracious. They're skipping a day, apparently. Goodness gracious me, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness. Apparently they're off tomorrow. I'm not really sure why they're off tomorrow. It might be some kind of complex federal holiday. I don't really pay attention. Oh goodness. What's going to happen in the Diddy trial? We're watching in real time. This is the weirdest way to monitor a court trial. You have to watch a person in the court tweeting. Now, I think this is probably healthier for the justice system because all of us people who cover it can keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? All the people who are covering it can cover it, but there's no cameras. It doesn't influence the process. It's really an ideal way to do it. I know some people don't love it, but hi, Nancy from the 508. Hello, Colleen Henry. I'm a super towel. I am a super towel. You, Christina, you're gonna charge right up the leaderboards, Christina Towell. Hello, Laura Lee Dixon. Why no court anywhere tomorrow? Is it when we observe the holiday? What day is it? What day of the week is it? Is it like, why tomorrow? Why July 2nd? It must be some kind of court holiday. I've never heard of a holiday on July 2nd. It can't be the observance of July 4th, because that's Friday, right? Let's see, Tuesday, Wednesday, July 2nd, Thursday, July 3rd, Friday, July 4th, that's going to be chaos. July 4th on a Friday, especially if it's hot and sunny in most of America, that's a recipe for disaster. Okay, I'm reading the new tweet, ladies and gentlemen. I literally have to refresh in real time. How much can they possibly do? Okay, Combs and Glifo, our preference is that you don't tell them now about Thursday. The downside is that the jurors might feel rushed to reach a verdict to avoid the Thursday issue. Let them deliberate tomorrow. You could ask at the end of tomorrow. So they're in court tomorrow. Oh, they're saying, I get it. No, so we got it wrong. What they're saying is normally the federal courts would be closed Thursday the 3rd, but the judge is saying he's going to make them come back and deliberate on the 3rd, which he can do. Yep, they do have court tomorrow. 40 Towels news reporter. You know you love it. Towel loves it, ladies and gentlemen. Towel loves it. All right, so here we go. We're seeing what the court's going to decide to do. This was just recently. The court reporters are all flurrying. Their Twitters are a flutter. Here we go. Judge, so the defense would have no objection to them deliberating on July 3rd? And Glifo, no objection if they want to. Okay, let's bring out our jury. Let's go. Bring them. Oh, the gifts are a flurry, ladies and gentlemen. I want to add a popcorn gif. Hold on. How do I add a popcorn gif? I go to the gif, right, and I just type popcorn. She did the other popcorn gif, so I got to do a good popcorn. Oh, yes. We're bringing back. Are we bringing back Jon Stewart? Yes. No, we're bringing back Matlock. I don't think that's actually Matlock. Who is that? Is that Matlock? Somebody tell me if this is Matlock. I think this is actually the woman from Murder, She Wrote. I'm pretty sure it's not. I think Matlock is a man. I don't think that is Matlock, but I picked a great emoji. Twitter's a flutter. It's true. Twitter's a flutter. I picked a really good response GIF. You don't understand. Murder, She Wrote. I got it right. It's not Matlock though. I'm sorry, Matlock. I mean, she kind of looks like Matlock. Wait, no. I gotta... I gotta respond to the next tweet with actually Matlock. No one's gonna get it. My towel abs. My towel abs. Oh no, they hurt. Oh goodness. Oh, my Murder, She Wrote emoji did not get any love, but it's hilarious. Oh my goodness. That was wonderful. Now all I want is to post a Matlock emoji. Alright, I gotta wait for there to be a new tweet though. I can't just post. Alright, hold on. We can prepare to post the Matlock emoji. We can't actually post it until the next tweet. Alright, hold on. We're gonna do some GIF research. Alright, hold on. Matlock! It needs to actually be Matlock. No! What? Peanut butter? What do you think of that? Alright, yes, I love it! That one I'll definitely use. Okay, that one's a little baffling. I'm an old man, I hate everything but Matlock. Oh, it's on now. This guy's a jerk. Oh, this is wonderful. We need to bring back Matlock gifts. These are all great. I don't think that's Matlock. I think that's Johnny Cochran. I'm a little bit perplexed. That's not Matlock. That is a cartoon with a guy driving a Hurricane Rana. I mean, a Lamborghini. A Hurricane Rana is a move in wrestling. All right, some of these are Matlock. Most of these are not Matlock. Okay, just I'm like some of these. Well, that's South Park. But I wonder if Skylar, the South Park fan, is watching. I'm sure they're thrilled. This one might be Matlock. This one does not look to be Matlock. That one looks like some kind of Spanish soap opera. That one is a guy with a plane in a cartoon. All right, that is Law and Order. That is not Matlock. Okay, that is also not Matlock. All right, most of these at this point are just random anime. And they have not. What does The Office have to do with Matlock? Lock. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. None of this has anything to do with. What does that have to do with Matlock? Oh goodness. Goodness, who unleashed me on the world? That's not even English. Italian brain rot. Why do I know what Italian brain rot is, first of all? And second of all, why can I speak it? Alright, I just want to point out, at this point, I think we're just looking at random gifts. They have nothing to do with Matlock. Oh my goodness. What is this? I mean, some of this is wonderful, but I'm just... Okay, but what is the... Okay, you're going to kick the ball? Oh, he fell down. Now I see why people get so distracted on the internet. I just wanted to look at pictures of Matlock. Los Angeles, man, what is this? My brain, I can't, I'm remembering all of this. I can't be allowed to consume it. Those are all the Matlock results. I don't know if I necessarily liked any of those. I'm not going to lie, ladies and gentlemen. I love some of them. Oh, wait a minute. Some people like... Alright, I feel better about myself now. Alright, hold on. Judge, all rise. Jurors enter. Judge, welcome back. I received your note that you have reached verdicts on count 2 through 5. I asked you to continue deliberating, discuss and weigh your respective opinions dispassionately, and follow my instructions on the law. I ask you to return to the jury room. If you decide you are done for the day, send me another note, and I'll bring you back out to end the day. Everyone can go back to what they were doing. Break. Good job. All right, little towels, it's time for a Matlock. Which Matlock gif are we picking? Oh, JT65, I love that super towel emoji. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We have to find a Matlock emoji that lives up to that super towel fox. All right. Okay, I think this is the one. What do you think of that? Perfect. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, Jack D65, you're such a super towel. And then look, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one I picked. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? So now we got to see what's going on here, super towels. They might be done for the day, they might not. We got to see what's going on, super towels. And look, Jack D65. Look at that super towel emoji, ladies and gentlemen. He is a giggling little fox. Do you understand that that was me? I was giggling until I was crying right there because I thought that the woman from Murder, She Wrote was actually Matlock. Oh, no. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. It is a listen, we can leave Dewdrops in position 1 on the leaderboard until it updates, but Jack D65, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Jack D65 has taken Dewdrop's crown. Now, listen, you don't have to send super chats to super towel chats to position yourself on the leaderboard. All you have to do is chat. So I don't want it's just, there's some people who can jump up the leaderboard, but please... All right, this is going to become a little ridiculous. I can already tell, but this is both hilarious and ridiculous. Why did YouTube unleash this on the world? Why was one of my channel picked as one of the ones to get it? This is wonderful. Oh, I'm having such a fun time. All right, so while we're waiting to find out if the Combs jury, the Diddler jury, is going to come back, let's go back to our Watergate. Let's go back to the Watergate episode and let's listen to more. I know Bossy Texas Chick probably is thinking P. Diddy is ruining my learning about Watergate. I know, we're going back to the Watergate. Twitter's a flooder, though. Twitter's a flooder. You know what I'm saying?
With the Republicans, they really thought it was a rogue event. But then it developed that there had...
Nancy, I'm going to watch Matlock tonight. And Nancy, if you want to make Matlock one of the episodes we watch on our... Oh, by the way, folks, if you're just tuning in, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're waiting to see the jury in the Sean Combs trial has reached the verdict on counts 2 through 5. They are still deliberating on count 1. Now, if you're interested, we are watching on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing a watch-along. If you are interested in the context of that watch-along, did you know, just suggest some shows, and I'm adding Matlock to that list right now. We have a wonderful list already, ladies and gentlemen. All right, some of the greatest shows I've ever seen, including DuckTales, okay? Now, if you may not have heard of DuckTales, but I know about DuckTales, all right? That was from Filthy Rat B. That was the suggestion. Now, Nancy from the 508 likes Matlock, and I want to see an episode of Matlock, so maybe we'll watch an episode of Matlock. We also have suggestions such as Inspector Gadget from Christina Towell and LS, Thundercats, and Super Ted and Dino Riders, and 80s, 90s cartoons called Cops. The intro was banging, according to Murder by Maestro. Anthony Barton wants to watch Roadrunner, Mr. Magoo, Bugs Bunny, and Porky Pig. I don't know if we can do those. I have to check if any of them are out of copyright. It really depends on who's uploaded it, where, and whether or not they allow for it to be played. Almost everything can be played. It's just a question of which countries allow it. I just have to look into it. And some things that are very, very new, though, can't be played at all. YouTube has a list, and you can kind of make an effort to, and I have the list, and I'll look at the list. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? I don't know if we can watch that yet. Maybe in like 20 years. LS, The New Statesman. Cat Dom wants to watch UK House of Cards and Shameless. We might be able to do UK House of Cards, not 100% sure on Shameless. And then LS wants to watch Little Ricky Gervais. And Faulty Towers was suggested as well. DuckTales. Everybody loved DuckTales. Oh, dude, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. All right, I don't know what Cadillacs and Dinosaurs is, Nunya, but I absolutely will put it on the list, okay? Never heard of it, but that's not to say that I'm not interested, all right? I'm a man who's interested in learning, okay? So I don't exactly know what dinosaurs and dinosaurs and whatnot is, but hold on. All right, Nunya. And then it is dinosaurs and, okay, that's great. Perfect, Nunya. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Nunya, Cadillacs, and Dinosaurs. Excellent. All right, so Looney Tunes, Nancy from the 508, that's a great suggestion. I don't know if Looney Tunes might still, it depends on whether it's been on YouTube before. We'll take a look. Trust me, you're a towel. I know none of your business. I know, and I absolutely trust you on your recommendations. But let's get back to the lecture. Oh, this is wonderful. We're going to have a Saturday watch-along. But it's not Saturday. It's only Tuesday.
Been in this earlier break-in, and there were
great suggestion, Deaf Otter. It's probably too new to watch, but great suggestion.
To do with the Republicans, they really thought it was a rogue event. But then it developed that there had been in this earlier break-in, and there were transcripts prepared. The other points that Jim Hogan makes that are contradictions, everybody involved in Watergate, the actual operations, except Gordon Liddy, who thought he was heading it, had CIA connections. Howard Hunt, James McCord, Bernard Barker, and the Cubans had all either been full-time CIA employees or operatives that worked on behalf of the CIA, and as you might surmise, the allegation is you never really leave the employ of the CIA. And the point Hogan is making is that there's something going on here that doesn't meet the eye.
Oh, little did he know. And also, D-Nice, hello, my dear friend. It's so good to see you. Goonies, I love the Goonies. I hope we can watch that, but it might not be early enough. Anything Adam Sandler. See, I would love to watch all of this. We may have to figure out a way to do it. You can't really do everything on YouTube, but we'll figure out a way to do at least some of this. Any Kubrick, The Good Son. That's a good recommendation, Nunya. I'm taking all of your recommendations down as we wait to see if the Diddy jury is done for the day. And it's so Beavis and Butthead, Alley 90211. We might actually be able to do some of those if they're on YouTube. It really depends. Sometimes we can do like segments of the episodes. It really depends. Little Diddy know. Little Diddy know. Great pun. Deaf Otter, you're hilarious. Little Diddy know. That's like when yes, I love it. Little Diddy know. 10 out of 10, you win the medal.
That the CIA was operational on domestic issues. And then he goes on to point out the incredible ineptitude of the break-in. Everything kept going wrong. The first time they went to break in, the keys didn't work. There were alarms that weren't supposed to be there. It hadn't been scoped out. The guy couldn't pick the lock. They sent him back down to Miami. They come back up. They tried to break in on the 27th. It didn't work. They broke in on the 28th. It didn't work. They finally had to remove a door to get into the DNC. They checked in by going to the 8th floor, which was where the Federal Reserve was. The Federal Reserve had been burglarized 2 or 3 weeks before, so it should have set off the guards to wonder. 5 people coming in suits at midnight saying they're going to go up to the Federal Reserve Board is somewhat upsetting. Then there are a number of unexplained absences by James McCord. James McCord is the wire man. He's the one who's putting the taps in. And he keeps disappearing during the course of the break-in. They can't account for his time. Now, we know if something happened on stage and I was suddenly assassinated, and then we interviewed everybody, the stories wouldn't be consistent. That people see different things, the timing. Did Sandy speak first? Did Ron speak first? So they're going to be inconsistencies.
Hold on.
But what Jim Hogan...
Hold on. Update. We have received a note that the jurors have concluded for today, but will resume tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a note in the Didla trial. The jurors have concluded for today, so they have more deliberation tomorrow. So that means we're going to be on verdict watch in the Didla trial tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Verdict watch in the Didla trial tomorrow, and the judge is going to tell them if they don't finish tomorrow, they're coming back for July 3rd. So here we go, little towels. Here we go. This was the most recent update happening just now out of federal court. Judge, we have received a note that the jurors have concluded for today and will resume tomorrow. We will bring them back out. Judge, all rise. Jurors file back in. Judge, very briefly, thank you. Tomorrow, go directly into the jury room. Keep an open mind. Do not watch or read about this case. We'll see each other tomorrow. All rise. Jurors leave. Anything? No. Adjourned. If like and can support. You got it, Inner City Press. You did a great job. Support Inner City Press, ladies and gentlemen. Support Inner City Press. Let's give him a clapping emoji. Hold on. Let's do a great job emoji for his coverage. Great job. You ought to be proud of yourself. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Deaf Otter, that's your new emoji. I'm picking it for you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I would love to. I feel like I want to do it so bad. All right, I'm doing it. I'm doing it for Deaf Otter. We have an otter in our chat, so I'm doing it. Deaf Otter, this is for you. I have no shame. Deaf Otter. And if I have the opportunity to highlight an otter on Twitter. Wait, who do we need to get rid of? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, what was the word? I thought they were saying the other F word. So the person said FTB. And first of all, as a mod, you can't actually do very much. You have to be the other type of mod. But anyway, so Rose, when they came in here, they said FTB. And I was like, oh, I think I know what they mean. It turns out they meant the other version of F. They didn't mean the word I thought they meant. They meant free. And that's not exactly what I was thinking. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I posted a picture of an otter saying that the reporter ought to be proud of himself for working so hard. And it's a cute little adorable otter. You see that? You see that little adorable otter? Oh, that's like our Deaf Otter. Deaf Otter, you're adorable, just like that. Commander Deaf Otter of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. That's you. See, now, if we need to send Deaf Otter to do negotiations with the Europeans, right, to get Northern France or rename it Norman Towel, we just send Deaf Otter, all right, see that little otter there? We just send Deaf Otter to the French, and we're like, oh, see, it's so adorable. Can you give us Northern France? And they'll be like, oh, of course, you're just a little Deaf Otter. You're not going to bother anybody. And then they'll give it right away. You see what I mean? It's a tool of diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that little Deaf Otter. Look at him go. I'm a little otter. See him there? Look at him. He's like me. He's just so thrilled to be. He's in the water. He's so free. He's floating around. I think he's a little perplexed as to why he's up straight. But, all right, look at me go. Oh, dear me. Why am I still up straight? Look at him. He's baffled. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready to negotiate. Deaf Otter, I think you'll do a great job. Look at you. Look at you just floating around like a little Deaf Otter. Oh, all right. Back. I love the little otter. I want to keep looking at him. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's so adorable. Oh, I think we should just look at things like this all the time. Oh, look at him go. He's like me. He's baffled. What am I doing here? Why are people paying attention to me? Oh, I'm standing up straight. This is a miracle. Oh, I'm a little otter. I love it. He's like me. He's so pleased. Oh, I'm a little towel. All right, let's finish this Watergate lecture. At least part 1, then we'll pick up with part 2 tomorrow, class, and there will be a quiz, so make sure you take notes. Dewdrops, you have a great sleep, my dear friend. You are a super towel, and say hello to Kiki and Riri, and we will see you all tomorrow, and you all sleep very well and enjoy the coldness, and send some over here to towel, please. I'm a towel. All right, just a few minutes left on this lecture, folks. Then we'll do our goodbyes. And yes, then we'll pick up with part 2 tomorrow. So let's finish part 1.
Develops is a startling number of inconsistencies and unexplained things. And then there's what's called the secreted key. One of the Cubans had in his pocket and tried to get rid of right when they first got arrested.
Oh, hold on. What does he say there? Hold on. What does he say? No, Al Haig was not Deep Throat. It was Mark Felt. No, it wasn't a CIA love nest. It was that there was, the whole thing was CIA. The whole thing was, and the Chilean embassy break-in was CIA, and running Charles William Wiley as a congressional candidate was CIA. Everything was CIA.
Cubans had in his pocket and tried to get rid of right when they first got arrested, a key. It was taped to the back of a notebook. In his pocket, the key goes to a desk, and the desk becomes very significant because the secretary who had that desk may or may not have been involved in a prostitution ring. And there's a lawsuit that covers this because she felt that that was an unfair allegation. But the secreted key is rather key to Watergate conspiracy buzz. Finally, the man...
They weren't going in there because they thought it was prostitution. They thought they were funded by the Cubans. I bet the prostitution was just part of it.
The man who was hired to monitor the phone taps, Alfred Baldwin, swears he monitored the first tap on May 26th, which is before the taps were installed. You have troubles. So what does James...
You don't have troubles. It was a CIA op that went way beyond Watergate.
What does Jim Hogan say was going on? He says there was a CIA love nest up the street in Columbia Plaza, and the CIA was terrified of exposure.
No, it was domestic political electioneering interference, not a CIA love nest. You could tell he didn't have all the files. He was close, and he's reading Jim Hugin's book here, but he wasn't perfect. He wasn't spot on, and this was 15 years ago. Now he knows what's up.
Because it would show they were operating domestically.
Eric, it was great to see you, my dear friend. You have a great rest of your night. We'll pick up with you anytime, probably tomorrow. Well, obviously tomorrow, but you join us again. You're a super towel. Appreciate you so much. Super towel hugs to you.
They were using mind-altering drugs, experimenting on people. Foreign diplomats, DNC visitors from out of town who were looking for a good time with these girls and who may feel that they were taken advantage of when they woke up the next day, but could hardly go to the police. So the theory is that in order to avoid exposure of CIA operations, they were willing to do anything, but they couldn't stop Gordon Liddy, the Republicans, from wanting to break into the DNC. They were just terrified when they got there what they would find and what it would lead to. So it was an effort to botch the break-in and to lead it in a different location. Now here on the next slide, just we're going to go forward for a second, here up the street is where the Columbia Plaza apartment building was. And this will figure again, but one of the theories that Hogan propounds is the wiretap was really tapping that phone or a phone down here that was calling into that. We don't know. I'm not a specialist in the CIA. The CIA can't defend itself. It's a magnificent target for conspiracy buffs because it's secretive anyway. But what's interesting is lots of other people are upset with the CIA disclosures in Watergate. The Minority Report from the Irvin Committee says we just couldn't ever get answers from the CIA. The special prosecutor puts out a report in 1974 of how they conducted their investigation, how the...
Oh, Vicky, it was great to see you, my dear friend. You have a great rest of your night. You're such a super towel. Happy Canada Day to our towel friends in Canada. We'll definitely see you tomorrow. For our towel friends interested in Watergate, we're going to finish up this segment, but Vicky's a super towel in every sense of the word. Oh, your towel is en route, Laura. That's excellent. I beat my 4 to 6 week estimation. I beat it by at least like 2 to 3 weeks. I'm a super towel, and I'm so excited you'll have to send us some kind of towel picture when it arrives.
Did, how the Department of Justice did, and they single out the CIA as being singularly non-cooperative. So it is not odd that the CIA figures in this. Whether it goes as far as Hogan is an open question, but a continuing controversy. There's also a couple of other tidbits in the book. No conspiracy works without mysterious deaths. Lou Russell and John Leone were just ready to testify when they died under mysterious circumstances. CIA Director Richard Helms, when he left to become ambassador of Iran, destroyed all of the CIA mind control documents. So the destruction of those documents certainly cleaned up the file of what may or may not have been going on, but leaves conspiracy buffs with lots to play with. And finally, because Hogan's book was written in 1984, and he's speculating on who Deep Throat might have been, he says, if Deep Throat is a prominent person, I mean, it could have been a secretary, we don't know, but if it's a prominent person, a prime candidate might be Alexander Haig, who was Nixon's second chief of staff, who took Bob Haldeman's place when he left. We leave you with open questions because that's how conspiracies work. And we will go forward to the next conspiracy theory, which is here, which is Silent Coup, written predominantly by Len Kolodny in 1991. He has a follow-up book in 2009 entitled 40 Years War, The Rise and Fall of the Neocons from Nixon to Obama. And what Len says, and this is my summary of Len's book, you're encouraged to read the book, he says, no, it's not the CIA. It's not the CIA. It's the military. The military, particularly the conservatives in the military, are terrified of President Nixon's activities with this Harvard professor whom they're not used to. And they've gone and reinvigorated the National Security Council in the White House, and they're not talking to us, and they're not telling us what's going on. They're announcing troop withdrawals without our knowledge and consent. They've done an opening to the Soviet Union, our worst enemy since World War II, they called détente. And they're talking to the communists in China. Kissinger has captured Nixon's mind, and he's taking it in a direction that threatens the national security of the United States. So what did the military do? Well, what any military would do under the circumstances, they set up a spy ring. And it was done by the Navy, it's called the Radford-Wellender-Moore spy ring. Admiral Moore was Chief of Naval Operations and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, rather high up. Admiral Wellender ran the liaison office in the White House that liaised with the National Security Council and transferred information back and forth, prepared briefings. And Yeoman Radford was a low-level, it's almost unfair to call him a male secretary, but the military in those days had lots of low-level people doing low-level jobs. He ingratiated himself to the other secretaries and less significant people on the staff, and it is alleged over the course of a couple of years he photocopied 5,000 pages of sensitive documents. He rifled Kissinger's briefcase. He went on a trip with him, because he could carry the luggage. Rifled his briefcase, made photocopies. Same thing with Al Haig. A hugely embarrassing situation. And they were caught. The other thing that Len develops is Bob Woodward, the cub reporter from the Washington Post, who helped do all the stories, was really heavily involved in naval intelligence. That he was really a briefing officer for the Joint Chiefs and for the NSC, that it was not just a reporter out of nowhere, and that he may have had access to this spy ring. Now, some of this goes back to Hogan's book, but it's developed in a different direction in Chladni's, because he says Alexander Haig, who took over as Chief of Staff, and Fred Bizart, who took over as Watergate Defense Counsel, were involved in treachery and an effort to bring down President Nixon, not to defend him. And that they may have been recipients of some of this spy material. And that they, particularly General Haig, was opposed to all of these things that was going on because he was a career military officer and he was doing his best to thwart them while he was Henry's deputy on the NSC, but was in a much better position to thwart these initiatives when he was the president's chief of staff. And then Len cites the inept Watergate defense. There were lots of decisions that in retrospect may or may not have been the brightest way to defend the president, particularly allowing exposure of the White House taping system. He makes a huge thing out of the fact the White House knew that Alexander Butterfield was going to testify as to the existence of the system, and these gentlemen allowed that testimony to go forward, and they could have ordered him not to testify. They could have stopped that, taken a different path. Not that it would have kept it secret forever, but they didn't have to allow this kind of exposure. Then, so that's the neocon theory, but in the middle of Len Chladni's book, there's a third of the book that's devoted to John Dean. John Dean rarely appears in the earlier book, but he dominates the second book. And that segment, that middle segment, is entitled Golden Boy. And the theory is that was his nickname when he was on the White House staff. And it paints the most bizarre theory of John Dean. John Dean is an interesting person to examine, but Len really went into it in detail. And it's really two aspects. One aspect is that John Dean's fiancée at the time, Maureen Biner, was somehow involved in this prostitution ring. And John was worried that that would be exposed. So that was the reason for the break-in. Len concludes John Dean ordered the break-in with the intent to preserve Maureen Biner's, he later married her, so it's Maureen Dean, Maureen Biner's reputation. And the secreted key is to the desk of Maxie Wells, where her picture, her name, or contact information may or may not have been. But they didn't get there. But the nominal purpose was to tap Laurie O'Brien's phone. The real purpose was to look and retrieve possibly embarrassing information in the desk. Now, I used to say that there were no women in Watergate, you know, as all these criminals and cover-ups, and you go from that to the first two books, which key off of sex and scandal. And you really don't know who to believe. The other thing that Len Chladni did, he takes John Dean's testimony, and day by day, item by item, he says, this can't be true. When he told President Nixon, here's what I think we should do, and John Mitchell agrees, he hadn't talked to John Mitchell. When the decision was made to raise humanitarian funds for the Watergate burglars, it's laid at the feet of John Mitchell, and yet Chladni develops the fact that John Mitchell said, that's the last thing we're going to do. We're not going to become involved in that. And just every single item he undermines. Now, you come out that strong, particularly attacking a man's wife, as they say, litigation follows. And there was 7 years of litigation from John Dean to Len Kolodny and St. Martin's Press, which published the book. It ended with a settlement that's sealed, remains sealed today. So we don't really know what happened, but nothing was ever retracted. Book has never been pulled. I noticed when I came to the bookstore, you could buy the book there in the bookstore today and have a review of their point of view. We leave you with open questions. I wasn't going to research those aspects. I'm a domestic affairs guy. Third conspiracy, and we're getting out on the edge here. The Rockefeller conspiracy is really the Trilateral Commission. You may have heard of that on the Council on Foreign Relations. We're going to give up U.S. sovereignty to one-worlders, and the Rockefellers are going to control the currency. That's the conspiracy theory that exists anyway, and it keys mainly off David Rockefeller. The application to Watergate picks up his brother Nelson Rockefeller, who was governor of New York and really wanted to be president. And it says his price for support of Nixon in '68 was that Kissinger had to be appointed to the National Security Council so that Rockefeller really controlled Kissinger. And that the Plumbers break-in and the Watergate break-ins were engineered not by Nixon people, but by New Yorkers. David Young, co-plumber, was a Rockefeller protege, and Gordon Liddy was from Dutchess County, New York. So they really weren't Nixon people. These were Rockefeller people trying to create a vacancy in the presidency. And then to show you how far this goes, you remember President Nixon resigned, Jerry Ford became president, Nelson Rockefeller became vice president, unelected. Quote, he purchased his selection as vice president. But then President Ford had 2 assassination attempts. So this theory, and there's no book about this theory, but the theory exists, that President Ford had to substitute Bob Dole as his vice presidential candidate to avoid any additional assassinations. Because if in fact Ford had been assassinated, Rockefeller would have assumed the presidency without ever having been elected to anything. Now, dismiss the thing out of hand if you want, but one of the intriguing things, once you're informed of this conspiracy, you go back to Hogan's book, and it contains references to both Yeoman Radford and to James McCord, and both said, while I was happy to do what I was instructed to do, the real reason I did it was out of fear that the Rockefellers were taking over international finance. And it's truly bizarre. But you think, my heavenly days, there may have been people who were motivated by this. Then we get to the last conspiracy theory I call the Camelot conspiracy, and it consists of 3 publications. One's called Without Honor, The Impeachment of Richard Nixon and the Crimes of Camelot, 1995. My book, published in 2008, and the Chris Matthews article that I alluded to earlier. And it makes 4 quick points that Kennedy confidants, Senator Ted Kennedy confidants, seem to be behind everything, behind the exploitation of the scandal. A Kennedy confidant is retained as the Irvin Committee's chief investigator. Carmine Bellino had been working for the Kennedys for 30 years. A Kennedy confidant is retained as John Dean's defense counsel. Charles Schaffer had worked in Robert Kennedy's Department of Justice, was a part of a special unit personally hired by Robert Kennedy, and was Robert Kennedy's insertion into the Warren Commission staff. Robert Kennedy was worried organized crime had bumped off his brother. And he sent Charles Schaffer down, undisclosed to anybody else, for the sole purpose, joining the staff, not as a lawyer, but just as a staffer, to report back to Robert Kennedy on whether any information was developed about organized crime being involved in the Kennedy assassination. You couldn't find a lawyer closer to Kennedy interests than John Dean's. A Kennedy confidant was named special prosecutor. Archibald Cox was the Triple Crown winner of the Kennedy political dynasty. He had been speechwriter and issues coordinator for the 1960 presidential campaign. He was Solicitor General, the second highest ranking official in the Department of Justice, when Bobby Kennedy was Attorney General. And he worked very closely with Senator Edward Kennedy in his active opposition to President Nixon's nominees for Supreme Court. So he was actively involved with the Kennedys almost throughout. and he ends up being special prosecutor. And then, according to Jerry Ziefman, who was majority counsel of the House Judiciary Committee, he's not an insignificant person, a Kennedy confidant controlled the impeachment process. Burke Marshall, unknown to you, but had been head of the Civil Rights Division when John Doerr, who was running the staff, was deputy. And according to Ziefman, Burke Marshall was Ted Kennedy's choice to become Attorney General. He was orchestrating the impeachment hearings to slow them down. They didn't want to impeach and get rid of Richard Nixon. They wanted him to hang on to make the 1976 election easier for Senator Kennedy. Now, that's the Camelot conspiracy, but since I made up the slides and I'm the speaker, we get 2 more slides on this particular conspiracy, because you can buy that book in the bookstore too. I maintain the special prosecution force, the special prosecutor, was hugely political and did a whole series of improper things. But the one thing that jumps out, and it's a little hard to see the red from the black on the screen, 7 of the 8 senior members of the prosecution staff had all worked together in Robert Kennedy's Department of Justice. This was a team, top-flight lawyers, a team that was the creme de la creme of the opposition. Now, when Nixon said on his Watergate speech, you can appoint, if you choose, to Elliot Richardson, his nominee to be Attorney General, you can appoint a special supervising prosecutor. He was alluding to the Teapot Dome scandal, when a lawyer was picked to make the tough decisions on who was going to be indicted and not indicted. What President Nixon did not envision, which is what happened, a staff of 100 people, 60 of whom ended up being lawyers over the course of its life, 4-year life, there were 60 lawyers who came through with nothing better to do than investigate the Nixon presidency. Now, you may work for a company. Your company you may think is law-abiding. I can tell you it could not withstand that kind of assault from your principal competitors. You just couldn't do it. So what I maintain in my book is this highly partisan special prosecution staff operating totally without restraint. The condition was total and absolute independence of the Department of Justice. They reported, if to anyone at all, to Senator Kennedy on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And what I maintain they did was they postponed the indictments of Dean and Magruder, John Dean and Jeb Magruder, which the career prosecutors had promised would come within about 2 months. They postponed them for 10 months. They didn't need to investigate Watergate because that case had been broken. The career prosecutors had broken the cover-up. They were ready to indict. But they were replaced by this political group, and they launched brand new investigations designed to destroy the Nixon presidency, to investigate every aspect of the presidency, to cripple Republican fundraising. They sent the FBI or the IRS to interview major Republican contributors and to investigate 1976 opponents. Amazingly, there's literature in the files that I uncovered from Freedom of Information Act requests where the lawyers and the special prosecution staff investigated Jerry Ford when he was named vice president. When he became president and he named Nelson Rockefeller, they launched an investigation immediately of Nelson Rockefeller. When Rockefeller was replaced as the Jerry Ford's candidate by Bob Dole, sure enough, they launched an immediate investigation of Bob Dole. And finally, there are indications in the files. There's not a file, but there's an allusion to the existence of a file that they investigated Governor Ronald Reagan when he was governor of California, because he was expected to be, and he indeed was, a presidential candidate in 1976. Now, these people had nothing to do with Watergate. But the difficulty is when you have absolute power, you have political corruption. And this group felt, why not? We'll go ask anybody. We'll go see what kind of derogatory information we can develop. So those are conventional wisdom and the 4 conspiracies. What we're going to do now, because you've been such a good audience, we're actually going to allow questions, and I think they're being submitted in writing. And Sandy, are you in a position to come read a question or two? Yes? No? Sandy's not here. We'll pick up the questions. I will take them. Thank you. Thank you. Any more? One more? The first question has to do with Hillary Clinton.
Okay, that was part one. Hello, towel friends. Jesse, it was great to see you. Murder by Maestro, it's great to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, we had quite a day. So the Diddy trial's back on Verdict Watch tomorrow. Towel's major story was confirmed with the shutdown of a testing lab in Massachusetts for compromised products in the adult and medical use market. I had a wonderful day spending time with so many of you. We are going to be back tomorrow, obviously, with more Diddy Verdict Watch. We still don't really know what's going on in Massachusetts. I'm not really too sure what's going on. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you definitely that it has been hot. It has been hot. It has been hot in Massachusetts. It's just cooling down now. And I'll tell you, it is, I hope, going to get a little bit easier. I hope it is going to get a little bit easier over the next few days, but I don't have a lot of hope because it's actually going to be very, very, very intense. Now, Tal's got to get his new cell phone service set up. We got a lot of things going on. Tal is very baffled by the cell phone porting process, but I'm going to figure it out. Little Towels, I'm going to figure it out. Now, my name is Grant Smith Elvis, as I mentioned, and I have a lot going on. The first thing I want to do, though, is hello, who came back? Hello, and Jesse. It's definitely hot in the South, in America. It's definitely hot in the North. It has just been overwhelming in so many senses of the term. But we're here together. We're staying cool, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing our best to stay cool. And I'm going to be back with you tomorrow. But before I do my closing, first I'll remind you that this is a public information service. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been kind enough to spend their day with me. You know it means so much to me. Jesse, it's great to see you. And my dear friend, Murder by Maestro, still here with us all that time later. Vicky Moore, Def Otter, Compromat, absolutely. Laura Lee Dixon, your towel is en route, and I'm excited. Eric, it was great to see you. Nancy from the 508. Colleen Henry, my dear friend. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, whether Colleen Henry's here or not, maybe we do have to end. We're going to end with that video, Little Towels. You know you want to see it. You know I want to see it. You know Colleen Henry wants to see it. We haven't seen Hank Brennan in a while. We don't know what's going on with Mr. Brennan. But I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we absolutely can watch that video. Oh, yes, we can watch that video. You know what video I'm talking about. Murder by Maestro knows what videos I'm talking about. And we may not see much of Mr. Hank Brennan right now, but we can at least watch that video. Every one of you loves it. I love it very much. And we even interrupted our traditional goodbye in order to be able to see it, ladies and gentlemen. And as we do that, I'll say goodbye to Ruth Lang and Vicky and Colleen Henry and Nancy from the 508 and Jew Drops and Def Otter, my dear friend, and, well, Rose is gone because they were a Turtle fan, who I thought was saying something negative about Turtle Boy, but was not. All right, let's watch it. You know you want to watch it. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Oh, you gotta love it, Little Towels. You gotta love every sense of the term. Truth over bias. It was so good to see you pop in at the end. I agree. if I want to cover the Dan Adelson trial, I have a video up of Dan Merkel giving a speech at a conference you can watch with us. Yes, Murder by Maestro, I would love to start doing some coverage of the Adelson trial. So if you could send that video over, I'd love to watch it tomorrow. We can do it interspersed with our Diddy trial coverage. So Murder by Maestro video of Murder by Maestro video of Dan Merkel Adelson trial speech. Oh, you have a great rest of your night, my dear Ange. Thank you for staying with me. It means so much to me. Now I just want to go over here, little towels, because I have to get over to the cell phone store to hopefully get this all sorted out. So hold on one second. But before I do that, I have to go through and I have to see the. I know some Super Towel friends left some Super Towel chats, so I'm not gonna skip over those. Oh, my dear friends. Oh, there we go. Allie 90211 was here, and D Nice was here, and None Your Business was here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad I scrolled all the way up to the top. And rescue Randy. And now you know what we got to do, ladies and gentlemen. I just got to shift over, and I just have to say a Super Towel thank you to Jack D65. Oh, I love that Super Towel Fox. I love the Super Towel Hippo. I loved the Super Towel game controller jumping emoji. Bossy Texas Chick came right in time for some Watergate coverage. Peony and Rose, without your knowledge and perception wouldn't result. Thank you, Grant. Without you, this knowledge and perception wouldn't result. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Peony and Rose. You're a dear friend, my dear friend. I love you very dearly. Jew Drops, I love you. Kiki and Riri, you're a Super Towel in every sense of the term. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you. You know how we end these streams. If you benefited from this stream today, if you learned something, if you came away with camaraderie from this from the chat, or if you found friends here, there's a way you can pay it forward. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. Something as simple as saying hello to to donating to homeless veterans, or donating to an animal shelter run by homeless veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, you can look for a reason to say hello to someone on the street, call a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even something as simple, ladies and gentlemen, as looking for a reason to be a beacon of hope in a world defined by despair, looking for reasons to be a helper, looking for reasons to give hugs to those around you. I believe in that way we'll be able to change the existing socio-political climate from one rooted in expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power to one rooted in expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love. I truly, ladies and gentlemen, believe that is possible. Because of you all, every single day I'm inspired here to continue uplifting that ethos. And as a result, I think a new digital age is coming, marked by the water bearer, Aquarius the water bearer, carrying a towel, uplifting those values of service, unconditional love, and helping each other that have come to define this stream. Towel friends on X, you got a few extra minutes in the beginning of the day, so I'm going to say goodbye to you first. God bless, be well, try to stay cool out there. Towel's got to go do some administrative things, so I'll talk to you very soon. But just know Towel loves you very much, and I'll be back with you tomorrow morning for more Diddy verdict watch. Will we get a verdict tomorrow? At least 4 counts already have 4 counts of the 5 already have a verdict. 1 more still to come. All right, folks, God bless you, and be well out there. Towel friends on the Towel YouTube, we had quite a day. That was quite a day. We went for a long day. I'm tired. I have to go deal with this cell phone. I'm nervous about how it's going to work out. But Towel's going to figure it out, my dear friends. Towel loves you very much. Towel appreciates you. You give me the confidence to deal with all that might come Towel's way in life. And I know because of you, we will all figure this out. No matter what comes our way, the good, the bad, the friendships or otherwise, we're here together to experience it. You've given me new meaning in my life. I'm going to continue to pay it forward as much as I possibly can. And just know how much you mean to me. I mean that. You mean a lot. And I don't want you to ever forget it. God bless you, towel friends. Be well out there and try to stay cool, and I'll see you bright and early. Steph, I'm so glad I got to see you at the end of the chat. Good night, Ange, my dear friend. All of you have a wonderful night as Towel goes to deal with this cell phone and hopefully get it settled. Good night. Rest well. You have friends here, and DM me over on X or other platforms if you need me. From me to you, God bless. Stay safe. Be well. Towel loves you.